Hey, good morning. Welcome from the National Championship Air Races in Roswell, New Mexico. This is the ultimate day. This is Sunday. This is Medal Day. And we are looking forward to a great slate of racing today. Generally, good weather, but we've got a little bit of a hang-up here in the wake of a lot of rain coming down yesterday. Something that's unusual, Rob Lowe, for any place in New Mexico, I would think, is fog and a high layer of moisture as well to go with that. So, yeah, you can see it right there. And we need a ceiling a little bit higher than that in order to get ready for racing. And that's the long and short of it. So there may be some delays getting started with that.
Yeah, you can see the low clouds there in that live shot, Tommy. We need about 3,000-foot ceilings above the ground to be able to race. So that is kind of what we're waiting for. We're expecting it to burn off, but like you said, all that moisture in the ground yesterday, some temperatures came in overnight. It dried out a little bit, created some fog actually earlier that has since burned off, but we do have those low ceilings that are beginning to burn off. So it looks like we're going to push the races back a little bit. We still have a very full schedule.
Oh, we do.
And we're intending to get all those in, all the silver and gold races in all of our classes today. We're expecting to. And we also have a full air show lineup ready to run as well.
We missed those yesterday because of the downpours and everything, and the Airshow Acts are tremendous here. So it's a huge part of this yearly event, this one-of-a-kind event, the National Championship Air Races. And again, our thanks to the city of Roswell for becoming the new home. Start the new chapter here in 2025. Now, the STOL racing does not require such a ceiling, so we expect that to come off fairly close to the regular start time, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. They are scheduled to be first, and we expect to be able to pull that off. The rain that puddled in the STOL track yesterday afternoon has soaked in. That track's been massaged and ready to go. Here you see a live shot of some of our competitors in STOL doing their final preparations and cleanup there on the ramp and getting ready to go. So, as always, it's a fan favorite, and I'm excited to see the STOL drag racing here shortly.
It is a blast, you know, and always this show, the airplanes on exhibit here are incredible. They're one of a kind, and it's just a tremendous opportunity to see both these historic aircraft here and unusual aircraft, but also to look in on the teams as they prepare all the planes for racing today.
Yeah, and this is just a small shot of the ramp. There's a lot of aircraft here on static display that fans, as they come in, be able to see. You can see that C-130, the T-6 Texan 2s there, the blue and white aircraft, and behind it, you talked about history, Tommy, that's a C-45, a Twin Beech 18, the camo airplane in the distance.
Yeah, yeah.
Commemorative Air Force, the bucket of bolts is what that airplane is known.
Bucket of bolts.
That's what it's known as, and that's just a small sampling of the amazing group of static aircraft from all over that they've brought in here for the fans at the National Championship Air Races.
Well, it certainly is a great week. This is a special week in September for all fans of air racing and air shows. And this is sort of the center of the universe for all of those interests, this special part of September. And we're so happy to have you with us today. And again, the weather otherwise in the fog, and that will eventually clear away. The high layer will clear away, and they'll get a 3,000-foot ceiling, and that'll be a go for both the air show and the racing. So we look forward to that.
There's a great shot of from just across the state there in New Mexico. Holloman Air Force Base, one of the F-16s that's based over there, is also on static display. So like we said, there's a ton of things to see. Let's talk about the air show real quick.
Yeah, sure. Who we'll see later. Give us a little teaser what we can look forward to.
You know, later today we will have the B-25 that you saw earlier, Yellow Rose. We saw it earlier in the week. Will be there, and the P-40. Warhawk is here from the Commemorative Air Force, as well as Jim Tobel in the Korean War Heroes, what he calls it. It's an F-4U that actually has two different cruises during the Korean conflict on carriers in combat time in Korea. Beautiful airplane. Jim does a great job of demonstrating that. We have the Jim Pites is here in his aerobatic Bonanza. The Smoke and Thunder jet car is here. Bob Carlton in his twin jet powered sailplane. That's absolutely amazing to see.
Must see. You got to see that.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. And then the Palm Springs Air Museum has brought a couple of very historic World War II aircraft. One is a P-63 King Cobra. We all lovingly know it as Pretty Polly. And then there's a P-51 D model Mustang known as Bunny. Actually has some combat time and some German kills on Bunny as well, I believe. So very historic airplanes, modern airplanes. It's all there for the fans here.
Great program, all programmed to entertain, and it's a lot of history, a lot of things that will really set the imagination up and going. We are expecting now our STOL racing to begin not too long from now, and they're still getting all that squared away and prepared. Again, our racing in the other classes is delayed for a while. But right now, why don't you enjoy some STOL racing that we were able to bring you yesterday before the weather moved in.
The drag race. Now this week we're going to be...
These are our 2 departing aircraft.
Copy that. We're taking times. So over the week we've been taking times. And we're going to split the times up.
We love you, Roswell. You want me to send you like it's a start? Yeah, might as well. I'm gonna send you like it's a normal start. So just don't forget, Aaron's gonna turn out first. You do not turn until you got eyes on him. We're going due north until we clear the TFR. We're gonna head due north.
Unfortunately, Austin in the number 1 lane and...
Copy that.
And Aaron Greer in the number 2 lane, they have to start heading for home. They've got a long flight, a 2-day flight back home. These are slow aircraft, so they're going to be departing the pattern on this launch.
Yeah, that'd be okay.
You might notice they'll be a little lower and slower because they're both completely full of fuel now.
Starting the long trek back for home. Austin's been a lot of fun to watch all week long. He's got the reversible MT pitch prop in the Aviat Husky in the number 1 lane.
We're down the course. Austin, are you ready? On the drop. 3, 2, 1, see ya.
Oh yeah, look at that fuel load.
A lot of extra weight they're carrying right now. And they also have all of their gear and belongings in there too.
That's the neat thing about STOL drag racing is you run what you brung.
You want to take 2 so that I don't get any wash from you. You'll be down
So
there
these 2
first.
aircraft will be departing. We'll see them next year at Roswell as they start their long journey back for home, dodging the weather.
Thank you guys for coming.
You're on the ground somewhere.
Who do we got pulling up next, Josh?
It looks like Kathy Page in lane 2, in the number 85 Lunacy, the FX2 Carbon Cub from Cub Crafters, which also happens to be one of our sponsors. And she is going up against our rookie Doug Tolbert in the Kit Fox 4 on lane 1, the closest to us. So he's looking pretty forward to having that grippy dirt. He said just a little bit ago that he's thinking he can get that stop down at the turnaround, maybe cut in half. We'll see how that goes.
Kathy Page in the Cub Crafters Carbon Cub FX2 aircraft, complete with the belly pod. Is that belly pod still on there? I think so. And the Kit Fox Model 4 in the number 1
Here we go,
lane.
is the first real run of the day. Timers, are you ready? We're cleared up the course. We're cleared down the course. Kathy, are you ready? Doug, are you ready? On the alarm drop. 3, 2, 1, see ya.
Johnny Walker dropping the flag, and off they go. Yeah, Kathy took that pod off, it looks like, last night.
She did. She stowed that away, look and see if she can get a different time or a faster time with that belly pod missing. And the only way to do that is to test it.
Kathy chopping the power early. The Kit Fox being a little lighter, can chop the power a little later. That's our rookie in the number 1 lane. By the way, the number 1 lane is the lane that's closest to us. The rookie taking a little longer landing roll. And Kathy already in the turnaround and heading back.
Looks like Doug was able to shorten up his distance, but it's really tough against a veteran like this number 85.
Yeah, Kathy's been STOL drag racing for years now. Started out in a Piper Clipper with no flaps. Really taught her energy management well, and then did a wonderful upgrade to this beautiful FX2 Carbon Cub. Cub Crafters, one of our sponsors. Look at that nice bounce in there over the line. Get her stopped, Doug. He's just going to roll right back to his spot in the back of the line.
Bring my next 2.
course has really good.
As our next planes roll out, we'd like to say hi to Section 3. For those of you who don't know Section 3, it refers to the enthusiastic orange-clad fans of the National Air Race Champions who gather in the easternmost section of the spectator stand, started in 1982 by Bob Lewis, and the group name comes from the invitation for fans to meet in Section 3. So if you're wearing an orange shirt, you need to get over there and wave to those folks with those judging numbers up there. They are outstanding, the biggest fans of air races in history.
You ready? Clear up the course. Clear down the course. Hey, you ready? Curly, you ready? On the arm drop. 3, 2, 1. See ya.
Kathy just reported excellent conditions out there on the track. The dirt is perfectly grippy. We call that hero dirt in the dirt biking community, and that's what we got out here today. In the number 2 lane, in the yellow Kit Fox, Harry Beaupre. In the number 1 lane, in the green Just Aircraft Highlander, is Dave Curley. 2 very closely matched aircraft.
They really are. Looks like Dave Curley does run the supercharger. He's the only one in this entire field running a supercharger. He's got a little bit of an advantage there. However, the Kit Fox 4 is very lightweight, so it's more power against less weight. We'll see how that goes.
Look at those bright LED lights shining in the cloudy background. That's one of our other sponsors, Watt LED Aero Lighting Systems, giving us these nice bright lights for good visibility out in the backcountry and here on the race course. Look at that huge side slip by Harry Beaupre in the yellow Kit Fox. Dave gets stopped, or gets landed first. Oh, who took that one?
I think they're going to give that to Dave. It seems like very consistent all week. If you can get on the ground first, you have about an 85% chance of winning.
The plane that gets stopped first wins the drag race. So this tests both ends of the envelope of your aircraft, your ability to accelerate quickly and decelerate quickly, take off quickly, and land in a very short distance. Who we got here, Josh?
We have Eddie Sanchez in number 43, Devil Girl in the outside lane, lane 2, against Steve Henry, the number 44, Yeehaw 8, both running Yamaha engines, both in Just Aircraft Highlander.
On the arm drop. 3, 2, 1. See ya.
Listen to this. What an excellent background. Our 2 fastest aircraft out here at STOL Drag Racing with the Yamaha Apex-powered motorsport engines. Steve getting turned around first in the number 1 lane.
Looks like Eddie had a little bit of a bubble on that turnaround.
Throw it in the monster slip there. Flaps on speed, over 8,000 RPM that was while they were powering up. Nearly 300 horsepower. Look at those knobbies kicking up the mud out there. That's the advantage of having the knobby UTV tires. Steve Henry coming to a stop first in race 44, the yellow Highlander.
They seemed a little louder on that run. I wonder if the sound is bouncing off the clouds.
Yeah.
Did it seem louder to
He's
you?
cranking it up as we get closer to Sunday here. Cold weather. I'm sweating like a pig.
Hewitt in that yellow and blue Rands. We're trying to figure out where he's going to fit into here, but I think he's our second or third fastest aircraft out here this week.
He sure has been. In fact, he pushed the engine so much, he ended up bending a valve and damaging a head. Got that head sent overnight.
Look at that turnaround, both at the exact same time.
Outstanding. So damage his engine didn't slow him down. He's able to get it rebuilt and get back on the field.
Head-to-head racing here. Look at that. Great photo opportunity. Both of them kick into a big old forward slip.
Gonna be a game of who gets on the ground first. Looks like it's really close.
Who's gets stopped first? Oh!
Is not going to be happy about that.
Boy, just by tenths of a second.
I think back and forth yesterday one time. That is exciting racing you can have.
All right, we're starting the second round. Timers, you ready? Clear up the course. Clear down the course. Tappy, you ready? Judge, you ready?
Doug Tolbert in the number 1 lane, the red and white kit box. Kathy Page in the number 2 lane in the Carbon Cub FX2.
She sure got off the ground early on that one compared to Doug.
Again, Kathy cutting the power first, slowing the bigger aircraft down. Now take a note of the landing gear on these aircraft. A lot of these aircraft have highly modified landing gear with a lot of rebound control built into the suspension. A lot of that technology borrowed from the off-road industry. So the first time in aviation history, a kablamo landing doesn't result in a giant bounce to the moon. You can kablamo it on the ground from 3 feet high and stick it in the mud without bouncing.
And I encourage more of those folks flying these planes to do that, because occasionally they overdo it, and then I have work to job, job to do, and keeps me in business.
Kathy getting stopped well first.
All right, clear to taxi. Copy. Follow Doug. Doug, you gotta watch that wingtip on the center lane and turn around. Steve called his flight.
Who we got coming out next?
Looks like Dave Curley in lane 2 against Harry Beaupre in the Spirit Illusion in lane 1 in the kit box 4.
The other way, the break away is tightly the other direction.
Yeah, go to the left, don't take the inside lane.
I think this is the first time we've had nearly dead wind all week. This is where the fastest times come. And the reason for that is that when they pull the throttle, they know exactly when to pull it both directions at the same time. When you're having a tailwind one way, they have to pull it early, pull it early, and when they have a headwind, they got to pull it late. And it's really a lot of judgment there.
3, 2, 1,
Nearly perfect conditions right now for STOL drag racing. Dave Curley in the Grasshopper. Little PIO there off the line in the number 2 slot with the green aircraft. Harry Beaupre in the Spirit of Lewis. In the number 1 lane, yellow Kit Fox. Throw it in that monster side slip. Full rudder. Scrub that speed off as quick as you can. Spank it down on beyond the line. Lock them up to a full stop. And look at that, Curley in the turn already turned around. Good job. Watt LED lights shining bright in the cloudy conditions. One of our sponsors here for STOL drag racing.
Looks like the eyes of the Grasshopper with those lights there on the front.
Yeah. Beautiful shot right there. Both aircraft in the big side slip. Curley down first. Harry down second. Curley gets her stopped first this time.
Keep an eye on that group, because it's not always like that. They go back and forth as well. These are great racing.
Good turns, no penalties. So at the turnaround, the judges are looking for a landing on or beyond the line, a full stop on runway heading.
Man, this is so nice to have a second done.
No dust on the planes. They're loving that.
We're making sure it's like this next year the whole time.
We're gonna get an irrigation system out here for next year. They're talking about around the tavern.
You know, I wouldn't expect any less from the city of Roswell. They've done such a great job putting this track together. It would not surprise me if they did that. They've been so supportive of everything in this sport.
Down the course.
We're so happy to be here.
Eddie, are you ready? On drop. 3, 2, 1, see ya.
Woo-hoo, listen to that. Dig it in a little. Two Yamaha snowmobile engines turning 8,000 RPM. The big geared prop reduction drive. Come by the pits and take a look at these incredible machines.
10 minutes.
Ooh, look at that. Look at that. Turned around and almost identical.
They are short. Do you see how close they are to the line? Looks like Eddie's tail ran a little high, indicating that those wheels are sticking and grabbing that dirt really well.
Man, that thing sounded good today in this moist air.
It sure does.
Watch those knobbies dig in. Gets her stopped first. Steve Henry, number 2 lane. Race 44, Yeehaw 8. Steve's been building these aircraft for years. This is his 8th iteration of a STOL drag racing airplane. He's got this figured out. Come on by and check out his design in the pits right here behind the grandstands.
Tony Sanchez taking lane 2 in the Just Aircraft Highlander. Inside lane 1 is Rod Hewitt and Angry Kitten, the Rams S7.
So timers have just advised me that everybody's running faster today with this colder weather and the grippy course. So you guys should really be focusing on your times because everybody's going to get faster. Timers, are you ready?
Conditions are perfect for STOL drag racing. We're running upwards of 2 seconds faster than we have been all week.
3, 2, 1, see ya.
So if we're going to take the average of the time, now's the time to get your best speeds in. Rob Hewitt, the number 1 lane in the yellow and blue. Rams S7, Angry Kitten. Tony Sanchez in the number 2 lane in the Just Aircraft Super STOL. Very closely matched. Rod gets, they're stopped about the same. I think Tony went down range a little further, turned around at the same point. Let's see what we got when they come back. Tony getting an incredible turn of speed out of that Super STOL Just Aircraft.
He sure does. I've never seen him run so fast.
Yeah, good lead coming past the home pylon by the Angry Kitten, the yellow airplane. He gets down first. Who gets stopped first? Angry Kitten in the number 1 lane. Gets her stopped first.
Tony, follow the rod.
Next run's going to be official or fun?
We're just discussing that. Everybody's gone twice, so we could do some grudge matches right now if you want. If you want to do chase downs, or do you guys want to just keep rolling for times?
All the conditions are good.
All right, then we're just going to keep going, and if we'll try to get everybody a 3rd run, but if we don't, we don't.
So they only count if everybody gets the 3rd run.
Correct. All right, well, I'll step up the pace a little bit.
I agree. It doesn't get any better than this right now. Rawhide, you're taking 2, buddy.
We're cleared up the course. We're cleared down the course. Doug, are you ready? Kathy, are you ready? On the arm drop. 3, 2, 1, see ya.
Okay, as we said earlier, flexibility is the key to indecision. We just called an audible. We're going to continue to run for speeds because we've never seen speeds this good out here on the course due to these conditions. So we're going to try and get everybody one more set of runs so they can get a 3rd run in today to continue to increase their average speeds over the week.
I'm noticing for this puddle in front of us, we got a little bit of precipitation coming in. This won't affect them as that prop blows that off. But it will ensure the track stays moist.
Kathy Page in the number 1 lane getting stopped and turned around first. Our rookie Doug Tolbert in the number 2 lane, getting turned around second. Kathy with a much shorter landing roll, getting the lead.
If you guys want to start rolling out. Well, Curly and Harry. Oh, sorry, Curly and Harry. As soon as they pass, start rolling out.
Kathy working close on getting the best time she possibly can. The pilots are now racing the clock instead of each other. Want to make sure they don't scratch, get it on or over the line, and get her stopped as quick as possible. Kathy Page pulling another good time.
All right, clear to taxi. Doug, follow Kathy.
Kathy came up all the way from Tucson, Arizona, in that beautiful FX2 Carbon Cub. Go on up to Cub Crafters, Yakima, Washington, and buy a brand new Carbon Cub STOL drag ready race plane and wonderful backcountry performer.
Harry Dupre, lane 2, with Dave Curley in lane 1 and the Just Aircraft Highlander. They're allowed to do grudge matches now, so they're able to pick out who they want to race against. Looks like they just want to stay with each other because they're so close. Keep going, just battling back and forth. I think we've got some really good pairing in everybody we've got today. I hope they kind of stay that way.
Grasshopper pulling a short lead. The big side slip.
Just the most aggressive slip in the business.
Yes. Look at those stops. I mean, that's like within 100 feet or less in these wonderful conditions. Dave Curley getting an excellent turnaround in the number 1 lane.
He whipped that quick.
Yeah, let's listen close to them judges, make sure everything worked out there at the turnaround all right.
All right, coming in, it looks like Grasshopper got the ground first, which means his brakes will be working a little quicker. He does get the time. We're expecting a little bit of more precipitation here shortly, so we're going to get these runs done as quick as we can.
The possibility of
Possibility. Well, then I'm just going to say it's not going to happen.
we're racing.
Like I said yesterday.
All that dark stuff can move off to our right and be no factor.
Yeah, we don't get paid enough to be right about anything.
3, 2, 1,
Get your cameras out here for this wonderful photo opportunity with this background.
I don't know if Steve gave Tony that 1 second jump, or if he just jumped the line that time. We'll hear here in a little bit whether that was good or not. But he was able to jump out ahead a little bit. They're on the ground nearly at the same time. We'll see if Steve is able to outbrake Eddie. They're so close. Here comes the spin around, almost identically. Eddie's a little slower in the turnaround as they come back, looking for the finish line. Eddie's been getting faster all week, but scratching and clawing his way up there. Really relying on Steve to make a mistake so that he can capitalize on it. Now Steve does get on the ground first, and Eddie's carrying a lot of extra speed, so he's going to run a little bit further down on the course. Not going to happen this time for Eddie.
last race.
One more race to go.
We've gotten 3 runs.
And everybody will have 3 runs counting towards their best times. Excellent job. Johnny Walker out there on the start-finish line, herding the cats.
Literally, as the Angry Kitten takes lane 2 on the outside number 11 in the Rams S7 against the Super STOL, Super STOL of Tony Sanchez. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here's your last race of the morning. Remember last round, the closer plane who's running behind was able to pull it off. Let's see if he could do it again.
Perfectly matched pair. Getting it over the line. Boom. Angry Kitten touches down first and gets stopped first.
He does.
Get that turnaround going, boys. They turn around about exactly the same.
They did.
Who was the shorter?
Tony looked like he went a little long on that one, which would put the Angry Kitten up front.
Let's see as they come by the home pylon here at Roswell.
the slip. Tony's carrying a lot of extra speed, isn't he? Let's see if he can get on the ground.
Scrub that off. Oh, yeah, look at that angry kitten getting her spanked down right quick. Angry kitten gets a stop first.
Good job. Definitely a battle of pilots there with equally matched aircraft. That's outstanding.
You got me, Rod. Yeah, just barely. That was good.
These guys love this kind of close neck-and-neck racing. What a blast it is to go out there and do STOL drag racing. If you're interested in STOL drag racing, come out and join us at the High Sierra Fly-In the first weekend of October, coming up real soon here at Dead Cow Playa, Nevada. Look up High Sierra Fly-In 2025 on the internets there. You can buy some tickets and come on out and join us. It's a real dusty event out there on the playa in Nevada. It'll be going on all weekend.
Some great action from yesterday's STOL drag racing competition, which was intermittent throughout the day yesterday and every day. In our 4 days of coverage of the National Championship Air Races, Roswell, New Mexico, I'm Tommy Sanders alongside Rob Lowe, and we are still awaiting the start of today's racing. We thought the STOL, Rob, might start earlier. Then we were reminded that the regulations state that you got to have 1,000 feet for any VFR flying, even if you only go 6 feet up in the air.
Yeah, absolutely. Just basic FAA VFR flight requirement, and our ceiling last official observation about 400 feet, but it's looking a little higher than that on camera, you know, to my absolutely untrained eye.
Sure.
But it looks like we're expecting the ceilings to continue to rise here over the next little bit. So as soon as we get 1,000-foot ceilings, the STOL drag folks are going to be ready to go.
Absolutely, and of course the ultimate, what we need for our regular pylon racing is we need 3,000 feet, and we're just going to have to wait that out too. That is the requirement they need for that and air show operation as well.
Yep, absolutely, and more good shots of the ramp area here where our fans on site are enjoying all the wonderful static displays. You can see there the very historic B-29 bomber, Fifi, from the Commemorative Air Force, based in Fort Worth, Texas. We're so blessed to have that aircraft out here this weekend. It's flown a bunch, Tommy. We've got to see it fly.
Yeah,
and the fans are getting an opportunity to walk through the inside of that historic airplane.
Oh my gosh, I can't imagine what a rare opportunity that is. And so many of these exhibits you can see here are bucket list things for a lot of these fans who've traveled long distances to come here. They always do this special event.
That they do, and here you see some of our officials visiting with some of our STOL competitors as they're all kind of waiting for the clouds to raise. And I saw Kevin Quinn, one of kind of our lead person for STOL, had an interesting post yesterday, and it's echoed what I've seen from a lot of competitors and a lot of fans about how amazing the facility is, the courses at Roswell. The city has absolutely embraced them. There's, you know, Kevin's post actually said, I was a doubter like others or was waiting for it to be seen, and there's a lot of negativity out there, but he said, I am absolutely sold. Roswell is better than Reno. Come see us next time. It's absolutely been phenomenal.
Among the pilots, among the teams, it seems to be just 100% thumbs up. We love hearing all of that. Now, of course, when our STOL racing does continue, they've been accumulating times all week. It looks like a quick on and off match race. That's all it is, just like that. But they've been accumulating time, so they have a game plan for today to determine championships and so forth in this very unique category. So we will away. Yeah, go ahead, Rob.
No, I was going to say, it's been a lot of fun. We're looking for some more today. We're going to race today.
Oh, we are. I mean, other than the fog, the layer up top, it's supposed to be precipitation free and just perfect for racing. Once we get everything cleared out, get our ceilings, we'll be ready to go. We'll take a break, and we'll be back a little bit later.
New Mexico is where it all started. Climbing with my dad. And by 16, I was climbing on the World Cup circuit. Scaling limestone walls and desert caves. It's where I feel free.
straight down into the core of the Earth. 700 feet beneath the surface, stalagmites and stalactites, million-year-old all-stars in a natural stadium, carved by water, populated by bats, and marveled by all. Carlsbad Caverns National Park.
Different outlook on that race right there. I guess he's hoping he's got that 5 extra miles an hour that Jeff Lowe said you're going to need to pass me and win this race here.
Well, Tommy, that's a good explanation and a good key into talking about the race, and we'll talk about that here in just a minute. But there you see our lineup. We talked about Jeff Lowe on the right side of your screen in Miss Diane, and then Josh Schottlemeyer beside him we just heard from as well. In the back row, we've got an interesting story there, Tom.
Absolutely. A father-son matchup. That's Scott Pruitt, the father, and Blake Pruitt, both Arizona pilots. Scott with race 314, the flip-flop, and the 411, race 411 for Blake Pruitt. Red Rider.
Red Rider.
Red in color.
Yep, red in color.
Shocker.
And, Yep, beautiful biplanes, all of them. We can't wait for this to get going. This class, Tommy, has all the aircraft, obviously, are biplanes. They have 2 wings, 75 square feet of wing area. They have to have fixed gear. They all run an air-cooled 360 cubic inch engine, normal aviation gas, no funny fuels, no superchargers, no nitrous injection. They carry about 14 gallons of fuel. They don't want to carry any more for weight, so a little bit limited on distance, but it's going to fit for our 3.1 mile course. They do have fixed pitch props, so they aren't able to adjust that, so the crew chief and the pilot make that choice before they head out, and either going to get a fast start off the ground or maybe a higher top end speed depending on what they've chosen there. And they will do the start from this day you heard described by Jeff Lowe. In a minute here, the flag will change from red to green, and that will be an indication that we have about 10 seconds to go. And then the first row will go when the green flag drops, just like we heard from Jeffrey Lowe, and then the second row departs 4 seconds later. Don't worry about the penalty for that, though, ladies and gentlemen, because their time will be adjusted by 4 seconds at the end. So while they are competing to pass each other on the outside of this shoulder-to-shoulder closed course pylon racing, the back row times in biplane will be adjusted by that 4-second delay, and that's all about safety during the takeoff.
Absolutely, yeah. Get them off the ground, and as Jeff Lowe stated, you want to get off the ground quick enough so you can accelerate, but you want to get some speed at the top end as well. Those two things don't always go together. It's a compromise. It's a line you walk.
Now, once we get going, Tommy, the one unique thing about this class is once they get airborne, we're going to do 6 laps, but the first time around the pylon, around the course, is going to be our oil warm-up lap or our starter lap, if you will. So they can jockey for position for sure as they come around the first time past the start-finish line. That's when we start counting laps, and let's take a look at that here, Tommy. This is our most up-close and personal inner course, if you will. There's 6 pylons on this. It's 3.1 miles, and the aircraft will take off like we just described. They'll head to that first pylon that is the start of that first left-hand turn in that racetrack shape. 6 pylons in total, 3 on the north side, 3 on the south side. 1 time around equals 1 lap after we start that starter lap. Then we're going to do it 6 times, and we will have the finisher. Here's a up-close look here. There's our start-finish line, the home pylon as we know it. The pylon just to the right on our screen, Tommy, is pylon 1. You can see pylon 1, 2, and 3. See the color coding on the pylons there, the red and white. That marks our inside, smallest up-close and personal course. And it's going to be exciting. This class particularly very exciting yesterday. Looking forward to it again.
crews are now leaving. We are getting closer and closer to that green flag time. These pilots are skilled. I mean, these planes are not easy to fly. Visibility is an issue. Wind is an issue with that much wing space out there exposed. It takes all your attention. We'll put it that way.
Right, absolutely. Right now we're facing north on runway 1735, so they're set to take off on 35. You can see the red flag blowing with the wind from the south. We have a tailwind, but it's only about 6 knots last report that we heard. So that is doable, but that doesn't make it any less challenging, Tommy. You're absolutely right. Tail dragger with a tailwind is a very challenging consideration. These aircraft are fairly light. All variants of the Pitts S1. They, as tail draggers, they do have a lot of power because they're very light. It's an aerobatic, specifically designed aircraft. You can see our starter now picking up the green flag. That's an indication to our racers that we're about ready to go. And with 10 seconds left, the red flag will go down, and we'll be 10 seconds away. And then when the green flag drops, Tommy, the adrenaline comes up in the cockpit, the brake pressure increases, the throttles come up, and when that green flag drops, we'll go, like we heard from Jeffrey Lowe.
We are just seconds away from that as we sit here right now.
So we're looking there at our second row.
Yeah, there's your second row.
There's a good shot of the entire field.
Scott Pruitt, the flip-flop, is going to be the white and orange one. You can see just a second from left in the shot right there. The red and white one, the Red Rider, is the far left one in the second row.
In the second row, the black on
ID
it as well.
purposes, because it's critical to be able to distinguish them in the air.
Absolutely. Well, there we are. We're down 10 seconds here. So there we go, ladies and gentlemen. The first row is off and running. And Jeffrey Lowe with race 6 takes an early lead, tail up. And you can see Red Zeppelin, Josh Saddlemeyer beside him, has got the tail up now as well. You watch the tail is up. The airplane begins to fly. A little bit of a tailwind, has a little bit longer takeoff roll than we might normally see. But there, our leader with the pole position, Jeffrey Lowe, as he sets his way in. Remember, Tommy, this is the start of our oil warm-up lap, our starter lap, so they can certainly jockey for position, pass each other. All those things count. We just don't start counting laps until they pass that home pylon next time around.
And we will be doing 6 laps once we get to that point. And Jeff Lowe in control right now as it stands. He is moving on out there as he did in the previous matchup between these planes yesterday.
Tommy, you can see our minimum altitude for flying closed-course pylon racing is 50 feet. That's what our pylons are set at, so you see our pilots staying above that. They also have to fly outside of those pylons. If you cut too short, we call that cutting a pylon. There's a penalty in time for that. But there's a good split-screen look at our first and second place, Jeffrey Lowe on the left, and Josh Saddlemeyer in race 831 on the right, the beautiful red and white airplane. As they make their way around, if Josh is able to catch Jeffrey Lowe, then he would have to pass him on the outside. That makes it a longer way around. It's harder to get there. And we're back to Jeff's comment in the pre-race about you're going to have about 5 miles an hour to get faster than me because I'm going to hold that inside. You're going to have to work your way around me.
That inside, that pole position has a definite advantage. The importance of qualifying fast is underscored here.
It certainly does. Now, outside of our camera shots is positions 3 and 4, but don't forget they have that 4-second handicap that'll be adjusted onto their time. So they are certainly
They're
racing.
Not as far back as it looks like.
Right. So they will be caught up when the race officials assess everything at the end. But right here in this shot, you can see that Jeffrey Lowe is out front. He's holding that lead, and Josh Saddlemeyer doing everything he can to be smooth. As they say in pylon racing, smooth is fast. Fast is smooth. And that's what we're looking for. Nice, smooth, even turns, staying outside of those pylons. We do have judges at the pylons, Tommy, that actually are underneath those barrels that are top of those poles. And they're looking up through
the barrel.
Through the center of the barrel, which is open and clear. And they're looking to see if part of that airplane becomes visible. If it does, that tells them that you cut the pylon, and that's where the penalty comes in.
You get busted that way.
Get busted.
Visually.
It does happen.
Oh, yes.
And as we make our way towards Sunday, our competitors get a little more aggressive. Things get a little tighter. They get a little closer. And speeds start coming up, and that sometimes happens. Now, look here. We've got a great match here in the back, Tommy, with 2 aircraft right side by side. I believe that's our positions 3 and 4.
Yeah, Scott Pruitt and Blake Pruitt. Red Rider out front, maybe a little bit. They're pretty much dead even. This father-son matchup. The Pruitts from Arizona.
You know what, Tom? We've got a black airplane on there in the. Who's moved into fourth place now? I believe we had a fifth airplane.
Okay, well
depart.
we did not
we
have
didn't
that
capture on our sheets,
yeah.
but he's definitely out there and moving forward. Yeah, no worries. And so that sometimes happens, ladies and gentlemen. He would have been in the third row, back a ways outside of our camera shot, but definitely a little bit faster.
Yeah, he's overtaken Blake Pruitt. That's Blake Pruitt right behind him there. We'll try to ID that particular airplane for you as quickly as we can. Meanwhile, we got a race to cover, and we got Jeffrey Lowe out to a big lead. We've never seen him in second place in the same shot. That's a good indication that he has stretched it out a good bit during the fourth.
Yeah, absolutely.
We're halfway through, almost halfway through this race.
Well, they're rocking and rolling here on this 3.1 mile course, and Jeffrey Lowe, like we said, there on the bottom of this split screen, continues to hold the lead and stay out front, and then positions 4 and 5 there in the back with. I believe that might be Blake, well, I'm not sure who that is. Michael Langston.
Michael Langston, yeah.
I believe that's who that is, Michael Langston. So our apologies to Michael Langston and to the fans out there with that information. But doesn't make the race any less competitive, any less challenge in front of us here, Tommy. We got a great race. Now look here with Pruitt beginning to catch Langston on the straightaway down the back as they go past the air traffic control radar underneath there. Great sight of that spinning ASR-9 antenna. And look at that. He's been able to gain the speed and pass him here on the outside. So it looks like he got him as we had the camera shot going into that pylon here from our pylon cam out in the desert. Great shot of Pruitt coming on around there, and it looks like he's taking that position back.
And there goes Jeffrey Lowe, continuing his quest to win back-to-back matchups in Biplane B. And he is lapping our race 8 and race 411 at that lap right there.
So and look here, Tommy, we've got a very competitive race happening right here as these competitors come around our final pylons 5 and 6. And this is Scott Pruitt
and Josh Saddlemeyer.
And Josh Saddlemeyer is there. Looks like Pruitt is gaining ground on Saddlemeyer, who started in second. Scott Pruitt started in third inside on the second row back. And that's a very competitive position now as they go. But Jeffrey Lowe out front, already lapping some of the traffic and just holding down the lead as you see him come right into your living room here from a pylon cam, Tom. Gotta love that sound.
Is he just letting it eat, heading for the barn, so to speak?
Yeah, absolutely. And
he's launch into the final lap.
Yeah,
white flag.
White flag. So we are one lap to go. This is the beginning of lap number 6, our final lap for Jeffrey Lowe, as he's got to make it one more time around our 6 pylon intercourse. And here you see it positions right here with Langston and Pruitt. Blake Pruitt in the Red Rider. Red biplane on the right side of that shot on the top of your screen. There's our leader again, down low as he heads down the back of the course one final time, Tommy, down the back straightaway, right just above our 50-foot minimum altitude. He just appears to be on rails today.
Absolutely. He talked about what it's going to take to pass him. He has not had to worry about that today. No one's gotten within the same area code.
Not even close. The only passing really that's occurred, we saw him pass a lap traffic.
Yeah.
And then we saw back with Pruitt and Langston. And then we've got Scott Pruitt there behind Saddlemeyer, but it looks like they've kind of settled in on this last lap as well as they did. Here come to the checkered flag right there for Jeffrey Lowe. Race 6, Miss Diane with the unofficial win here in B pairing biplane first race out this morning on the courses.
That's 2 and 3 on the top of your screen there is. They come in. No, wait, that's going to be 4 and 5. Here's 2 and 3 right here. That's going to be Blake Pruitt and
Langston.
And Langston.
I think it's going to get close right here as we come to the pylon, Tommy. Oh, man.
I think Blake was close.
I think that was great. And there we go with positions 4 and 5 as well. What a great race, Tommy, with all 5 aircraft, very competitive. We had 2 very close finishes there at the end. Let's go back and look at the recap. Here you see from the start, Jeffrey Lowe on the right side of your screen, race 6. He gets out to an early lead. He stays there and really pretty much had this race in hand. Wire to wire, he was on rails. Now here is back in the pack. This turned out to be the race for second. Initially, Langston comes around and passes Pruitt here on the outside, but Pruitt's able to work his way back later in the race. Here you see he's behind here in 3rd place now, but as they come around on the next lap. But farther back in the pack, we've got Josh Shattlemeyer and Scott Pruitt as well here racing for position as they make their way around. Very competitive. That's what this is all about with closed course. Shoulder-to-shoulder racing on a closed course pylon racing, but there's a shot of our leader as he wraps it up. 6 amazing laps from Jeffrey Lowe, who we heard from before the race. And here he's showing exactly why he had the pole position. And Tommy, like you said, wire-to-wire win. Unofficially for Jeffrey Lowe.
Have to factor in the start times and so forth in order to create the final official results, and that's yet to come here, but I don't think there's going to be much of a challenge to Jeffrey Lowe's domination in that particular, his 2nd biplane race of this meet here in southeast New Mexico. New location, new chapter for the National Championship Air Races.
And in addition to that, Tommy, we've got Langston finished in there as well, I believe.
I believe he was 3rd.
Yeah, I believe he finished
that would be the misfit. The pit, so that's race 8.
3rd or 4th, yeah. We'll just have to wait for the official results on that.
Well, we have got more biplane racing on tap for you this morning, coming up in a couple of races. But when we come back, we're going to get into F1, start the F1 racing for day 2 here of our coverage. 4 days of the National Championship Air Races from the Roswell International Air Center.
This is Aerodynamic Aviation. It's a flight school at Reed Hillview Airport in San Jose. I've been working here as an A&P mechanic for a couple of years now, helping maintain the fleet of aircraft that we use to train new pilots, getting their private pilot, instrument, commercial ratings, and so forth.
Well, it almost looks like it's a small hose clamp that's more inboard.
Yeah.
Doesn't it?
Yeah, well, there's one of those on the other side, too.
Okay, well.
I need to go look at the parts book. One of the other mechanics here, Roy Hallstein, is also my crew chief at Reno and has been for a number of years. We both retired out of high tech and decided to do something instead of sitting in front of a computer all day and working on airplanes, which is something we both enjoy.
Working at Intel is how I met Jeff. His car was leaking coolant, and I was the head of the emergency response team for my building that cleans things up like that. And it was in a parking spot that I knew security would know who was parked in it. I asked him to come out. I was wearing a class of 2006 Reno Air Race shirt. And this guy that I just met keeps poking me in the back, saying, "That's me, that's me, that's me, that's my autograph." And I looked down, I had to look at the shirt, and it's like, oh, it's a Reno. You race at Reno? Oh my God, this is great. And that was 2008. He gave me pit passes to, meet him in there with my dad and my buddies and another crew member of Jeff's. 2010 we went, decided why go every other year, we're going every year. Next thing you know, we're working on Jeff's airplane. 2017, I was named his crew chief.
Roy and I work together great, and we work together on the school airplanes as well as the race planes. So, once we get to Roswell, it's not like the crew's just coming together for that week. We work together year-round on airplanes, and are able to work very well on the race planes because we work on them all year together. So this is Miss Diane, biplane race 6, which will be down in Roswell in just a few short weeks. I've been racing it since 1996. It typically will run around the front of the silver or back of the gold, so usually, mid to high 180 mile an hour range. And it's a great aerobatic airplane as well, so not just racing. I do fly it the rest of the year. A lot of race planes might only fly, you know, a few times for currency and then the races, but this one gets used year-round, flying aerobatics and just as a sport plane for fun. I'm really an aviation fanatic. I've been racing for nearly 3 decades now. It's just something I wake up and look forward to doing every day, you know. Whether it's flying the airplanes or working on the airplanes, I just love being here at the airport with all of my friends who are also here, so we all have a great time.
New Mexico is where it all started. Climbing with my dad. And by 16, I was climbing on the World Cup circuit. Scaling limestone walls and desert caves. It's where I feel free.
Straight down into the core of the earth, 700 feet beneath the surface, stalagmites and stalactites, million-year-old all-stars in a natural stadium, carved by water, populated by bats, and marveled by all. Carlsbad Caverns National Park.
Qualifiers here in this class here. He is turning and underway, and so is our race is imminent here, Rob.
We're about ready to go, Tommy. Engines are turning, and you can see the crews have cleared the runway. So our racers are sitting there on the runway, all 5 of them. That is Andy Mack, who we just heard from, and Cheap Thrills. Blue and white aircraft, race 82.
Andy will probably find this a lot easier than going over those 12,000-foot peaks in the Sierras, getting out here, flying his plane in, which not all of them do, as he pointed out there. This should seem fairly calm and placid in comparison.
Yeah, absolutely. Great story in hearing him having to make all those fuel stops and deal with the winds and all that good stuff. We've got the rest of our field that we'll look at here momentarily as well. But it's great to hear from Andy and hear his story about buying the airplane. And there are so many great stories in air racing and just aviation in general. I absolutely love the story behind the story.
Hats off to him and his fiance, his crew chief, one and the same. Trent Woodworth, second place qualifier in Feisty. That's race 52, the Cassett yellow color. Looks like our F1 class going to be taken off to the north, which is a change from the past 2 days.
First time we've done that here this week during races, just because the wind has shifted and allowed that. So that will allow the normal departure on runway 35 here at the Roswell International Air Center. And then much like the biplane class, we will do that first lap around the course. They can pass and make their way around, but it will be the starter lap. We'll start counting. There's Dominic Cacolici, who we heard from just a minute ago as well. The yellow race 72, lap traffic. Beautiful airplane.
Dominic on his maiden voyage here in the National Championship Air Races and having good success out here. I know it's a wonderful experience. This is the, used to be, I guess, Rob, it still is the most populous class of all of them. The more members in this class than any other.
I think so. And Tommy, there's race 10, Mark McIntyre. It's all the way down from New Brunswick, Canada, in the Cassett Racer, the red airplane he calls Tantrum.
So we have an international race, to be sure, and there it is, Freydnaut. Almost raced yesterday at the last minute, as you mentioned, the issue with the magneto there, and that's all well now. That's a very repairable thing and probably very quickly done.
It is, and this Josh Watson piloting Freydnaut race 31, our defending national champion from 2023. He's a three-time, the aircraft's a three-time champ as well. Beyond that, when Lowell Slater flew it.
Remember those?
Back before that. So Josh has won with it. The aircraft has won 3 additional ones, and Josh is doing a great job. Now he is in the 5th position here, so he's we've got 2 in the front, 2 in the middle, and Josh there in the back. Josh has flown and qualified faster all week, so we expect him to make his way through the field possibly when we get started. But like all closed course pylon racing, no matter how fast you are, you have to pass on the outside. The place to be is in the lead, and Andy Mack, who we heard from, has the pole position. He'll have the inside track, and anybody that wants to get around Andy's going to have to do it on the outside.
That's right. And they do move it out there. These little planes are very, very powerful. Built for speed, built for going fast.
You might notice in this pairing, Tommy, that the first 4 places that we looked at are all Cassett racers. Kind of a wood frame airplane, straight wing, as some people call it, the candy bar wing. And then when we saw Freydnaut in the back, a Gilbert DG2 aircraft, mostly all composite. It's got a very differently shaped wing. When you see it airborne, ladies and gentlemen, look for the front edge of the wing, where these Cassett racers you see on screen, the front edge, leading edge of the wing is straight. On the Gilbert DG2, it's a very curved leading edge with a straight trailing edge. All composite, and it's just a very different design. A lot of different fairings that we'll look at as we go through, but we're about to do 8 laps, Tommy.
That's right. And speaking of that, I was going to add a question for you. Since we are not having to take off from the south, go around and come back through, they will have a warm-up lap to begin, correct?
A true warm-up lap, absolutely.
On the course.
So the first time we get airborne and pass the start pylon, we'll go around the course in left-hand traffic pattern like normal. Around the pylons, our pilots, and here we go, we're underway. They can pass each other for position. We just start counting laps once our first aircraft passes the home pylon after the first time around the pylon. So here we go. There you see Andy Mack on the right side of the screen, the blue and white Cheap Thrills Cassett Racer, and to the left of your screen, number 2 position, that's Trent Woodworth in the yellow feisty race 52. As they now are up to speed, the aircraft are airborne, they're beginning to accelerate. Tommy, we are underway, and we're about to begin our starter lap, our warm-up lap. They pass the home pylon right here as we go by, and there it is. And now Andy Mack's going to lead us around the starter warm-up lap. They've reached our 50-foot minimum altitude, and Andy's doing a great job around pylon number 1 and 2 right there as he's headed around. And we see all the other aircraft beginning to make their way around. Great split screen shot here for you at home, ladies and gentlemen. You can see a little bit wider shot down there on the bottom, and we'll focus on the different aircraft up top to give you some up close and personal views. But you can see there on the bottom, making quick work of the field, a little bit higher altitude is Freydnaut. Josh Watson is already made his way up to 2nd position. In the left-hand portion of the lower screen, you can see there's Andy Mack coming around pylons 5 and 6. You can hear him, and right behind him should be Freydnaut catching him fairly quick. You can see that on the bottom screen. Andy down low, Freydnaut up near the top of that bottom screen right there.
There he goes.
As he's beginning to catch. They come around the home pylon right there. Tommy, we are now counting laps. We are in lap number 1.
1 of 8. We'll go by very, very quickly, as we always say. All eyes on our leader. cheap thrills, piloted by Andy Mack, race 82, the white and blue.
What I really love about our pylon cams and being able to hear the audio of those 4-cylinder 0200 Continental engines as they go by. So as Andy's making his way down the backside of our 3.19-mile course, watch as he rolls here around pylon number 4. We're just going to listen in and listen to him come over the top of our pylon cam right here.
Well, he got that. That's great.
Yeah, Josh Watson has already made his way up to just about to catch Andy here as they roll out on the home stretch. Josh has got a little bit more speed. There you see the pass on the bottom of the screen. And our new leader, Josh Watson, afraid not.
It's race 31. It's got a different look wing. You'll notice it when you see it. Like
there he is.
Right there.
You can see that leading edge we talked about. Good comparison shot there now on top. The straight edge wing of the Cassett Racer with Andy Mack and the composite curved leading edge on Frayed Knot on race 31.
That's Josh Watson now your leader in Frayed Knot, the historic race plane here from these national championships.
He got that magneto fixed, obviously easy to replace on most airplanes, and he's got that engine tuned and running and really rolling right here as he starts our lap number 2. You can see it is in and out of the sunshine here in Roswell. Beautiful Saturday morning.
Good news is sunshine. We look forward to more and more of that throughout the day, and it does look better in the latter part of the day.
Some great sounds here with those Continental 0200 engines. Formula One, again, a true formula, evenly matched technical formula class. And it dates all the way back, our most historic class, Tommy. And here we see them zipping around just a little around over 200 miles an hour, 50 feet here in the New Mexico desert.
Josh Watson coming around, so he will pass, finish pylon, and head into lap number 4. Very close to the halfway point in this race already.
With that wonderful split screen shot, you can see some of our competitors now have kind of strung out and spread out around the course as they're making their way around. We continue to focus on our leader, defending national champion, Josh Watson, Frayed Knot, race 31. He's got that aircraft rolling this morning. He's got it on rails, and he is just hitting his marks and staying tight to those pylons. Beautiful shot of that airplane right there.
Legendary in the F1 class, there's no doubt about that. And just adding to the legend with this race today. We missed it yesterday. He's making it up for us. He's giving us a little flash of speed here. Not a little one, but a big one.
Absolutely. Gets great shots there on the bottom portion of our screen. See some of the other competitors that are making their way around the course back behind Josh. And he does have a fair amount of speed over some of the competitors in this B pairing. We saw him obviously make his way through the field fairly quickly and out to the lead, but I would expect that we'll see him possibly start to catch some of the tail end of the pack here in just a little bit as he makes his way around. But great clean race so far. Lots of adrenaline, Tommy, lots of excitement, and Formula One, the true racing class, purpose-built race airplanes in this class.
Holding steady in second place here. He started with the pole position, but Trent Woodworth has fallen back into the 5th spot right now, and Dominic Kakaliki and Mark McIntyre having moved up over the course of the first 5 laps. 6 already for our leader. Also the defending champion for the last race in 2023. Last race meet, I should say.
Josh Watson doing a great job here, just keeping that airplane on rails, as they say. Just nice and smooth as he makes his way around all 6 pylons here as he comes through the southernmost portion of our course. great to listen to the sound of those race engines zipping around the course here in Roswell. Beautiful Saturday morning. Had a little bit of rain. The desert's moist and got the great post-rain smell this morning, Tommy. Little light breeze. Perfect weather for racing here in beautiful Roswell, New Mexico.
White flag, white flag.
So here we come. There's your leader, Josh Watson, as he comes to the home pylon here in just a second. The white flag right there. He's going to make it one more time around the course for his final lap. And if everything holds true as we see it here, he will be our unofficial winner here in the B pairing.
Yeah, making it look easy. That plane has a history of doing that.
It does, but
are we looking at a bump up in class after this race?
Possibly, Tommy.
Yeah,
so all times matter. So no matter where you are in this pack, you want to go as fast as you can because all the times matter, and each race and each pairing always moves you up or down amongst the group. And then eventually, as we head to tomorrow, when we have our medal races, our A group becomes our gold race, our B groups become our silver race, and that's how it works. But here we see coming around the pylon number 6, he's in the Valley of Speed in the home course and about to take the checkered flag right there. There's your unofficial winner, Josh Watson, Afraid Not, race 31.
Second place, Andy Mack, hanging in there. He has not been challenged for second during the course of our 7+ laps here. We'll be making that turn before too long.
You can see he's just now getting to pylon number 4, 5, and 6 there on the south end of our course. We'll get to hear him come overhead here momentarily. Here he goes as he comes around pylon 5 and 6 right there.
Mack, a fairly new member of the F1 class here and having a great experience.
There he is. And, as he finishes, he just caught Mark McIntyre, who was pulling up off the course, but I believe Andy was just about to lap him there as they finished. So he, once the unofficial first place guy or aircraft pilot goes by, then everybody else next time by, that's the end of their course, even if they still had another lap or so to go. But here's the replay. On the start, Andy Mack had the lead, had the pole. He started out early, stayed down low, stayed tight to those pylons. But coming from the back of the pack, Afraid Not, kind of as expected, worked his way through the field fairly quickly. Took him about a lap or so to finally get the correct position to be able to get by Andy Mack, and here he did it on the home stretch as they passed the home pylon. And Josh Watson and Afraid Not race 31 was off to the races, as they say, Tommy,
yes,
from there. And then here you see some of the lap traffic getting passed there by as we made our way through the middle part of the race. And Andy Mack did a great job. We heard from him just before the race, and his rookie year here at the National Championship Air Races, and boy, he's doing a great job. He started on the pole, finished second, and flew a great race. And this aircraft right there, the beautiful composite DG2, Afraid Not. There he is taking the checkered flag and your unofficial winner, Tommy, and here's the unofficial results.
There they are there. Josh Watson on top, Afraid Not, race 31. Andy Mack hanging in there second place with Cheap Thrills, race 82. Dominic Kakaliki starting third. Managed to hold that position through the race there. Mark McIntyre and Tantrum, race number 10, in fourth place.
And I believe Trent Woodworth in Feisty, race 52.
I think they were there in the final position.
He finished in position 5, I believe, unofficially. Great race, Tommy. Wow. We were just off and running. We got a whole day of it. So set your pacemakers, ladies and gentlemen, because it's just going to get more exciting from here.
Josh Watson, he is our defending champion, and he's looking for all the world like he is defending it well here. We heard from him, and we have a feature featuring a man with Afraid Not. Some of the highlights of the racing in the first 3 days of coverage. This is our fourth and final day. Medal day at the National Championship Air Races, Roswell, New Mexico. The good news, this is Tommy Sanders alongside Rob Lowe. And the good news, Rob, is you haven't missed any racing yet. If you're just joining right now. That is the good news, and we still have a plan to complete the racing schedule today, and it's coming together. Look at the sunshine starting to come through. Look at the ceiling starting to break up right there. And Rob, we were looking for a 1,000-foot ceiling just so we could start our STOL, and I think we've hit that, right?
Yeah, we were very close to it right there, but even better than that, Tommy, above that hangar, you could see there's some blue sky out in the distance. So it's definitely breaking up, and we're about ready to go racing and hand out some medals today.
Yes, yes, finally. We've been waiting with bated breath for that to happen. The crowds are showing up. Let's take a look at the schedule for today. So the STOL drag is going to start right at the top of the hour, just minutes away. We will start that, follow it up with Biplane Silver at 12:20 p.m. Eastern Time. These are all Eastern times right now. Formula One Silver follows after that, and we'll have some more STOL racing for you coming up at 1:50 Eastern Time. So everything's moved back. Our schedule is slid back to accommodate the weather barriers that we had left over, I guess I should say, the remnants of yesterday's extreme weather in this area. And good news is it's clearing out. We have hit the sweet spot, Rob. I think we're just about to get rolling.
I think we are, and you can see those little feather flags right in the bottom of that shot. The wind is just barely blowing. The crowds are very comfortable. The weather is turning into absolutely Chamber of Commerce perfect air racing weather, Tommy.
Oh, it's good stuff. And of course, right now we've got coming up just moments away is the start of our STOL racing, and the star of the show in the STOL this year here in Roswell, New Mexico, has been race number 4, Steve Henry in Yeehaw. Let's hear from him.
Well, I'm real happy to be flying here at Roswell, especially since they're no longer at Reno. I did a lot of the Reno races, and moving down here, it's farther to drive for me, but it's really nice. The course is beautiful. It's flat. Our Reno course wasn't flat. It had a hump in the middle. This is nice and flat. And we're taking the top 8 runs. Everybody gets to keep their best 8 runs and average that out, and that's their time. So, and we're kind of doing it that way versus double elimination, because that way everybody gets to keep flying all week. Nobody gets knocked out. Hopefully we'll get to fly today. Even if we don't, we're still okay, because we flew yesterday. Everybody else got rained out yesterday, but we didn't. We were the first guys out. It was beautiful, and then it started raining. So, but we really want to get out there today. I think the course is really good. It's calm. This is some of the best conditions we will have had all week.
wasn't always easy for Bob Hoover. Prisoner of war in Germany in World War II, having been shot down on his 52nd mission. But Sean Tucker keeps the name of Bob Hoover alive at his home airport in Salinas, California. He started some years ago the Bob Hoover Academy. He started by himself with contributions from friends and admirers of Bob Hoover. He was so good at it, the county came in with education money, the state came in with education money, city of Salinas and Monterey came in with money as well. And now it's a full-fledged school for all disciplines of aviation. And he only accepts kids that need a lift up. The Salinas Valley is known as the Salad Bowl of America. There's a lot of migrant workers there. Their children sometimes have too much idle time. So he's giving them pride, putting them to work, putting them in a program where they can make money after they graduate. They're in uniform. They go to school. It's very disciplined. There's no slacking. And they're graduating people that really put in the effort, need the help, want the profession, and follow through. So there's where Bob Hoover is. There's where Sean D. Tucker is. And hey, look to your left, airplanes.
Finally, we found the golf carts. We are bringing out some STOL drag racers for you. We got some blue skies appearing overhead. Let's light this candle. All right, the clown cars are heading out on the track so we can get the judges out to the turnaround line. My name's Juan Brown. I got Josh here helping me explain STOL drag racing for you this morning. So if you guys are not familiar, we'll do a quick review of the course here. So off to our left is a start-finish line. We're going to line up two aircraft and drag race them side by side down this beautiful dirt track that the city of Roswell spent a lot of time and effort putting in for us. They're going to drag race as fast as they can to a turnaround line 2,000 feet down the track and land on or beyond that line, come to a complete stop on heading, then turn around and drag race as quick as they can back to the start-finish line.
It's going to be for fun. It does not count.
And the first aircraft that lands on or beyond the start-finish line and comes to a complete stop wins the drag race. And up first, Josh, looks like we got a couple of our fastest airplanes.
We do, both of the fastest airplanes in STOL drag today. These both happen to be Just Aircraft Highlander XLs, both running the Yamaha motor. These are the Sidewinder turbocharged gearbox motors running, let's see, the yellow plane is running about 9,800 RPM. The black plane is running about 9,300 RPM. They're running a little bit different setups, but all in all, the planes are very similar. Steve Henry on the outside. Lane 2 is running slats to help him with braking. He also has the advantage of air brakes in the form of slots. From there, he's going to try and beat his own 51 second. We'll see how it goes. He did tune up the engine today, change fuels, so he's going for it. This sun popping out won't help a whole lot, but we'll see how it goes. Eddie's going to be right there behind him. Yesterday, Eddie was trailing, had a couple of short, slowed down turnaround times. We'll see if he can speed those up today. We're listening to the all the speeches coming back and forth on the radio. Let's see if there's any great information we can share with you.
And there goes Steve Henry in the number 2 lane. Eddie Sanchez in the number 1 lane. Listen to this. Chopping the power, throwing it to the big heavy slip, flaps on speed, get it to land on or beyond the line. Kablamo! Bring it to a full stop. Look at that, less than 100 feet on the landing distance. Turning around first is Steve Henry in the number 2 lane. Eddie Sanchez right on his tail in the black aircraft. Wide open.
Eddie Sanchez in that more aggressive slip, and he does not have the air brakes that Steve Henry has. so he has to use that slip more aggressively.
Lock him up with those knobby tires on the yellow aircraft and come to a complete stop first. Steve Henry in the number 2 lane. Good race.
Clear taxi, Steve, already.
Next we have Harry Beaupre taxing out to lane 2 in Spirit of Lewis and the Kit Fox 4. And in lane 1, we have the number 11 Angry Kitten, piloted by Roderick Earl Hewitt of the royal family of the Hewitts, hailing from Washington, USA.
With his shirt on.
We don't know that to be true.
The Spirit of Lewis in the number 2 lane, yellow Kit Fox, and Rod Hewitt in the very lightweight Range S7, Angry Kitten.
And Angry Kitten is running a big bore kit, which gives him a little bit of an advantage. These planes are approximately the same weight. Harry's got the most aggressive slip in the business. He's able to get that plane slowed down so he can hold the throttle in a little bit longer. Let's see how it goes.
How quick that Range S7 gets stopped, and Rod has already turned around and heading back to us.
And as we said before, this game is won and lost at the turnaround. Looks like Rod was able to get out of the chute quicker with that turnaround, much faster than Harry, reaching the midway point. It's looking pretty promising from Rod.
Throw it into that monster slip. Look at that. Flaps on speed. Get her over the line, kablamo! Rebound, full rebound suspension control on the off-road suspensions. Rod Hewitt getting stopped first in the number 1 lane. Angry Kitten. Who we got next?
It looks like we have 2 more just aircraft. We've got the Super STOL of Tony Sanchez coming to lane 1 on the inside. You'll notice the much taller gear against the Grasshopper number 11 of Dave Curley in lane 2 in the green aircraft running some Behringer suspension. Both these aircraft are a little bit tippy on their suspension, but we've got a lot of travel. Super aggressive with his supercharger in lane 2 against Tony's Edge Performance Rotax in lane 1.
Very closely matched. And I believe after all these days of racing, we have got almost an identical time between these 2 aircraft, correct? It's these 2 aircraft that are the same match?
That is pretty impressive. I think it was like 0.06 off of them. They are so close.
Look at that, they just turn around identically. Stopped identically. Neck and neck STOL drag racing here at Roswell.
Super STOLs are not known for being fast planes, but they are known for being slow planes. But somehow, Tony Sanchez is able to make it do both.
He's got a lead coming by the home pylon here. Let's see who gets stopped first. Bam, over the line, both of them looking good on the landings. Oh, somebody scratched.
Tony, by a mile.
Yeah, it looked like it might have dropped out from Tony right there on the finish.
Really follow Tony.
Big old scratch by Tony in the number 1 lane.
Looks like Doug Tolbert will be taking lane 2 on the outside. And on lane 1 on the inside will be Kathy Page, number 85, in the Carbon Cub FX2.
I came out here earlier and it wasn't wet, so I just picked them up.
Dave Tolbert, our rookie pilot in the Kit Fox in the number 2 lane. Kathy Page, a very experienced STOL drag racer in the Cub Crafters Carbon Cup FX2, number 1 lane.
Clear down the course. Doug, are you ready? Kathy, are you ready? On the alarm call. 3, 2, 1, see ya.
These 2 aircraft also fairly closely matched in speed, quite a difference in weight, but Kathy will get that Carbon Cup stopped in a real short distance with her experience in STOL drag racing. Flaps on speed, then get over the line, dump the flaps.
That looked like a race of who could get the slowest, didn't it?
Yeah, and really short landing distances. Kathy's already turned around and heading back. Kathy with a wide lead in the FX2 Carbon Cub.
Doug Tolbert, lane 2 is able to get, he's getting faster each time, but it's still tough to beat one of these veterans.
Virtually no wind. Ideal STOL drag racing conditions. And that is real hero dirt out there today. Good job, Kathy. Got to stop first, no problem.
Eddie Sanchez is rolling out there into lane 2. He would like to thank his crew chief, Sherry Sanchez, always by his side, taking care of everything from the crew to the food, taking care of everybody in the pits. She's just done an amazing job for everybody. We love to have him around in our family. We're so glad we're here. And he just wanted to thank Sherry, his crew chief.
Timers, you ready? Our 2 fastest aircraft, listen to this, Yamaha Sidewinders. Wind them up.
3, 2, 1, sounded like a little hesitation there on stage, didn't it?
Get your stopwatches out. See how quick he can turn this entire course. It's well under a minute. Good touchdown, full stop. Spin him around. Oh, Eddie had a little hesitation on that turnaround.
He's been having a hesitation. I was looking forward to him getting that fixed. Something's going on there with his brakes. It's working out.
Well, that'll cost you. Look at that big difference there.
Steve held the throttle a little long. He's coming in way too fast. He's going to go really long.
Woohoo! That's what you call yeehaw. Putting the yeehaw in yeehaw 8.
I have never seen Steve go that long. He's probably really mad at himself right now. What did I just do? And Rod Hewitt, number 11, Angry Kitten. He would also like to thank his crew chief, Kelsey Hewitt, also doing all the great stuff, taking care of all the folks in STOL drag, taking care of the plane, helping him with everything. Just been a great supportive structure there and helping him get here and stay here and be happy. What a great couple. Thank you to Kelsey Hewitt, his crew chief. And on lane 1, we have Harry Beaupre and Kid Fox Foal. The last race, it looked like 11. Angry Kid was able to pull away pretty easily with that big bore kit. Let's see how they do this time.
The lightweight Rans F7 getting the lead on the Kit Fox. Look at that big slip by Harry. Both of them, good shot. Dropping it in, locking up the brakes without tipping it over. Perfect dirt conditions. Boy, Rod is quick on that turnaround, ain't he?
He sure is.
Harry right there on his tail.
It's not over.
One of the things we're missing right now is that middle flag, so it's throwing the racers off a little bit, trying to judge when to chop it and when to drop it.
We're also missing the flag on the turnaround, which is also not allowing them to judge the wind at the other end.
Rod gets a stop first at the number 2 lane.
Number 2, that's right. All right.
Bring your A.
Tony Sanchez looks like he'll be taking lane 2 this time in the Just Aircraft Super STOL against Kathy's 85 Lunacy Carbon Cub FX2, which she built with a build assist at the Cub Crafters factory.
That's right. You can go to, that's one of our sponsors here at STOL Drag Racing.
Clear down the course. Tony, are you ready? Kathy, are you ready? On the arm drop. 3, 2, 1, see ya.
Already cheating on me, huh?
Tony was having some trouble holding his brakes. He hit the left, then hit the right, was able to finally get stopped. Looks like she's making the pass in this beautiful blue sky that's breaking out here in Roswell.
Good air show weather coming up. Dropping it in over the line, retracting the flaps, locking up them brakes. Spin them around. Look at Tony got a little bit of the jump on that turnaround.
Is Tony pulling away from her? Oh my goodness. What happened on that turnaround?
Ooh, an early pull by Kathy. Let's see how that plays out. Tony's over the line. Kathy's over the line.
Kathy is not beyond taking care of this in the pits when this is over.
I clear the taxi. Tony, follow up. Kathy, I'm going to come talk to you guys out exactly the way we did yesterday onto that section of pavement first. Okay.
We want to thank our sponsors here for STOL Drag Racing. Carbon Cub Crafters, the builder of the Carbon Cub aircraft out of Yakima, Washington. Go up there and get yourself a STOL Drag ready aircraft from Cub Crafters in Yakima, and also Watt LED Aero lights, these bright lights that you see on our aircraft lighting up the corners.
On the back of that bull, 8 seconds is forever. At age 9, I became youth world champion. It all goes quiet. Then I nod. The next time I hear the crowd is when my boots touch the ground.
There is a place where there are no roads, no conveyances beyond 2 legs, or 4. It's a vast swath of land set aside for adventure, for animals, for nature. We're visitors here in America's first designated wilderness, the Gila.
Our coverage continues at the 2025 National Championship Air Races from Roswell, New Mexico. New chapter for this iconic event. We cannot not wait to get the racing started today. We've had to wait a little bit. Tommy Sanders here with Rob Lowe, and we've had to wait a little bit in the wake of heavy weather yesterday. We've had a lot of layer and some fog to start the day with, and a low ceiling, but all of that is dissolving. Robin, and we are just about ready to get some biplane action going here.
We're almost there, Tommy. You saw some very exciting STOL drag action just a minute ago, and if you notice, the sun is out. We've got the clouds have mostly burnt off. They're kind of scattered at a greater than 1,000 feet, so we are good to go. We're ready to race, and we're about to run the silver pairing. We're going to hand out a medal here in a minute, Tommy.
Yeah,
it's going to be great.
This is Medal Day. All of our Silvers and golds will be earned today and locked down, and that's something they can never take away from you. Win a medal at the National Championship Air Races. This biplane silver race is going to be the start of our racing today, and we fully expect to get all those races in today. That's a wonderful thing at this event.
Yeah, and out here in the in the operational area, we've got Josh Saddlemeyer getting into his biplane. We're getting ready to roll here for the silver pairing. We've got some other competitors in the case as well. There you see them out on the runway, and we'll talk about each one of those here in a minute. We do have 5 aircraft on the runway again today in this pairing. With Langston there in the back row, starting in the 3rd row. And you can see our officials with the flags up, and the red flag tells us that we're just in prep and we're kind of on hold, ready to go.
Well, our 2nd place qualifier, pairing speed time-wise, is Scott Pruitt of Yuma, Arizona. Scott, who runs the flip-flop, the white and orange biplane there. We caught up with him a little bit earlier this morning. He kind of sketched out the plan for today.
Well, looks like here in Roswell the weather's starting to break. We're looking forward to a great day of racing. I'm hoping to get one more position ahead here, and can't wait. It's going to be a blast. A little colder air. I think it should run a little better, you know, with that. And again, it's all about the jump, and I need that power in the jump, and I'm excited.
Well, we woke up this morning to overcast skies with ceiling about 300 feet, but it's been coming up. The sun broke through, and ceilings are at 1,000 feet, and we expect it's going to burn off enough that in just a few minutes we'll be able to start our silver biplane race, and that'll be our final race of the week, and just looking forward to getting some good, fast, fun flying in.
Jeffrey Lowe looking to make it 4 for 4 here in biplane silver. He has had a dominating week here in this category of biplane racing, and just been flawless. Very, very impressive. He's been very good about explaining it all for us as well. Let's take a look at the full field here. There's Jeff Lowe, our top qualifier, and race number 6, Miss Diane, and Scott Pruitt right behind him, whom we just heard from. The 2nd place qualifier, race 314, flip-flop.
And right behind them in our 3rd position, Josh Saddlemeyer, race 831 in red Zeppelin. And then the son of our father-son pairing, Tommy, in position 4, Blake Pruitt, race 411 red Rider.
And the 5th position is going to be race number 8, Michael Langston in the Misfit. That's our black-colored plane there. You'll recognize it in the air.
Yeah, Tommy, you can see they're on the runway with 2 in the front row, 2 in the middle, and our 5th position, Langston, in the 3rd row. So let's talk a little bit about the rules, if that's okay.
Yeah.
While we wait for the red flag to make our way to a green flag. In this class, in the biplane, they obviously have to have 2 wings, hence they're all biplanes. They are limited to 75 square feet of wing area. They have to have fixed gear, meaning the landing gear don't retract. They run an air-cooled 360 cubic inch engine. They don't have turbochargers or superchargers. We don't use any kind of exotic fuel or water injection or nitrous, any of that stuff. It's straight aviation gas. Carry about 14 gallons of fuel. Minimum weight is 500 pounds. It can be a little bit more than that, but you want to be light to go fast. So 500 pounds, about half the weight of a Harley-Davidson motorcycle. They do operate a fixed pitch prop. And you'll see that that on the aircraft will get started here in just a few minutes. But that's kind of like riding a bike, Tommy, that has 1 gear. And the pilot and the crew chief are making a choice before the race. Do they want to get going really fast on the start, or would they prefer to have a different pitch that might have a higher top-end speed? You'll see that play out as we get onto our 3.19-mile course. It is our closest and most personal, up close and personal course. Here we'll take a look at it in relation to the Roswell International Air Center. Our courses are all to the west. They extend over partially into the Brown Brothers Ranch, who we're very grateful for their partnership and our relocation here to Roswell. Nothing but phenomenal comments from all of our racers about how great these courses are. And this course specifically has 6 pylons. It's a little over 3 miles. We'll start there at the home pylon, the start-finish line. They'll approach on this graphic from our left to our right, turn left, and go around pylons 1, 2, and 3 in the north, and get to 4, 5, and 6 on the south. And we will do that 6 times. But before we get there, the first time by, Tommy, is our starter lap or our oil warm-up lap. and they can jockey for position, they can pass. We just don't start counting laps until they get back to the home pylon. Now when they go here in just a minute, this starter with the red flag will eventually pick up a green flag, hold them both, and when the red flag drops, that tells us we've got just a few seconds left, and then at that point, the throttles are coming up, the pressure on the brakes is increasing, the adrenaline is definitely going up in the cockpit, and when the flag drops, the front row will go immediately. We'll wait 4 seconds, our second row will go, and then we'll wait 4 additional seconds for our third row. For Michael Langston will go, so a total of 8 seconds for him. But don't worry about that, their times will be adjusted by the race officials at the end.
Right, it's possible that you could see a finish vis-a-vis the start-finish pylon, and it might not be the exact same outcome as the race. In a case of a very close race, that second differential at the start could flip-flop. First and second place.
Yeah, absolutely. And you'll see Michael Langston is bringing a race time in from some of his earlier heats that is somewhat faster than a couple of the competitors in this class. So even though he'll be starting 4 or 8 seconds behind some of the folks in front of him, he's going to fly just a little bit faster. So he may actually pass people, but then that math still all has to come in at the end. So we will do our best to help you sort it out at home. We're excited to have you here with us. And Tommy and I, our hearts are starting to pound because we're about to hand out a silver medal here, Tommy.
Yeah, we have a little delayed expectations here. It's a buildup of demand for air racing, for pylon racing here. Of course, this is the center of the universe for that on this special weekend in September. People from all over the world. This is the first go-around here in Roswell, and getting great reviews, as you mentioned, Rob, from the pilots, the teams. I'm sure from the spectators as well, but we hear a lot from the pilots and officials and owners, teams, etc.
Yeah, Roswell has been very accommodating and so hospitable, and the town, the state, New Mexico True, all of it have partnered phenomenally with our national championship air races and produced a phenomenal event that now we have Chamber of Commerce weather here. Tommy, it couldn't really get any better. We're closed course pylon racing, shoulder to shoulder, 50 feet above the New Mexico desert, and it doesn't get any better than this. I just can't wait. I am so excited.
This is all medal racing today. All our silvers and golds will be awarded. Not just the biplane, but in F1, Formula One. We'll also award the gold in T6 and the jet class as well, and the silver in both of those.
Yep. Absolutely.
Well, actually, there's just a gold in the T6 this year.
Yep,
yeah.
That's correct. And we've got 5 different classes, as you just described, Tommy. We've seen STOL already. Now we're about to see biplane. You described the others. Racing on 4 different courses, plus the air show. Don't forget, this is the national championship races and
we'll
the
have
air
that
show.
For you.
We will cover that on the live stream as well for everybody, and it is really a packed day. We just pushed everything to the right a little bit for the clouds, but you aren't going to miss anything. It's all still on the schedule, and we're going to see it all.
It's almost 30 minutes until noon here Mountain Time, but yeah, the good news, if you're just joining us now, you weren't late if you liked the pylon racing. You missed a little STOL, but they'll have some more STOL racing for us also in the lineup today.
Yeah, so we're about 10:30 local time, and we're about ready to roll here, Tommy. With you can see the folks are still kind of out there. The crews are out there. We haven't started engines yet. We're still doing some of those final strap in as we go. We had talked about the fixed pitch prop a minute ago, Tommy. Now's a really good chance to look and see. Some of our competitors have 2-bladed props. And in the case of the second row there on the right side of the screen, he's running a 3-bladed prop. So that really is all about just performance, engine match, what the pilot and crew chief make the choice. But they are not constant speed props that you see in some higher performance airplanes, meaning the pitch can change. That again, it's that constant speed prop. So don't be fooled by, hey, he's got 2 and that one has 3. It's still a fixed pitch prop on all of our competitors here in this class.
And sometimes we see dramatically the results of that decision whether to go with one type of prop pitch or another. In that one plane in the first row will take off very, very quickly, get speed on the ground, get up very quickly, and it takes the other one much longer to get up, but oftentimes that one has the speed at the top end, which can really make up for that difference and more.
It certainly does, Tommy, and there is a lot of interesting race within the race things like that to watch for as we get airborne here in just a minute. And it really is interesting to watch how the strategies play out. Now, we talked about the course earlier, and for folks that may be just joining us today on Medal Day for the first time, once we're on a pylon racing course, we talked about it being shoulder to shoulder and multiple planes together on the same course. You do have to pass on the outside in pylon racing. So the place to be, obviously the best place to be is the pole position, because everybody that wants to get around you's got to get around you on the outside. So it's shorter to stay inside and stay close to the pylon. And we'll show you the pylons as we walk through this race here in a little bit. You'll be able to see them passing underneath our aircraft. But they stick up about 50 feet into the air on, it looks like a 55-gallon drum on top of a telephone pole. And that barrel, if you will, is hollow in the middle, and our pylon judges are there on site at each pylon. There's a great shot of a pylon right there, and in fact that's a red and white one. That is our biplane and Formula One course, our small up close and personal inter course, and the innermost course. And the pylon judge will look up through there. If he see any part of the airplane pass through that, they'll know you cut the pylon, you're too short, and there's a penalty.
It's the most low-tech possible plan, but I can't think of a more efficient way to do it. It's so simple, it's perfect.
It's very effective, and it's been used for many, many years, in fact, decades. And here we are on our 60th National Championship Air Races, now in our wonderful new home of Roswell. Great shot there. Look, Tommy, it's cleared up. You can see the mountains off to the west.
This is the first time all week we've been able to see the mountains.
What a beautiful day here in New Mexico. You see some of the mesa there with some dried yucca blooms right in front of us. For being a New Mexico native, that looks like home to me, and I'm excited to see these airplanes race. We're getting closer now as we begin to see our crews are moving towards the wings and the tails. They're about to start engines here shortly. Our race officials with the red flag have moved off the center of the runway and now to their starting position, which is slightly to the racer's right. And to orient you on the runway here in the Roswell International Air Center, we are sitting on runway 35 facing north. So our camera is looking south. Those airplanes are facing north. They will depart north. And if you recall from our graphic, our course is to the west or to the racer's left. So they're going to go straight ahead and start turning left on our starter lap, and it's about to get going.
Just informed that it's about a little less than 10 minutes racing time before they get underway. There you can see some of the props starting to turn right now, so we got a little bit of time to take a look at our top qualifier coming in here based on 3 straight victories so far in the silver class of the jet. Jeffrey Lowe, San Jose, California.
This is Aerodynamic Aviation. It's a flight school at Reed Hillview Airport in San Jose. I've been working here as an A&P mechanic for a couple of years now, helping maintain the fleet of aircraft that we use to train new pilots, getting their private pilot, instrument, commercial ratings, and so forth.
Well, it almost looks like it's a small hose clamp that's more inboard.
Yeah.
Doesn't it?
Yeah, well, there's one of those on the other side, too.
Okay, well.
I need to go look at the parts book. One of the other mechanics here, Roy Hallstein, is also my crew chief at Reno and has been for a number of years. We both retired out of high tech and decided to do something instead of sitting in front of a computer all day and working on airplanes, which is something we both enjoy.
Working at Intel is how I met Jeff. His car was leaking coolant, and I was the head of the emergency response team for my building that cleans things up like that. And it was in a parking spot that I knew security'd know who was parked in it. I asked him to come out. I was wearing a class of 2006 Reno Air Race shirt. And this guy that I just met keeps poking me in the back, saying, "That's me, that's me, that's me, that's my autograph." And I looked down, I had to look at the shirt. It's like, oh, it's a Reno. You race at Reno? Oh my God, this is great. And that was 2008. He gave me pit passes to, meet him in there with my dad and my buddies and another crew member of Jeff's. 2010 we went, decided why go every other year? We're going every year. Next thing you know, we're working on Jeff's airplane. 2017, I was named his crew chief.
Roy and I work together great, and we work together on the school airplanes as well as the race planes. So, once we get to Roswell, it's not like the crew's just coming together for that week. We work together year-round on airplanes, and are able to work very well on the race planes because we work on them all year together. So this is Miss Diane, Biplane Race 6, which will be down in Roswell in just a few short weeks. I've been racing it since 1996. It typically will run around the front of the silver or back of the gold, so usually, you know, mid to high 180 mile an hour range. And it's a great aerobatic airplane as well, so not just racing. I do fly it the rest of the year. A lot of race planes might only fly, you know, a few times for currency and then the races, but this one gets used year-round, flying aerobatics and just as a sport plane for fun. I'm really an aviation fanatic. I've been racing for nearly 3 decades now. It's just something I wake up and look forward to doing every day, you know. Whether it's flying the airplanes or working on the airplanes, I just love being here at the airport with all of my friends who are also here, so we all have a great time.
Story. Lead us into our biplane silver racing there, Jeff Lowe, our top qualifier there. And there's his plane of 30 years. He's been working with that plane right there. And
isn't that great?
Only is longer than his crew chief, who we met because of a leaky coolant in his car, which is another improbable thing, but all makes for a terrific bit of lore behind this particular event we're about to see here, the silver race.
I so love about aviation, Tommy, is the story behind the story, and aviation in general is really just a large family. And our September family here in air racing is even smaller and more intimate. And those of you at home, we certainly include you in that, in our September family, and we're excited to have you here with us. All of these airplanes that are in front of us here, Tommy, all 5 of them, in fact, all of the aircraft in the biplane class here in Roswell this year are all variants of the Pitts biplane. And you heard Jeff Lowe talk about his version, his aircraft, Miss Diane, but they all are variants of the Pitts Special aircraft. It's a series of light aerobatic biplanes designed by Curtis Pitt. First flight all the way back in 1944. The Pitts biplanes dominated the aerobatic competitions worldwide, especially here in the United States through the 60s, 70s, even into the 80s. And even today, they are very potent competition aircraft in some of the middle and lower categories. And even better than that, they make phenomenal pylon racers, and that's why you see here this year in the biplane class, we have 9 total aircraft with 8 different pilots. And we're going to see 5 of them here in the silver pairing. We're about ready to go here in just a couple minutes.
Yeah, the biplane is probably the second longest standing class of racers here at the National Championship Air Races, second only to F1, Formula One. We've got that race coming up, incidentally, right after this one. And this race right here, we're just about 3 minutes away, maybe a little less than 3 minutes away from the start time.
About 2.5, yeah. We're going to, the racers will be looking to the starters, who give them like 4 minutes to go, 3 minutes to go, that sort of thing. You'll see the starter. You see 2 red flags on the left of your screen. The one on to the right of the 2 that's near the front row will pick up the green flag with about a minute to go. And then with just a few seconds remaining, the red flag will come down. And that's when, like we said earlier, the adrenaline really gets going in those cockpits. And then as soon as that green flag drops, our front row is off. And for safety, being tail dragger biplanes, that's why we have that 4-second delay between rows. Just gives them a little bit additional room on the departure. Lets everybody have room to maneuver. Let some of the wake turbulence get out of the way for subsequent departures.
You see the crew members now having exited the scene. That is a definite clue that we are very, very close to the start of this race.
We're showing just a little over a minute, about a minute and 15. If everything happens exactly on time. Race control controls that, and then the officials on the side of the runway are listening to race control on all that timing. There's timers in the tops of the grandstand that also are timing the aircraft as they come by the home pylon, start, finish. So it's a huge team, tons of logistics in the background.
So many moving parts.
To pull off the National Championship Air Races. And there we go right there as we come to just right at a minute left to go. And you can see the official on the left with the radio up by his ear listening to race control. and looking at a display on his phone, and then our actual flag starter there beside him, working as a team of 3 with a safety observer beside them. About 30 seconds away, I believe. So we're going to get close now, Tommy. It's about to get real. We're about to award a silver medal at the National Championship Air Races, 60th edition. Wow. And look at the beautiful day. You see one of our pylons there in the background on the south end of the course, and soon we will be airborne and starting our oil warm-up or our starter lap. We're less than about 10 seconds away right now. 5 seconds, 3, 2, I bet it's 1, and just right there we go. We're off, Tommy.
All right. Row number 1. It's race 6 and race 314. Jeffrey Lowe and Miss Diane on your right. Scott Pruitt and Flip Flop on your left. Scott Pruitt is airborne already. And now, so is Miss Diane.
Scott Pruitt with the beautiful orange and white pits there is the father of our father and son duo that are in this race. We'll see Blake Pruitt, the son, farther back in a red pits airplane that's known as Red Rider. We will see that shortly, but there we have past the start pylon or the home pylon. We are into our oil warm-up or our starter lap. Now again, folks, remember that our competitors can pass each other. They can jockey for position, and we will start counting laps when the first aircraft comes back by the home pylon next time by.
So the race is on.
Great split screen shot for those of you that are just joining today for the first time. This is wonderful capability we have here at Roswell. You get a little bit wider shot down below so you can see some of the positioning, and then up top we're going to give you close-in shots of various competitors in the field. But let's listen right here as Jeff Lowe comes over the top. Now we have cameras out in the pylons, Tommy, out in the desert. And the pylon cams are going to give you some of those great shots up close and personal, but here you see Jeff rolling around pylon 6 for the first time. He's about to complete our starter lap, and when he passes the home pylon right here, we are now underway on lap number 1.
Lap counter is going right now, number 1 of 6.
Continue to see Scott Pruitt in the bottom shot there, and the top is staying in the second position. In this class earlier in the week, Scott's been able to pace Jeff, but that looks to be about what he's doing here today, about able to stay right with him.
Jeffrey Lowe, as we mentioned, has won all 3 races leading up to this, and all 3 qualifying races for the silver medal. Heat here, and looking to have a clean dance card for his week, and that is a rare and wonderful thing at the National Championship Air Races.
Just gotta love hearing that those engines zinging by our pylon cams and hearing the racing 50 feet above the desert floor, Tommy. Fly low, fly fast, turn left is what they say, and that's what we got going right here. The silver pairing. There, bottom shot, you can see the distance now between Jeff Lowe on the right side and passing the home pylon is Scott Pruitt in race 314. So Jeff's being able to pick it up and spread it out a little bit more today than he has earlier in the week with these two.
Early, yes.
And then the bottom screen, you can see some of the other racers in the field as the field has strung out just a little bit as they are coming by the pylon there. Again, 6 pylons on this race course, 3.19 miles. And there you can see our final 2 passing there on the bottom screen. But up top, we keep an eye on our leader. Here he comes right into your living room, Jeff Lowe.
Four airplanes behind are maintaining their start position as it stands right now. Pruitt, Saddlemeyer, Pruitt the younger, and then Mike Langston.
Jeff Lowe just has it dialed up and on rails. You know, as we heard from him before the pre-race conversation there, Tommy, both the piece from his home as well as there live this morning. And he definitely had his head in the game, had the airplane ready to go, and we're seeing performing at the top of his ability. He's just hitting all his marks and rolling right around this course. Beautiful day for Jeff Lowe out front in the silver race.
Very important event to him. He's done it for so many years, and he's raced this plane itself for 30 years. A real passion for the sport, and boy, it is translated into great expertise and just a terrific pilot.
You know, it's kind of hard to believe that not very long ago we had low clouds at about 400 feet, and you couldn't see the sky. And look at that beautiful New Mexico sky and these wonderful Pitts biplanes up against it. One of the great things that everybody's talking about at Roswell is you can see the airplanes anywhere they are on the course, and you get a great sense of that with our shot on the bottom there of how wonderful this layout is here in Roswell.
Jeffrey Lowe on the verge of being halfway through this silver medal race here in biplane. We'll have the gold medal race a little bit later. We'll also have the silver immediately after this in Formula One, so stick around.
As we watch Jeff Lowe up top, watch the bottom of the screen. And here's the race within the race. This is battle for fourth. And Blake Pruitt in the red biplane and Michael Langston in Misfit, race number 8 in the black aircraft. And they're definitely battling it out back there for fourth position, Tommy.
Yep, you don't want to be fifth.
Now here's what, look at the bottom screen, ladies and gentlemen. You see fourth and fifth. We just talked about passing the home pylon here momentarily. But on the left side of that screen, you see Jeff Lowe beginning to catch them. And pretty soon he's going to have to work his way around the outside of them to pass. In pylon racing, you got to go on the outside. And he's going to enter into this contest as he tries to lap those two airplanes that are actively battling for fourth place.
And you just saw him a few seconds ago encountering the first prop wash from those two. The racetrack at the traffic, he's, as you say, he's going to pass, and is doing.
And listen to the radio, Tommy. We're able to hear the pilots talk to each other as they pass.
You're clear.
And that call right there, you hear you're clear, and that is what our pilots always do, because you don't really have very good visibility out the back. And that way they know while they're passing on the outside, okay, I'm safe to come back down in. So while they're very competitive and everybody's doing their best to get out front and win, it's all about safety. And we want to make sure that all the competitors they're looking out for each other as well.
White flag, white flag.
Well, here he comes to the white flag. Jeffrey Lowe, as he passes the home pylon, coming up right here. He is beginning the final time around here in the silver race of the biplane silver class, Roswell 2025. One more time around, Tommy.
Not take long. Jeffrey Lowe, absolutely perfect this week, and he is putting the finishing touches on what looks like a silver medal performance, no doubt about it.
We still got that amazing battle for fourth. We'll keep you connected to, but up top, that's our leader, Jeffrey Lowe, as he heads down the backstretch one final time as he begins to roll left right here. That is pylons 4, 5, and 6. One last time as he comes into your living room right here around pylon 5. Jeffrey Lowe, wire to wire, on the rails, up close and personal, and he's going to roll right here. He's entered into the home stretch. He's in the Valley of Speed. About to take this checkered flag, Tommy. There is your 2025 silver winner, Jeffrey Lowe, San Jose, California, race 6. Now look at this battle for fourth here, Tommy. Still got Blake Pruitt in red, Michael Langston in the black aircraft, and they have been battling the entire race. Now they have one more lap to go. There comes Scott Pruitt finishing second in the white aircraft.
That's his final lap.
They're going to all pull up off the course in between what you just saw on the screen. Josh Saddlemeyer in race 831 is unofficially going to finish in third. And everybody finished in their starting order.
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, which we'll take a look at here in a minute. But wow, what an exciting race, Tommy.
Absolutely.
We've got a silver winner for 2025 in Roswell.
Jeff Lowe's first trip to Roswell couldn't have proved any better than it did. Turned out perfect for him. An absolutely undefeated series of races here in southeastern New Mexico. Let's take a look at this incredible effort, the final effort.
Well, as the replay starts there, you saw our leaders start, and Jeff Lowe first on the oil starter lap. He had obviously the pole position. He got down low, 50 feet above the desert, and Scott Pruitt right there was in second, was able to pace with him, but Jeff Lowe had something a little extra today, was able to pull away a little bit more than he has earlier in the week. But those two all week, all race long were kind of out front. Here was the battle within this pairing the whole day, the battle for fourth. Blake Pruitt started in 4th. He eventually was able to stay there, but look there, Michael Langston able to pull beside him on the straightaway. But the hard thing about pylon racing, you got to pass on the outside, and Langston was never able to completely get around him. They eventually did get lapped by Jeffrey Lowe. He was that much faster that he was able to zip around him, and here you see him in the closing laps of the replay. Here are 6 laps here in the silver race. And there comes Scott Pruitt lapping them right at the finish line, and we finished this race in this final order. Tommy, it was a great day.
Same order they started in. Jeffrey Lowe, Miss Diane, race number 6. Your silver medalist here in Roswell, New Mexico, Scott Pruitt, 314 flip-flop. 2nd place, 3rd place, Josh Saddlemeyer stayed in 3rd all through the race in 8:31. Red Zeppelin, Red Rider, Blake Pruitt, we saw that, hung on there. Didn't want to finish in the cellar, pulled it off, race 4:11, and Michael Langston, where he started, 8th position, the Biplane Misfit.
Well, Tommy, for all the excitement that was, we're just getting started. We're about to do Formula One and award a silver medal there.
We have broken through and gotten our pylon racing started here, and we can't wait to bring you the rest of it. Upcoming today, well, right around the corner, we've got some Formula One. Coming up next, we've also got the gold race in biplane. During this first part of our coverage today, there's more STOL racing on the way, the STOL drag racing. Plenty to look forward to all day long.
I was born in these mountains. Got my first pair of skis when I was 3. I was never afraid to go fast. I got faster until nobody could catch me. 154.06 miles per hour. The fastest American ever.
Straight down into the core of the earth, 700 feet beneath the surface, stalagmites and stalactites, million-year-old all-stars in a natural stadium, carved by water, populated by bats, and marveled by all. Carlsbad Caverns National Park.
Welcome to Roswell. Welcome to this incredible event to Roswell. This is the maiden voyage of the new chapter of the National Championship Air Races, making the move from Nevada. Last race there was in 2023. In a short 2 years' time, they were able to take all these moving parts, all these different bits of infrastructure, organization, equipment, and everything, and get set up here at a new spot and have a successful meet here. 2025, and we are seeing the fruits of that coming together right now, and especially on this day. There's your winner of the silver medal in biplane, Jeff Lowe. Perfect week for him, won every race he entered.
He certainly did, and you see him landing that aircraft there on runway 35 here in Roswell at the International Air Center. Makes a turn onto the taxiway. We've heard a lot from him on the pre-race interview, and now we got to see him bring home a silver medal unofficially.
Congratulations to all of our 5 teams in that silver medal race there. It shows a lot of a lot of work all year long. I imagine they start preparing pretty soon after we wrap it up here for 2026.
You know, and Tommy, I think it might even start before that. I have a friend that's in the jet class and was texting with him last night, and he said even as early as yesterday afternoon when they were in the rain delay, they were all talking about next year, and they were
comparing schedules.
It's already underway, so everybody is excited. We've had a phenomenal, very successful year, and we're ready to be back and do it again.
Oh, the passion runs strong in all of these folks who make the effort and put in the years, the hours, and make it here to the National Championship air races. It's a good look at the skies as they stand right now. Couldn't look better. Absolutely perfect day now here. Northern, cooler than it's been all week. The dew point is down. I'm sure the planes fly a little better when it's cooler like that.
Yeah. Absolutely. We're about to see Formula One here in just a minute. We'll talk about that. But as you see Old Glory on top of the home pylon here in Roswell, blowing a little bit from east to west. This camera shot is looking straight west from the grandstand area. STOL track is the dirt strip kind of in the middle between you and the home pylon, where we saw that exciting STOL action just a minute ago. So our competitors are dealing with a little bit of a crosswind, Tommy. And if you noticed when we saw Jeff Lowe landing a minute ago, beautiful landing by him, amazing pilot skills, but boy, he was working the rudder. It was back and forth, and some of that had to do with this. It's fairly light, but a crosswind.
Yeah.
So doesn't really impact us too bad once we're up in the air and on the course, but for takeoff and landing with a tail dragger, and especially a very light tail dragger like you see in biplane and in Formula One, a little bit of a challenge, and it's a handful, and so we want to make sure that everything's safe, and our pilots here, the best of the best, and they've done a great job all week.
Well, like in biplane, some great stories, of course, in the Formula One group here. One of them is Andy Mack from Tehachapi, California. He already won one of his qualifying races, one of our F1 silver races during the course of this week. His story is a good one. He's kind of new out here, but doing very, very well.
Reno 2023 was pretty special because it was the last air races.
The throttles are coming up. We're underway.
For someone like me who's wanted to get into this for a long time, you know, when I learned that was the last race in Reno, that was a punch in the gut, you know. When I walked through the pits and I saw the for sale sign on this airplane, it was like, hey, life's short. This is a dream that I've had for a long time. Like, we need to make this happen. My crew chief, my fiance, Leah, she was instrumental in encouraging me to do this. She said, if you don't buy that airplane, you're going to regret it for the rest of your life. I was like, all right, I'm going to go turn around and talk to Justin. It's a pretty exciting day. Been waiting for this for a long time. Been a fan of air racing for a number of years, and been working on this cassette for about 2 years now. A lot of build up to get here. Was just excited to get here.
I flew from Tehachapi, California over the course of a couple days. It's kind of challenging with the winds. Most of the guys in the class trailer here and put it together. In my case, we thought it was going to be logistically easier. Reevaluating that decision now.
We say that we're the true purebred racer class, because like the other racer classes, those airplanes, they can be used as sport planes and other activities, and our planes, they're just built to be on a race course. They hold very little fuel, so that's why the majority of the airplanes, I think only one flew in.
I'm a rookie. The first flight was actually going to be a familiarization flight with an experienced race pilot in the RV over there. And if there's time during our flight window tomorrow, I'll hop out of that. I'll get to jump in here and then get my first flight on the course.
This is a pylon race school, so any pilots that are new to racing have to take the class, and now with the new location in Roswell, existing pilots have to recertify or certify this new course.
It's always something I said I wanted to do. The challenge of it, both the technical and the piloting skills, appealed to me.
It's going to be a little bit more about, all right, how do we get competitive? So making some mods to the plane, tweaking some stuff aerodynamically.
This has been pretty grueling. I mean, it's a pretty brief race, but it's a lot. It's mentally challenging and physically challenging. You know, you're getting knocked around pretty good out there on the race course, especially once it heats up and you're flying through turbulence, you're hitting wakes, stuff like that.
I'm just excited to get out here, get a couple more reps out on the course this week. This has been an amazing experience already. And I think this is just a taste of what Roswell has to offer for September. So super excited to be back. We'll see you all here in September.
Andy Mack, what a great story. What a great day he is having here, and what a great meet he has had here already. Won one with qualifying races in the silver class, the B class it was at the time, but earlier in this week. Looking to start this one in the second qualifying position. It'd be behind Carl Robinson, but Cheap Thrills. Andy's playing there and flew it out here himself, and that in itself has got to be an experience. I mean, you feel when you cross the Sierras or the Rockies in a 767, you can feel it. Imagine how it feels like in one of those planes.
Well, and we're going to talk about the amount of gas that these airplanes have, or maybe we should say don't have.
Yeah.
You know, so it took him several days to get here, plus a bunch of fuel stops, let alone the winds he talked about. Quite a challenge, but kudos to him. Like we said earlier, I love the story behind the story with the aviation. You see him getting the final pre-race hug and best wishes from the crew and the crew chief there, and ready to go.
Actually, we caught up with Andy just a few minutes ago before he took on that. You started strapping his plane on, as we say, in this F1 category.
Yeah, so we've definitely had some challenges with the weather, but we've been remaining flexible, and we're here waiting to tow out for the Formula One Silver Final on Sunday. So we've got an awesome race shaping up right now for the Formula One Silver Heat. We've got Carl, number 57 in heat stroke. He's going to be on the front line with me. I'm a little quicker off the line than Carl, but he's a little faster once he gets all wound up. So there's going to be some good passing watching Carl trying to get past me. And then we're super excited that we got Trent Woodworth and number 52, Feisty, back in the game. So he had some engine issues earlier in the week. He made 8 out a couple days ago. Was able to get the airplane safely on the ground, and his crew's been working around the clock to swap in a new engine that was very nicely donated by Eric Dienst from number 85, Deja Vu. So that just goes to show the type of sportsmanship that's involved here in Formula One. We all want to see each other competing at our best, and it's going to be an awesome race between the three of us. Also in this race, we've got number 10, Mark McIntyre, Rookie of the Year. He's an awesome competitor. It's always a pleasure flying with him. And we've got 72, Dominic Cacolici, and he's going to be starting the middle position today.
Andy Mack sizing up the competition there, and that's something we should point out about all these pilots. They don't want to beat these guys when they're not having everything running. They want to beat them at their best.
Right, absolutely fair and square, and we heard Andy Mack kind of walk through the field, and we'll show you where those are here in just a minute, but you might think about, well, why is he in the second position when he won yesterday in this silver pairing? But it really has to do with all week long in the various times these racers have put down their best time, and like he said, Carl Robinson, with the new engine donated by Eric Dienst, had the 227 miles an hour earlier in the week in Heat 1, actually, and that put him on the pole here today in the silver pairing in race 57.
And there's the rest of our field there. You see Carl and Andy, Heat Stroke and Cheap Thrills. Race 57 and 82. Race 52 is Trent Woodworth and Feisty. Feisty is a yellow, plain yellow in color. You'll see it when we get going up here. Also yellow as lap traffic at race 72, Dominic Cacolici, excuse me. I'll get it right before this week is over. One of these times there, race 72, and Mark McIntyre in the red plane, Tantrum, race 10.
And Tommy, as we got the field there on the screen, you can also see him behind, actually sitting on the runway. Again, we're on runway 35 here at the Roswell International Air Center. We will depart north. And you can see in this case, we have 2 aircraft in the front row, 1 in the middle and 2 in the back, and we'll come back and look at them a little closer in a minute. But again, we're on that same 3.19-mile course, our most up-close and personal race course here at Roswell International Air Center and the National Championship Air Races. Start-finish line is also our home pylon. We have 6 pylons on this race course, 1, 2, and 3 up north, 4, 5, and 6 down south. We fly them counterclockwise. Turning left, fly low, fly fast, turn left is how we do it. A little over 3.19 miles. We're going to do 8 laps and just over 25 miles in this race, Tommy.
These are very historic planes, the longest standing class in the national championships here. Formula One Silver is almost getting ready to go. We got a few more preparations for these teams to make. They'll get the prop spinning in a while. Before you know it, they'll be up in the air.
One thing to look for, you see Andy Mack already has his engine running, and we may be able to see some other ones here. These aircraft, a true technical formula, they do not have starters. And so you will see a crew member reach up and hand prop the aircraft and actually spin it over. Much like I start my model aircraft, you know, with spinning those. These are obviously bigger, but the aircraft, these are our descendants of the original air racers in our country, Tommy, dating back to the 1930s. Obviously one of the oldest classes. It's the only continuous racing class in the United States. First known as midget racers back in the 30s. The class was developed through the 40s and officially introduced at the Cleveland Air Races in 1947 as the Formula One. It's an international formula, the same all over the world. Same basic rules have existed through the entire time. And it requires the aircraft to be a monoplane, meaning one wing, so you see that here. They all have fixed gear, which means they don't retract. They have the fixed pitch prop that we talked about earlier in the biplane class, and in this class, they all fly the Continental O200 four-cylinder engine, which you would find in your Cessna 150, for example. Stock in a Cessna, it's going to produce about 100 horsepower. Here in our race configurations, they're going to produce about 160 or more horsepower. We're going to turn smaller props at about 54 inches, upwards of 4,500 RPM. The fastest aircraft in the class are going to push 250 miles an hour. See a great shot of our grandstands here in Roswell in Section 3. For those of you of our September family are familiar with that, from Reno, it exists here in Roswell, and you can see all the orange shirts over there on the left of your screen in Section 3. All of our fans here, and they're still milling about in all the static displays and all of that. Another couple things to think about as we go through the rules here for the Formula One class. The minimum weight of the aircraft is 500 pounds, similar to biplane. But in Formula One, the pilot and their gear have to weigh at least 150 pounds. So if you're a small, skinny person and get all your gear on, and even if it's wet, you're not quite 150 pounds. You got to put some weight in there to get to that minimum.
Much like they do in horse racing.
That's all about making it even, and that technical formula that makes everything equal. You'll see the different types of aircraft we have. In this case, we've got all Cassett racers in this silver racing, and they have the straight wing that Tommy sometimes called the candy bar wing, because it's kind of straight front and back as we go back and forth. But in the class overall, we have a total of 10 aircraft. There's 7 Cassets racing here this year, 2 shoestrings and 1 DG2 frayed knot, and we'll see that later. But you can see our crews are now exiting the field. Now, unlike the biplane, when we get the start, you see our starter there. They won't use a flag, they'll use their hand. When they go, all 5 competitors will take off at the same time. There's no subsequent 4-second delay as they go. So, but we will also, similar to the biplane class, we'll do a starter lap or an oil warm-up lap. But there's Andy Mack in race 82, up close, and very good look at his beautiful plane that we heard about in the pre-race interview, Tommy.
Very proud of it, saw it on sale, and man, that's what got him into the game here, and it was a great, great story. Andy Mack and his crew chief is his fiance as well, so best wishes to that team. They've already, I think they've had a great time out here already. Got one win to show for it so far.
And just a reminder, as we set the field here, folks, Andy Mack there in the front row. On our left side, to his right, is the pole position, Carl Robinson in race 57. So 2 in the front row, 1 in the middle. That's our 3rd place, Trent Wordworth in Feisty, the yellow airplane, a little bit more school bus yellow kind of color. And then in the back row, Dominic Kakalici in the yellow and black lap traffic. And in the far left of your screen, Mark McIntyre in Tantrum, the red Cassett, race 10.
Should be around 2.5 minutes away from the actual start time, so we are getting very close to it. We will have our silver medal in Formula One. Competition underway. There's Feisty right there. That is the more of the darker yellow one. Let's call it a kind of a mustard color as compared to Dominic Kakalici's brighter yellow.
And there there is Dominic on the right side of the screen now there in our back row, and Mark McIntyre on screen. He's to the left in our 5th position. And there's a good shot kind of in relation how they are there with the little bit of zoom in. You see the official hold up their finger, one finger. That tells our competitors we're a minute away. The official's counterpart in the front row will be having their hand up in the air as well. And when that hand comes down, we'll be ready to go. So as these last few seconds wind down, our competitors are making sure the seat belts are cinched down tight. The engine's running and happy up there. Everything's ready to go. The adrenaline definitely is coming up in the cockpit, Tommy, as we get ready to go. We will be airborne and taking off momentarily. Again, we do have fixed pitch props in this class. So again, it's that choice of, do I get off the ground faster or do I have a higher top speed? And we heard Andy Mack describe that beautifully in that pre-race interview. There's another shot farther down the course where we have the flags. We've got the green flag up now, in addition to our starters, and we're going to watch for that flag to drop, and we're going to be off and running on our oil warm-up, our starter lap. Here we go, Tommy. Off and racing here in the silver race. Formula One, the 60th edition of the National Championship Air Races.
Race 57, yellow with the orange tail there. That is Carl Robinson, our top qualifier here. Andy Mack right alongside of him to the right, the outside position, first row.
And look at Trent Woodworth and Feisty. He got airborne really quick. His prop selection had him accelerating really fast. He had to slide to his right because he, along with Andy Mack, are faster on that initial takeoff. Now, we heard Andy say that Carl's prop selection will make him a little faster at speed. We'll see that. But look right there. We've already got contesting pass for the lead right here. Andy Mack is in the lead on the left. Trent Woodworth and Feisty coming around his outside as they begin the first portion of the pylons on the north end of our course. And they're going to come around right here, and we are still on our oil warm-up or our starter lap, but as you can see, our competitors can compete for position, they can pass, they can do wherever. We just start counting laps when the first aircraft comes by the home pylon for the first time. All 5 competitors airborne successfully and on the course. You can see, again, our split shot here on the bottom. Battle for the lead right here, ladies and gentlemen. Andy Mack, right there. His rear view mirror is absolutely full of Trent Woodworth, race 52, and Feisty. Here in this angle as they come around pylon 6 and roll into the home stretch for the first time, you can see that they are right on top of each other, and Trent is doing everything he can to catch up to Andy. Now we'll see if Andy's prediction holds true. If Carl Robinson does have something that's a little faster, that'll play out as we roll around our 8 laps. We are now in lap number 1 of all 8 laps, a little over 25 miles here in Formula One, Roswell, New Mexico.
Andy Mack from Tehachapi up in the mountains. High desert of California.
There's Carl Robinson.
There's Carl Robinson from the piney woods of East Texas, Longview, Texas.
Longview, Texas. Absolutely. He is now headed around pylon 4. And we got to see a little bit of action there as Feisty looks like he got into a little bit of wake turbulence, had to roll to the right, pull up a little bit, and that cost him a little bit of time as he's trying to catch Andy Mack. So Andy Mack clearly out in front right now as he is rolling around the inside. The best place to be inside because everybody's got to go around the outside the longer way around to get past you.
He's into his second lap right now. Andy Mack, the rest of them will follow suit in short order right there. Still Trent Woodworth holding up second place, but I think he's lost a little ground to Andy Mack.
He has, and if you see on the lower screen, ladies and gentlemen, you can see Carl Robinson is now beginning to make hay and get caught up to Trent Woodworth there in Feisty. The 2 yellow airplanes now battling for second place on your bottom screen, and on your top you can see Carl there as he is, I think it's beginning to play out like Andy Mack told us it would. In the straightaways, I see that he has a fair amount of speed. He seems to be fairly matched with the other competitors when they're in the turn, but straightaway and full straight and level, he seems to be fairly fast. But right now, it looks like as we are completing lap number 2, Andy Mack, boy, he's got it on rails, and he's out front.
Had a good fast start and taking full advantage of that right here. And Trent Woodworth both fast off the line.
And you can see now on the bottom screen at positions 1, 2, and 3, Trent Woodworth's got it back under control and kind of got that speed regained after he had that little bobble. And he's able to kind of mitigate some of that gain that Carl Robinson was making there. Carl Robinson now drifting back, and it looks like Feisty might be just a couple knots faster than Andy Mack because he is now pulling away from Carl Robinson, and it appears to maybe slowly be catching. But do we have enough laps left, Tommy, for him to get caught up and then get around? The hard part is getting around.
We only have 8 laps. We're already on lap number 3 right now. Pretty soon, Andy Mack will begin lap number 4, but so far, so good for Andy Mack. He's already won once, so he knows how to win this week. Roswell, New Mexico. This is a big one, though. If you can win this one, you can medal.
And there you can see up top our battle for second has spread out just a little bit. You've got Feisty on the right of your screen and Carl Robinson and Heatstroke on the left with the orange tail as they make their way now around on the 4th lap through the northern portion of our course. The bottom of the screen there you can see 1, 2, and 3 kind of spread out, and the far left of the bottom screen, that is Mark McIntyre in Tantrum, our rookie that our leader is just about to catch right here. To see our leaders going around him on the outside, and quick pass, a lot of speed difference there, Tommy.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he has stepped out there as Andy Mack. Great performance by that plane all week.
We'll listen in to watch all these aircraft come over our pylon cam. Gotta love that sound. Wow. Well, positions 1 and 2 have passed and lapped Mark McIntyre, and Carl Robinson is just about to do that as well. And here you see positions 1, 2, and 3 coming by the home pylon to start lap number 5. They're a little bit spread out, and there comes McIntyre on the bottom portion of your screen. And he's been lapped by the first 3. There's a great shot of Feisty right there from our pylon cam. Woo! They're up and rolling. Tommy it just gets my adrenaline going. The sagebrush is flying by these guys. 250 miles an hour, 50 feet above the New Mexico desert. It's shoulder to shoulder. It doesn't get any better than this here at the National Championship Air Races.
Yeah, great show for the crowd on hand. Great show for everyone joining us here in our streaming coverage all week long. It's certainly been a pleasure. We have seen some tremendous performances, some of them dominating, some of them an actual duel to the very end.
Absolutely. Well, it looks like that Trent Woodworth and Feisty's found a couple knots here. I don't know that he has enough laps left. We're going to have to watch that. But look see on the bottom.
Yeah,
that spacing is getting a little bit closer. Carl Robinson kind of keeping up with him, but he's not catching him like he was there for a little bit.
The clock is ticking, that is for sure. The 6th of 8 laps is our leader, Andy Mack, Cheap Thrills. The blue and white plane, and yeah.
Now here's a good shot, Tommy, on the bottom especially. You can see Andy Mack is flying a lot lower than some of his competitors. I noticed that Trent Woodworth drops down in the straightaways a little bit lower, but in the corners he flies them a little higher. Andy Mack is staying right down there on that minimum limit and staying tight to those pylons. And I think that shorter distance that he's flying is helping to keep him out in front here.
Could make the final difference in the end, but we are not there yet. They're just wrapping up lap number 6. About to head into the, I guess, the penultimate lap, you call it, the next to last.
Well, look here, Feisty's going to make a go of it here. He is catching him, Tommy. That's closer by this time than it was last time around the home pylon.
Yeah, he's twice as close as he was 3 laps ago, that's for sure.
For sure. So it's real now. We're awarding a medal out of this race. So it's all on the line. They're bending those throttle levers, pushing them forward, doing everything they can to squeeze out another knot or two, because that's going to make the difference. But here we have a battle for the lead here in the silver pairing, Tommy, as Trent Woodworth and Feisty. Race 52 is beginning to catch up to Andy Mack, race 82, the blue and white casset on the left side of your top portion of your screen.
A lap and a half to go, maybe a little bit less than that. Time running out.
There is the closeness of that. Carl Robinson in third as they're coming around. Trent Woodworth is definitely making a race of it, but does he have enough time left? This time by for Andy Mack right here by the home pylon. That is the last time by. We are in the white flag and final lap here on our up close and personal 3.19 mile course. Trent Woodworth, if he's got anything for him, now's the time.
Lay it on now. That's right.
Pylon 2 and 3 right here on the north end of the course. Can he do it, Tommy? Let's see as they roll out. He's been faster in the straightaways. Let's see if he can continue to push that airplane. Can he get there? It's half a course left. They are halfway down the back straightaway as they begin to roll left. That's pylons 4, 5, and 6. You see Trent slide up just a little bit, get into some clean air, try to stay smooth. He's going to then drop down. Watch here. He's going to try to shortcut this last corner, stay outside the pylon. Can he gain any speed? We're coming to the flag, Tommy. This is going to be the win. The silver medal right here. Andy Mack. Race 82, ladies and gentlemen, right there, your 2025 60th edition of the National Championship Air Races Formula One silver medal unofficial winner.
Yeah, what a great ending to a great story. One of many out here in Roswell this week, and congratulations, Andy Mack and Cheap Thrills, Race 82.
And finishing the course, you can see still there on the shot, we've got they've got to come around and finish one more time.
To your left
Dominic
there.
Cacalici in the yellow race 72, followed by Mark McIntyre, race 10, in red Tantrum, the red casset. And those aircraft will come by and finish. Let's look at the replay here, Tommy, real quick. Here at the start, Andy Mack quickly jumped out. As he predicted, he was faster than Carl Robinson off that front row, but also fast right behind him. Trent Woodworth from the second row in Feisty was right on his tail right away. But look right there. We get a little bit of turbulence. Did you see that? Feisty rolled over with the almost inverted. Great piloting job, but that slowed him down. And here's how it developed. And he was in second. Carl Robinson then catching up on him. He got everything gathered back up, got his heart started again, and he began to pick him up, put him down, try to catch Andy Mack.
And he was successful at it for a while. Cut that distance, cut that deficit in half at one point there, and was seriously threatening through the last 3 laps of this race.
He absolutely was, and he did make it a race at the end. Our first 3 positions did lap. Mark McIntyre there, you saw that on the camera a second ago. But here we are in the final laps, and you see Trent Woodworth and Feisty beginning to catch Andy Mack. He was doing everything he could. Try to stay in clean air. You notice from his experience early in the race, he stayed a little bit higher once he started getting close. But he definitely was making ground, but there just wasn't enough time left. And there was the checkered flag, and that's your unofficial winner, Mr. Andy Mack from Tehachapi, California.
That's race 82 on top. Unofficially for the silver medal in Formula One, Trent Woodworth, a good effort, really game, and didn't leave anything on the tables. Race 52 with Feisty. Carl Robinson started out with the pole position, but had dropped back to 3rd place, and that's where he finishes in race 57. Heat stroke, lap traffic, Dominic Kakalici, race 72 in 4th place, and Mark McIntyre from Canada, race 10 in Tantrum, 5th place. Andy Mack has put the finishing touches on that silver medal performance there, unofficially. Unofficially, everything subject to review by the race committee, and each race is reviewed. But what a great story he's had. A lot of success early on in his national championships air race career. Well, we love that. We got a couple of silver medals pretty much tentatively handed out at this point. We got some gold medals to hand out when we come back.
New Mexico is where it all started. Climbing with my dad. And by 16, I was climbing on the World Cup circuit. Scaling limestone walls and desert caves. It's where I feel free.
Straight down into the core of the earth, 700 feet beneath the surface, stalagmites and stalactites, million-year-old all-stars in a natural stadium, carved by water, populated by bats, and marveled by all. Carlsbad Caverns National Park.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, if you would direct your attention out to the ramp microphone, it's my pleasure to reintroduce you to the Royal Canadian himself, Roy Hathaway.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Hey. All good. Hello, everybody. I think they're still drenched from yesterday. It's a sunny day. It is a gold race day. Hello, everybody. That's better. Oh, my gosh. I tell you, it's so good to see you all here. Good morning, Section 3. If you don't know what Section 3 is, go over there, get a shirt, join those crazy people. They are a lot of fun, and it's just a fantastic day. It's time to get it underway, and I am very, very proud to welcome you here today. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand if you're able. Face the flag for the singing of our national anthem, performed by the Roswell High School Choir, 13 students, directed by Brian Huntley.
Stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in
Ladies and gentlemen, if this is representative of the youth in Roswell, your future is bright. Let's hear it for them again. The Roswell High School Choir, thank you. It is now my honor to introduce to you Fred Telling, the chairman and CEO of the Reno Air Racing Association.
Thank you, Roy. Appreciate it. Good morning, Roswell. Thank you very much. I have discovered that people here are very intrepid. Obviously, yesterday brought out the best of all of you. Can I have a show of hands or a yell for everybody who survived yesterday's event and back with us today? Let's say it. Well, God bless you and thank you. You know, we have a saying in this organization. We as an organizer, we build the sandbox, we would call it, so the racers can do what they do. All right. The T-38 is going to be doing a flyby pretty soon, and I've learned never to compete with the sound of jet engines. So we do what we do so the racers can do what they do, so you all, our fans, can enjoy it. So this is the rebirth of the National Championship Air Races. A few years ago, when we were told that Reno was not willing to host us beyond 2023, we set out for searching for a new home, and our new home is Roswell, New Mexico, and personally, it's my new home. From our past supporters who are here, thank you. God bless you. For all of you who are new, thank you for joining our September family. We're awfully proud of it. And as you've heard a moment ago, Section 3 has a brand new recruit. Give him a wave, Mayor. Section 3, let's hear it. They've got real lungs on them, let me tell you, and they have been some of our most dedicated fans over the years. And literally, just a bit of history, there used to be, in addition to our main reserve grandstands, 3 other sections of smaller grandstands. Well, the third one was taken over by Section 3, which is where it comes from. And the truth is, as they've demonstrated, even without their own place, anywhere they sit is Section 3 now, and we're glad to have you. Thank you. Welcome to Day 5. This is Championship Sunday. This is the day that we spend finding out who the best of the best are in each of the classes. And at the end of the day, we're going to start something new. All of the gold winners will all be parked out here with their aircraft, and Tony and I, or Tony, will have an opportunity to present them all of their trophies. So every one of you will see each of the winning planes and pilots. I'm just checking on whether I'm competing with jet engines again. Not quite yet, but that's going to be special. But before I get on to the rest of that, this is a special day for us to celebrate the many, many people that have helped transform the Roswell Air Center into the new home of the National Championship Air Races. And while Lieutenant Governor Holly Morales was here earlier, but, had to leave to go back to tend to business, and Governor Grisham was not able to attend, but she sends her best wishes. From the governor on down, we have had such incredible support. And I just want to, well, you'll hear from some of them in a moment. I just wanted to give a special shout out to Secretary Ricky Cerna, Transportation, just to fill you in. This brand new 4,000-foot taxiway wouldn't be here if it weren't for the work of the New Mexico Department of Transportation. He built it. The FAA loved it so much that it's now to be Taxiway Charlie, a permanent addition and improvement to the Air Center. In addition, we have with us Secretary Black. Secretary Black has been head of economic development. He, working with Mike Espiritu, has really been spearheading a lot of the coordination we needed to fill in, find the funding, and support it, and to work with legislators. Secretary Black, we're delighted to have you here. And of the people that are earliest in my meeting with them, so he holds a special place in my heart, Secretary Lansing Adams, head of tourism. He, from the beginning, recognized what we hoped, which was this is a partnership in which, as we promote this event to all of our fans, they have an opportunity to learn about what I've begun to learn much more about, which is just how rich southeastern New Mexico is in tourism opportunities, places to see, things to do, and the range of food and hospitality is just incredible. Now, you have to understand, for the new people, we've been at Reno so long with all these casino-based hotels, I won't say they're addicted. Let's say we have some very active gambling fans, so we were concerned. But they can go to Ruidoso, where the Intermountain Gods is, so they have an opportunity to gamble, enjoy a beautiful facility. And so there is so much to do, all the way from Carlsbad up to here. We are so glad our fans can get to learn more about southeastern New Mexico and West Texas. And working with Secretary Lansing Adams, we have been fortunate and been enabled to get that message out. So first of all, thank you to all of those. And then finally, I will, in a minute, turn it over to Tony Lagatetto, but I have to recognize 2 more people. Come on, Tony. Tony, as you all know, has been my partner in this for years, and a partnership that has been fabulous. But the next up to recognize, before I turn it over to Tony, Mayor Tim Jennings and Director of the Economic Development, Mike Espiritu. The 2 gentlemen partnered up. They spearheaded the effort to bring us here. Let's give them a big round of applause. For those of you like I live here in Roswell, You know, I have never met a mayor that is more committed to community development, and the realization that helping to transform this base into a platform for more jobs, both in aviation and others, and working close to the university is a critical feature in helping to revive and expand the economy for Roswell itself and the whole area. So he has just been fabulous, and Mike has been his collaborating partner for a long time. I think if I didn't get this wrong, Mike, you told me they asked you to come on for a year or two, and it's now what, 6, 7? 6. And he just signed a 5-year agreement for more. So he's going to be here at least as long as I have. So give it up for the mayor and Mike. Thank you very much. Then the last two people I'll close with, Bobby is able to be here, but Bobby Thompson, your Director of Aviation, and Mike Matthews, Deputy Mayor and City Engineer, those two people, as I said, are the pointy end of the spear, because after the legislature and the governor and her team does everything they have to do, all of those fundings have to be turned into space, buildings, and everything else, and those are the two who did it. So Bobby and Mike in absentia, give it up for them. Thank you very much. And with that, I have the honor and pleasure of turning over the microphone to my partner, Tony Lagatetto, President and COO, who's just been fabulous in this organization. Tony, take it from here.
Thank you, Fred. Appreciate it. Thank you all and welcome. I'm still kind of reeling from that beautiful rendition of the national anthem, and it just reminds me of what a beautiful country we live in. I'm so thankful for it. I'm so thankful that we live in a place where we can celebrate something like this. Airplanes racing wingtip to wingtip. It's just uniquely American and amazing, and I thank you all for being here. Thank you. I have the privilege of introducing a few groups to you here and just speaking a little bit about them that we're so thankful for. Groups that obviously without their help and without their hard work, this event wouldn't exist. Start with our staff. We have less than 10 people who work year-round on staff to make this event happen. And they work tirelessly, so hard, so dedicated. They're just incredible. The next group is our more than 1,000 volunteers. They work all year. They work all year with no expectation of any return other than making sure that this event stays alive. They put thousands of hours in, and I don't even know how to express my thankfulness to them enough. So can we give both those groups a huge round of applause right now? Thank you all. The last group I'd like to talk about a little bit is the racers and the support crews that come with them out here. They made a big trek this year. They did it on a leap of faith and a lot of hard work and a lot of conversations with us. And those who came have absolutely loved their time here. So obviously we can't do this event without the racers and all the people that support them. So I just want to send a huge thank you out to all the racers, all their teams, all their crews, all their support personnel for making it here to Roswell in this first year. And with that, thank you all so much. I would now like to bring up our mayor, Mr. Tim Jennings. There you go, sir.
Wow. This is day 5, and I got to tell you that I've never been so proud to be a mayor in my life. And you know why? It's because we had the city staff and these great people here, that we had partnership from the state. The highway department was unbelievable, paved us a taxiway down here, 5,000 feet or something. I mean, they were all there. And when we had Mr. Adams in the tourism department, they've been there. New Mexico True's been there. And you know, the support of the people in Roswell have been there. I can't tell you, the first thing that I get from anybody, all the pilots that come here, thank you. We love this place. This is the safest place we've ever flown. The safest place we've ever flown. And they fly out here for our enjoyment. You know, it's amazing what we've turned this into. And we couldn't have done it without the people of Roswell and your support, and our city crews and the board of these races. These races are unbelievable. And our crew, I sent a crew to go to the last race, the last full race, and came back, and they all said, we can do this and do it well. And, you know, Mike Matthews was kind of the head of that, and, you know, we've really done it. And there, I think I got in with Section 3 over there because I'm sure they thought that I was crazy enough to do it, but those guys are so loyal. They come every year wherever we're going to be, except, you know what? You didn't bring the key, did you, Fred?
No, I'm keeping it, Mayor.
Okay. I told Fred I gave him a key to the city, and I told him he could keep that as long as those races stay here. And if they don't stay here, I want my key back, you know. And you know, he can't go against all these pilots. These pilots love what we've built here. The STOL people, we went out and built them a whole track. The whole track for these little planes. And, you know, we're going to have to put some drip irrigation on the first about 50 feet of after the start line, and about 750 feet on the other side, and a little down here, so they don't keep kicking up all that dust on the crowd. So we're going to get that done. But, you know, if you see something that we can do to make it better in the city of Roswell or with RAW, please communicate with us. Please communicate with us so we can do it. We can't do much about the drainage here. Next year, though, we're going to work with them about bringing a small Zebco fishing rod because we had enough water yesterday to fish. So, but, you know, really, it's amazing what people can do together. The college has a bond issue up. We just did one for their aviation facility. They're going to double it. You know, we have the whole south and east side of this base has water lines, sewer lines, gas lines, and internet lines, so we can expand this base for more jobs for our kids. So, and this air race is it's gonna give us so much exposure. We're gonna be able to get some hangars in here that you can do 787s and 777 jets, the big jets, and refurbish them and after it do their annual inspection. So everything is going very, very well. But thank you all for your support. Thank you for being so lovely to all our guests from out throughout southeastern New Mexico and throughout the whole country. Welcome to Roswell, and we look forward to seeing you again next year. And you know, I got to tell you now, there is one thing that did happen that was a little strange, and we did the General Motors Corporation named their 2026 car the Roswell Green Corvette. And there's one sitting out there. You can look at it. You might even see it flying around town. And that's Fred. He ordered that to tell me to be quiet. Okay, here's Lansing Adams, our head of tourism for the state of New Mexico, and they really helped us out all the way through. Thank you.
So I wanted to let you know.
Thank you, Mayor. Welcome to Championship Sunday in Roswell, New Mexico. I just want to echo the sentiments of the mayor, and on behalf of the governor and the state of New Mexico, welcome to Roswell. I want to first take the opportunity to say, Section 3! We love you guys. Thank you for being here. Thank you to Roswell. Thank you for the community stepping up. Thank you to... It's beautiful. Thank you to all the volunteers that have been involved in making this a success. Really, really, from the bottom of my heart, thank you to this community. Also, I want to thank all the visitors, all the people that came here. I know this is a new venue. We're excited to have you. Enjoy your time in New Mexico. It's an enchanting place. New Mexico True is about adventures steeped in culture, and I can't imagine an event more on brand than the National Championship Air Races. So with that, I hope everyone enjoys your time today. Please go out, spend your money in the community, but we love having you here, and let's have a race. Here's Secretary Black.
Good afternoon and welcome to Roswell. Welcome to New Mexico. My name is Rob Black. I'm the Cabinet Secretary for Economic Development, and I'll keep my remarks very short. But we are so thankful and proud for RARA to have invested and taken the risk to join us here in New Mexico, and for all of you for joining us here as well. Whether you came in a flying saucer, a jet airplane, or a biplane, you are always welcome here in New Mexico. Thank you for being here.
Secretaries, thank you very much. And while we're treated with a demonstration of American air power, do enjoy it. This is the land of enchantment, and as I've said, I've been bewitched, hopefully not bewildered yet, but I love it here. So let's go racing.
Thank you very much. And just let you know, the T-38 Talon coming all the way from Beale Air Force Base in California. U-2 pilots on board there. Lieutenant Colonel Toll, call sign Jethro. He has over 3,500 hours in the U-2, the highest hours of any pilot. I was going to say anywhere, but Bill is the one with the U-2s. There we go. That airplane, by the way, is 61 years old, just to let you know. It is time now. Oh, I'm proud to do this. Please welcome the voice of the National Championship Air Races, Danny Hollywood Clesham.
All right, it's showtime. It's race time. If you look low and to your right, you'll see the parade of flight. Scott Holmes is with me. He's going to introduce these racers as they come back. Scott, it's all yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Formula One silver race off to your right. Andy Mack up front, Trent Woodworth in 52, followed by Carl Robinson. Dominic Kakalici in that yellow plane, second last, and that red airplane, Mark McIntyre, bringing up the rear. They can hear you. Give them a big wave. Give them a big cheer. They're done for the week.
All right, as we get settled out, the action continues. Show your love out to the biplane, the Formula One crews and their pilots, if you will. Take a close look at the airplane. Yes, they have a tail wheel. Yes, it's smaller than Roy Haffley's hockey puck. But that's the way they get them back. Special trailer hitch, towing backwards. Get a photo of that, give them a wave, shout, holler, whistle. After all, this is a party. Now, I have to make an announcement before we get ready for the STOL. I got to see if I can find somebody in the audience. And I'm looking back. I think if I look back over my left shoulder, the very last part of the grandstand seating is section M. If there is a Major Paul Baker in that section, Major Paul Baker, if you're there, will you stand up and wave both hands? Okay, look to your left, stand up, wave both hands if you will. All right, now that's, if you're in the box seating area, turn around and look to your right. Now here's what I want to tell you. Longtime air racing fans, Air Force pilot Major Paul Baker, who's waving both hands, an F-16 pilot in the National Guard, and Captain Deborah Katvala, a C-130 pilot in the reserves, were married within hours here at Roswell. So both stand up, both wave, both hands over your head, if you will. Both of these aviators were separate attendees and fans of the air races for years before finally meeting each other during airline training that is, and falling in love 3 years ago. Since then, they've made their annual trip together to Reno and now to Roswell. Celebrating in Section M all day long with family and friends. Today, ecstatic about beginning their future together with the entire racing family. Let's give them a big round of applause. Love finds its way to air racing again. Congratulations, you two. All right, the Biplane Silver Race is history. As we race number 6, 191. Yes, we called that a little bit ago, so I think we had those results. Thank you. All right. Love is in the stands. I love a happy story. All right, we got official on the Biplane Silver. And it was Jeff Lowe, race number 6, 191.617. That was the silver, so Jeff Lowe has the silver. Followed in race number 831, Josh Saddlemeyer from Lake Arrowhead, California. Red Zeppelin was his pit, followed by Scott Pruitt, race number 314 in the airplane called Flip Flop. The last two speeds, 179, and the third speed, 176. So that race is in the history books. That was the silver. We'll be going to the gold in not too distant future. Wow, a lot of action happening in front of us out on the race course. Yesterday, the STOL course out in front of us, that gravel area that they're going to perform in, was known as the Roswell Seaplane Base. Yes, it was flooded, it was muddy, it was greasy, but today it's dried out, and we're ready to go drag racing again. Josh Richling is here with us. He's been putting us in the cockpit with facts and figures and techniques. Josh, so great to have you back. Thank you for being here.
Thank you so much, Danny.
You bet. And as we move our Formula Ones off the course, I can see all of your great charges. The drag racers coming into position. We're going to get a flag soon, so get right into it, my friend Josh.
Thank you, everyone. This is going to be our last run out for STOL Drag 2025 for Roswell. We're going to do as many runs as we can. How's everybody doing today? Outstanding. Thank you guys for coming. We're running some of the fastest planes in STOL Drag here. Also like to give a shout out to Section 3. Section 3, if anybody's looking for a husband or wife, they're extremely loyal. Or if just for the weekend, they're flexible. So go down there and check them out. As we line up the STOL Drags, we got Rod Hewitt on the outside lane in the Rans S7. We're going to be doing some aircraft commentary from the pilots. They're going to be able to be announcing or describing what they're doing as they go with Tony Sanchez in lane 1 and the Just Aircraft Super STOL. As they get ready, let's listen to see what they got going on. The flags are up. We got a slight crosswind from the right. Right now, it'll be a crosswind from the left when they return. Let's see where they're at.
We got a wind check, Johnny. All right, Josh, we've been cleared onto the course. We got a wind check, Johnny. It's very light. I'm going to say probably 4 on your right quartering tailwind. All right, here we go. Last heat of the day. Let's make it count. Timers, are you ready? We're cleared up. Down the course. Tony, are you ready? On drop. 3, 1, see ya.
Sounds like his radio's breaking up there a little bit for the one that was going to be doing the commentary, but they go right into the slip, into their turn. Let's see who gets down on the ground first, gets onto those brakes. Looks like Rod Hewitt is going to be the one. First one on the brakes oftentimes wins, not always. Looks like they're getting stopped at near the same time, and the turnaround with Tony, they are neck and neck. He has done a great job cutting short. Rod Hewitt's able to turn a little bit more speed in that Rans S7. A little bit more built-up engine, but Tony is no slouch. Let's see if Tony can pull off the same thing at the other end and get slowed first. He held the gas in about a half second longer. Can he get on the ground? He is passing This is such a tight race. Looks like he caught a floater. And it looks like Rod takes it by just a hair. That was a fantastic race. I can't wait for them to come out again, see if Tony can redeem himself on that one. That floater really hurt him on that last run. As we have Eddie Sanchez pulling out with Steve Henry, the two fastest aircraft in STOL drag today. Both running Just Aircraft Highlander XLs with Yamaha engines. These are the 3-cylinder Sidewinder engines. Steve's running about 300 horsepower. Actually, today I think he's running 325. Eddie's running around the high 2s, could be the low 3s. Very similar setup aircraft. I'll be listening for them.
Are you ready? On the on drop. 3, 2, 1, see ya.
You can see that extra horsepower pulling away from Eddie right now. Eddie would like to thank Preferred Fueling Service, who's helping him get here. We love our sponsors. Steve's coming in first, gets on the ground first. Steve is the hardest breaker in the business. It is really tough to recover if Steve is able to get down on the ground first. Look at that turnaround. At least a full second and a half ahead of him. On the throttle. 130 miles an hour here at mid-course when he pulls the throttle. Deploys the spoilers. Starts to add in the flaps. Coming in to the finish line. On the ground, I'm really excited to see what that time ends up being. Great race between them two.
Follow Steve, next two, come on out.
Alrighty, next up we have Doug Tolbert. Looks like he's going to take lane 2 in the Kit Fox 4.
In lane 2, it's wet in the middle at the start. You can get on either side to get good tire holding.
Looks like they're calling it a little wet. I don't know why. Kathy Page at number 85 in the Carbon Cub FX2, which she did build herself at the factory against Doug Tolbert, our rookie for the class, out here doing it for his grandkids.
Clear down the course. Doug, are you ready? Kathy, are you ready? On the on drop. 3, 2, 1, see ya.
And they are going neck and neck. You got Doug Tolbert in that Kit Fox 4, just barely trailing behind Kathy. Kathy has a lot more experience getting deep into that slip. She's using the flaps and ailerons as the Kit Fox uses the flaperons to get slowed up in that slip. See who gets on the ground first. Oh, it's really close. Can Doug Tolbert get on the brakes? Can he do it? It's really close. She looks like she's 3/4 of a second right ahead of Doug. Reaching out, watch this lift off. Once again, experience is paying off. Kathy's been a little bit slower this week with these larger tires. She's looking for some 850s. She's looking for donors of 850s. She'll take some used ones even. She's just trying to be able to get those brakes to work better on those smaller tires. As she approaches in slow, full flaps, drops the flaps on the ground, on the brakes hard, pulling that tail down. And she's gonna take it over the rookie, Doug Tolbert. Give it up for Kathy Page.
Kathy does follow Kathy. That was a scratch, lane 2 at the turnaround. Next two, come on out.
I thought that I heard a scratch by Kathy, if I heard that right. If that is the case, then Doug Tolbert just won his first event. Congratulations. Or maybe I'm wrong. I don't get paid enough to be right. Now we have the Grasshopper, number 11 of David Curley, lining up on the outside in the Just Aircraft Highlander. Supercharged. He's the only one in the field. Supercharged Rotax engine.
All right. Timers, you ready? Put it up the course. Put it down the course. Are you ready? Drop. 3, 2, 1. See ya.
See ya, and they are off as the Just Aircraft Highlander number 11 leaps in front of the Spirit of Lewis of the Kit Fox 4. But watch this slip of Barry Beaupre in the yellow 27 as he comes in. Look at that aggression in that slip. He is the hardest slipper in the business today. but the Grasshopper's able to get down on the ground first. Tail down, and the spin around. He is a second and a half ahead of Harry Beaupre on that turnaround. It is often said that the turnaround wins. That'll make or break you. Can he do it? Screaming out here. Here comes the midpoint, right at the yellow and black checkered flag. 1, 2, 3. Pulling the flaps, pulling the throttle. Look at this slip of Harry Beaupre. That's how you turn that plane sideways. You pull about 2 Gs to 3 Gs when you go into that slip as hard as he's doing it. And even though we didn't get this round, he sure is impressive to watch. Isn't that right, ladies and gentlemen?
It's the beginning of round 2.
All right, we got Tony Sanchez and the Just Aircraft Super STOL. Presently, very possibly the fastest Super STOL in the world. Up against Rod Hewitt. In the Rans S7 with a big bore kit on his Rans.
All right, Tony's going to see if he can tame this angry kitten this time.
These two guys,
Are you ready?
close times, very close times.
Clear down the course. Tony, are you ready? Rod, are you ready? On the arm drop. 3, 2, 1, see ya.
And they're off tail high in the Rans as it has a lighter tail weight. Just Aircraft plows through the air a little bit. But we'll see if Tony's able to hold the throttle in longer and still slow up more. He's done it before. Can he do it again? Can he catch up with the kitten? He can slow down so much faster. Look at him get on the ground. Oh, it's a tie on the ground. Who can outbrake each other? Dead even as they make opposite turns at the turnaround point. Now they're ready to launch back to the last 2,000 feet of the race. It all boils down to this. Here comes the main middle point, yellow and black checkered flag. Neck and neck. Who is gonna get it? Super close. Tony is a little less aerodynamic, which means he can slow down a little faster in the air. He does get on the ground a half second earlier. Can he pull it off? I don't know. What do you think, ladies and gentlemen?
I can't even call that one. Clear the taxi. Tony, follow Rod. Next two, come on out.
I think I heard that they said Tony caught it from behind.
I'm pretty sure I got the angry kitten on that one. Now, from my point of view,
Here comes Steve Henry, your
it would have come down to the
four-time STOL Drag national champion, world champion, 5-time national STOL champion. He takes it all in this yellow 44, affectionately known as Yeehaw 8. Up against Eddie Sanchez.
All right, timers, you ready? We're cleared up the course. Cleared down the course. Steve, are you ready? Eddie, are you ready? On the arm drop. 3, 2, 1, see ya.
Looks like Eddie might have gotten off about 1/8 of a second early. That is that screaming horsepower of both of those Yamaha engines. They have the coolest sound. Steve on the ground. Tony, I keep saying Tony, his brother. Eddie is just right behind him. Can he get it turned around? Yes, this is the fastest turnaround from Eddie yet this week. Eddie has to hold that slip a little harder. Oh, it looks like Steve is able to cut into the dirt so deep that he's creating dust. We haven't seen dust in a while.
Clear the taxi, Steve, follow Eddie. Next two.
Great job, guys. All right, our rookie, Doug Tolbert, seems to like lane 2. He's going to stay there as Kathy Page takes lane 1 in the Carbon Cub orange and silver.
I am improving.
Bunches. If you beat me, I'll never tell you another secret.
All right, timers, you ready?
Looks like there was some minimal coaching going on there.
Clear down the course.
Or threatening.
Ready. Kathy, are you ready? On the arm drop. 3, 2, 1, see ya.
And they're off as their slow roll. The little tires against the big tires. Power to weight ratio is about the same in both of these aircraft. Kathy is in the air first. A little less drag. She'll be pulling ahead. Into the slip, and it looks like Doug Tolbert's going to take it a little long. Holding in the throttle extra time. That's a rookie mistake. You don't hold the throttle in more than your partner in the next lane. Can he get stopped? Not bad for him, but Kathy looks like she is trying to wipe the floor with him. Doug Tolbert has been improving so well this week. We're happy to see him out here. We welcome more of you to come out here. If you've got an aircraft that doesn't need to be anything trick, you can bring it out here to highsierra.com, go to that, or stoldrag.com. That's where they're going to do training here in the next couple of weeks. If anybody's interested, bring your Cessna 150 out. Give it a try on a dry lake bed in Nevada desert. As Kathy slows down, gets that tail down. Looks like Kathy Page takes it.
Clear the taxi. Doug, follow Kathy. Next two, come on out. Two in the front row, you can start rolling as soon as they're clear of you.
So we were expecting some commentary from the pilots. Because this is the last round, they are so serious, I think they all forgot that they were supposed to talk, so I guess I'll have to do it for them. Unfortunately, we don't have Juan Brown, a Blanquilero here to help me out. We'll make it work. All right.
Timers, you ready? The course. Clear down the course. Harry, are you ready? Curly, are you ready? On the arm drop. 3, 2, 1, see ya.
Harry Beaupre and the yellow and black Kit Fox 4 on the outside lane 2 against the Grasshopper, just aircraft Highlander number 11 of Dave Curley as they reach the midpoint. 1,000, 2, 1,003. Curley holds it for a full 3 seconds. Looks like Harry Beaupre does as well, both into pretty aggressive slips. Although Harry's slip is really hard to beat, and that is going to put him on the ground a lot sooner than he expected. Dead even. Here comes a turnaround, right together, neck and neck.
$15 minutes, 15 minutes.
That indicates we have 15 minutes of flying and racing. We run about 2 minutes per run. Look at those slips, break out the cameras. And Grasshopper's gonna get on the ground first. Can he keep that tail down?
Oh, that was close, nice flying. Clear to taxi, Harry, Paul, Curly. Got a little squirrel there on that stop, Harry.
Looks like Curly did end up getting it on the inside lane of the green number 11 Grasshopper. As lane 1 has
round three.
Tony Sanchez cruising out against the Roderick Earl Hewitt of the Royal Hewitt family there, hailing out of Washington, USA.
We cleared up the course. We cleared down the course. Rod, are you ready? Tony, are you ready?
Listen to those engines spool up.
3, 2, 1, see ya.
And they are off. 2 completely different aircraft styles. One's cutting through the air, the other one is plowing through the air, but somehow they end up at the end, at the same distance, the other end of the track. Let's see how they do it this time. Look at that aggressive slip and huge flaps of Tony Sanchez in the inside lane. Rod Hewitt got on the ground first. This is going to be a tough one for Tony to catch up on. He's only a fraction of a second behind in that turnaround. Can he do it? He is going to be depending on Rod to make a mistake. Rod coming from the motocross industry. He's not new to racing. And Rod touches down just before Tony. Can he get stopped? And it looks like Rod's going to take this one as well.
That was a clean race. clear taxi, Rod, follow Tony.
Tony is not going to be happy about that one. So close. Great racing, guys. All right, now for our two fastest aircraft in STOL drag presently here at Roswell 2025.
Well, Rod, you might have locked up third, brother. You might get one more.
These aircraft are set up so similar. Same GK1 suspension, same Tundra tailwheel.
We'll do a little playing. All right, timers, you ready? Cleared up the course, cleared down the course. Eddie, are you ready? Steve, are you ready? On the arm drop. 3, 2, 1, see ya.
Go get him! Can Eddie get down first? No, looks like Steve's gonna pull it off there for getting down first, getting on the brakes. We should expect him to turn first. This time they're turning the same direction. At the midpoint. He has got the spoilers out, flaps are down. Eddie right on his tail. If he makes a mistake, Eddie will capitalize. Almost, Eddie. Keep it going.
Nice flying, clear the taxi.
Good job, Steve. They're going to keep their matched pairs where Doug Tolbert will continue to take lane 2. Kathy will be in lane 1. These Cub Crafters Carbon Cubs have lots of different models. If you're interested in a bush plane from Cub Crafters, go to cubcrafters.com. They have numbers of different models. Actually, both of these aircraft make a model with a nose wheel.
We're clear down the course. Doug, are you ready? Kathy, you ready? On the arm drop. 3, 2, 1, see ya.
There they go. Kathy has been able to pull ahead consistently in the last 3 runs. This one looks a little closer. She is stretching that lead though. Doug Tolbert holding that throttle in a little longer, trying to compensate for his little bit slower aircraft. Getting down lower to the ground. Really close. I want to say this is the closest one they've had yet. He's not able to get on the brakes until he's pretty stabilized, so he's going to go a little bit longer as Kathy makes that turnaround and says, see ya. Kathy, an airline pilot for Spirit Airlines, out here having a great time using the stick and rudder skills that she doesn't get to use in the jets normally. And touchdown, beyond the line on those brakes, hard. As Doug Tolbert carries a little bit of extra speed.
All right, nice flying, clear to taxi. Kathy, down.
Kathy for the win.
Doug, follow Kathy. Curly and Harry, come on out. After Curly and Harry, we're going to pause to get SkyWest out, and then we're going to play a little bit.
All right, Curly taking lane 1 in Grasshopper. Number 11, Just Aircraft Highlander.
Round 3, everything after this.
Supercharged Rotax. Gets Harry Beaupre and Kitbox 4, also Rotax powered, normally aspirated.
Oh, no. All right, timers, you ready? We're clear up the course. We're clear down the course. Curly, you ready? Harry, you ready? On the arm drop. 3, 2, 1, see ya.
And they are off as they accelerate. Eddie just mentioned that he looks like he's going to need a tow. That is not good for Eddie, but at least he got all his runs in. As Curly's still pulling away from Harry Beaupre. Into the slip. Eddie giving a demonstration on forward slips, but Curly still able to get down on the ground first, which is, again, huge advantage in braking. We'll be watching for a violation, see if Harry did make a complete stop on that line. Here comes the midpoint. Yellow and black checkered flag. Curly looked like he held the throttle a little bit long. Can he get it slowed up? And it looks like Curly is going to take this one.
All right, scratch lane 1, Harry. Clear to taxi. Curly, follow Harry. We are pausing for a minute for a skyway.
There was a scratch in lane 1, so Curly's going to take that one regardless. It looks like we are going to wait for a SkyWest jet to depart.
All right, Josh, what we're going to do, by pre-arrangement, we have an airline departure, and we're bound by the rules during that airline departure to stand everybody down, but you're going to see the STOL racers are going to stay in position. We will depart the scheduled airliner, which, by the way, leaving Roswell is empty.
Really?
Nobody wants to leave.
Nobody wants to leave, that's right.
It was full coming in, but it's empty now. That's a joke. Airline, no bad airline letters for me.
Outstanding.
As soon as that's clear, we're going to continue with the STOL. Roy, do you have anything in that little time period for us?
You betcha.
Thank you.
Looking for your next ride? Come to Richland Motors, your hometown dealership for GMC, Chevrolet, Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, and Ram. From tough trucks to family SUVs and everything in between, we've got the perfect vehicle waiting for you. And here's the best part. At Richland Motors, every vehicle comes with powertrain for life. That means peace of mind, mile after mile. So why wait? Stop in today or visit us online at rlchevrolet.com. Richland Motors, where the deals are real and the powertrain lasts for life. And while you're there, at the display, right behind the bleachers here, check out that 2026 Roswell Metallic, I call it Alien Green, Corvette. It is incredible. I actually went and got some stats on this car, Danny. It is lime green. We're calling it Alien Green. Okay, it's got a 5.5 double overhead cam V8 hybrid engine. So the back wheels are powered by the engine, the front wheels are powered by motors, and combined 1,250 horsepower. Top speed, 233 miles per hour. Don't do that on the interstate, please. 0 to 60, 3 seconds. That one, quarter mile, just under 9 seconds, has an 8-speed transmission. And I know this is just petty cash for you, Danny. It starts at $207,395.
Inexpensive at twice the price. That's happening in Roswell and nowhere else. Yes, we have serial number 1, direct from GM, courtesy of our Chevy dealer.
You betcha. Richland Motors, right here in Roswell.
We love them. We're getting on board.
A&W Root Beer, the great American classic, welcomes you and your family to the National Championship Air Races here in Roswell, New Mexico. Well, I got a moment, Danny. I got to do a quick shout out to my friends at the Abbotsford Flying Club in Abbotsford, British Columbia, Canada, which is just across the river from where I live. They are doing a watch party right now, watching the races and everything online. Hey guys, have fun.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
All right, the handicap, Josh, what do we got going on?
They are on back, and it looks like Steve Henry's going to be given the opportunity to chase down Tony Sanchez. Can he do it? Just Aircraft Super STOL against Just Aircraft Highlander. Steve better be careful giving him that much of a lead. Tony's no slouch. And Tony is back on his way home. Steve says, no, no. Now they're neck and neck, just past the halfway point. Steve's carrying a lot more speed in there, deploying the spoilers. He's going to rely on those and those flaps. Can Tony get down? And Steve still beats him. Unbelievable. That was some speed. I'm curious to find out what that time was on that one. As Kathy Page looks like she's going to go to lane 2 for her first time today. Lunacy, number 85, in lane 2, the Carbon Cub FX2. Kathy Page behind the stick against the number 11, Angry Kitten, Ranza 7 of Rod Hewitt.
All right, time review ready. Oh, this is part of my sequence. You guys want to go heads up? You want to go heads up? No, give her some time. All right, we're going to go heads up on this one.
Oh, Rod's telling her, you go ahead and go, little lady.
We're clear down the course. Kathy, are you ready? Rod, are you ready? On the on drop. 3, 2, 1, see ya.
She said, no, I don't want to lead. I'm going to go after you head to head. This is going to be a tough race. Come on, kitten, she says. She has already started her slowdown. She's floating in. She needs to dump her flaps. Rod does get on the ground first. Kathy's saying, dang it, I should have taken that lead. Rod Hewitt, full throttle all the way down here, 2,000 feet. At the midpoint, 3, 2, 1, into the slip. Now Rod does not look like he's throwing full flaps on this one. Rod's tail's pretty light, it's got to be delicate on the brakes.
Nice flying, Kathy, save your brakes, clear the taxi, Kathy, follow Rod. Next two, come on out, we got just a hair under 5 minutes.
All right, looks like our rookie Doug Tolbert, Kid Fox 4, is going to be taking on the Grasshopper of Dave Curley, lane 1.
All right, Angry Kid, get up here, we're going to do our last run. Hey, so Curley, you want to give Doug a few seconds? Yep, do that. You want 10 seconds, Doug? 10? Sure. 10 seconds left, Lou?
10 seconds?
I'm ballparking. I'm going to count down from 9 after the see ya. Timers, you ready? We're cleared up the course. We're cleared down the course. Doug, are you ready? On the on drop. 3, 2, 1, see ya. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, see ya.
And Dave Curley is off trying to catch up to that countdown timer on meth. Here he goes, can he do it? Doug Tolbert's already in the slip at the other end of the field. Oh, he caught a floater. That is not going to be good for Doug. It looks like the Grasshopper's catching a little bit of a float too. Can the Grasshopper do it? This is going to be close. Doug Tolbert looking out his window, seeing what it's like from the view of Steve Henry. So this is what it looks like. This is kind of cool. He may go home and modify his plane up. Oh, this is going to be really close. Doug is on the ground. The Grasshopper does have more braking. I think Doug might take it. Yes!
Doug got it by about a second and a half. Clear the taxi. We got time for one more race.
Outstanding. Here comes our last race of Roswell 2025. My bad. My bad.
That's a beer. That's a beer.
A kind of Roswell 2025. Inaugural event.
13.
Battle of the Yellow Machines. Let's see what kind of lead he's going to get. 8 seconds they agreed on.
Josh, we're going with our final run. 2025 STOL drag at Roswell.
This is it, folks. The final run.
We cleared up the course. We cleared down the course.
The world champion gets to see him run for his last time here at Roswell 2025.
7.
Here comes the 8 seconds.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And Steve has got to catch up. Here we go. Number 27, Spirit of Lewis, is no slouch to STOL drag. He knows how to brake. He knows how to get turned around. I suspect he'll turn around first. Yes, he does. Steve carrying his tail high as he makes the turn on the throttle. And Steve making it look like it is over for the final run of 2025 Roswell STOL drag. Give it up for Steve, Henry number 44 at Yeehaw 8.
That's called Highlander versus Kippox. That's a wrap. Harry Fowler, Steve. Thank you, everyone in Roswell. We had a blast. We look forward to seeing you next year.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We really appreciate you all being out here. Please come back and watch us. If anybody wants to do this here shortly, in a couple of weeks, go to stoldrag.com, highsierra.com. We're going to have a lot more events going on.
All right, Josh Richling, turn around if you would. Last STOL race of the day. Give Josh a big round of applause for the job he did.
Thank you.
He is good. And by the way, we've all done it.
Have we?
We just didn't get caught.
Oh, darn it. Darn, I outed myself.
All right, brother, let's see. In 5 minutes, we're going to start the gold race for the biplane. So while there's time, let me give you the pairings of the gold. Going for the gold for the biplane race. In first place, with a qualifying speed of 219 miles an hour, Tom Martin from Pennsylvania. His pits, the second hand pits, followed by Sam Swift from Lebanon, Tennessee, with an awesome speed of 216 miles per hour. Followed by the class president that's outgoing now, Andrew McVicker from Pennsylvania. A yellow jersey, pits S1, an awesome 195 plus. Tommy Sewell from Las Vegas, Nevada. Shake and bake is what he calls his airplane. It is red, it is white, it is blue. Another 195, so we're going to have a duel of 2 people that had a pairing speed of 195 each. And then Michael Langston from Seattle, Washington. Airplane he calls a Misfit. It is black. Thank God. Scott, easy to see, 182.53. This will be a 6-lap race. It will be 19.140 miles, and it will be going for the gold. And we thank Scott Holmes again for coming in. He's going to be doing, of course, the Formula Ones, but due to travel plans, we pressed him into service. Everybody was wearing about 6 hats this weekend at the 60th running of the National Championship Air Races, celebrating our 60 years in Roswell, New Mexico. So, Brother Scott?
Yeah, thanks for having me again, Danny.
All right, biplanes are all pit specials. They are low to the left. As you look at the American flag at the top of the checker pylon, they can take off directly into the course. No scatter pylons, no going the opposite direction on takeoff because of the winds, which we had earlier this week. We had to take off right to left with the biplanes and the Formula Ones, but now right into the race course. They're going to sneak between their first pylon and the Hoover hangar. They're going to thread the needle.
I love that name.
Yeah, we got to keep it. We got to keep it. Our buddy John Lockwood, like a lot of great spectators, they come up with all the great ideas. So he said, why not? We can do it here. We know it belongs to another group, and we love them for the research they're doing. You can learn more about that big hangar and what they do. It's on page 97. All right, let's get down to business, brother.
Okay, so in biplane, normally you hear my voice when we race Formula One. But this time, I'm going to step up. I know Juan Brown had to leave to catch a flight home. I'm going to step up here and do the biplane race as well. So biplane is the first pylon race we saw earlier today. And the differences between Formula, which I normally talk about, and biplane is biplane has two wings, top and bottom. These pit specials that Danny was referring to earlier are designed by a guy named Curtis Pitts for aerobatic competition. They're very cost effective. They can compete at a very high level and do tumbles, spins, inverted flight. They've got 4 ailerons instead of 2. These are aerobatic planes to start.
All right, and while we're waiting for that, we're looking low and to the left. Here is a parade of flight and a photo opportunity. These guys and gals, the STOL racers, are showmen. They love to be in front of you. Now they're going to parade down to your right as the middle airplane gets in front of the checker pylon, and you go crazy for them. Yes, this is Roswell. Whistle, shout, knock yourself out, yell. It's a party. When they get halfway down, they're going to stop the middle airplane in front of the checker pylon, and then we're going to see a little dance. All right?
I think I saw a wheelie. I think one just lifted his tail.
Eyes and cameras on the airplane. I hope you have enough film left in your telephone. All right, they're talking to each other. Everybody,
I know what's coming.
Yep, get ready for it.
This is cool. This is for all the Instagram shots you have.
All right, we're all set. Last plane's in line. Turn. 3, 2, 1, pivot.
PM up.
Here we go.
That is precision. If you don't think they're going to be sneaking a peek out the left window, you're wrong. They will. They love the animation. Of course, they probably can't hear you because of the engine noise and their headgear, their radio gear. But there are the designs. You could be a part of that. High Sea Era is what you want to Google, or STOL Racing. They have that camp coming up in the state of Nevada not too long in the future. It's out at a remote course. It is good for camping, good for backcountry fun. And you can bring an airplane out there and have some fun and get some schooling.
I used to own one of these. It's completely opposite from a Formula plane.
But it's also fun.
Well, hats off. Hats off to our STOL drag racers there, and we are moving on. Things are popping. Things are crackling here at the National Championship Air Races. We are ready to find our gold medal winner in the biplane class.
Tommy, absolutely. We've got the green flag up. We're just a few seconds away from the start, and there it is, ladies and gentlemen. We're underway in the gold pairing here. Our pole sitter, Tom Martin, race 66 on the left of your screen. On the right side, Sam Swift in race number 3 as they depart. You recall that all 5 of our competitors will depart with 4-second intervals from row to row. So we'll catch the subsequent rows here. The first time around, our up close and personal 3.19-mile course is a warm-up lap or a starter lap. They can jockey for a position, but here you see them come by the start-finish home pylon for the first time. Tom Martin, race 66. Out front with the early lead.
Martin coming off a win in the last running of the gold class in the biplanes. Looking to hang on and see if he can hold off Sam Swift. That's the first order of business.
Yeah, absolutely. And watch as they make their way around. We'll look back at third place, Andrew McVicker in the yellow pits, race 1-7. And yellow jersey's the name of that airplane, followed by Tommy Sewell, race 2-5, shake and bake. Michael Langston in the back, the black aircraft, race 8. We know it is Misfit. And Tommy, we're about ready to start counting laps. We're going to do 6 of them, just under 20 miles. As we make this gold pairing, we're going to award the gold medal at the end of this race.
Going to be some good flying on display here and some keen racing instincts at play. These are veterans and they are great pilots. These biplane pilots have to be.
And we're underway. Tommy, lap 1 of 6. Tom Martin's out front in race 66, the beautiful cream-colored tan biplane. Every airplane in the class is a variation of the Pitts biplane. But you can see not far behind him, Sam Swift in race number 3. Now, Sam Swift is our defending national champion. These aircraft did not race in 23 when we were at Reno, so he is the 2022 champion. He is the defending biplane champion. He's in second place, trying to catch Tom Martin out front in race 66. Beautiful shot there of our leader on top of your split screen. Rolls level. He's headed down the home stretch past the home pylon right here. Completed lap 1:5 to go, Tommy, as we make our way around. Now, the beautiful split screen shot we were able to bring you here. We've got cameras out in the pylons. You can see that on top, and here the airplanes go by. Down on the bottom, you can see how they're spreading out around the race course as we make our way around.
66 Tom Martin from Edwina, Pennsylvania.
Back in the pack, Tommy, we've had a pass. Tommy Sewell has moved up from 4th into 3rd. He was able to get by Andrew McVicker, and you can see that in the bottom as they come around. But there's a great shot of our leader as he comes around pylon 5 on the southern end of our course. And there is Tommy Sewell, who has now made his way past Andrew McVicker, and now in 3rd place on the left side, 4th place on the right side.
Completing 2 laps. There is our leader, 66 Tom Martin, in second hand.
And Tommy, again, our leader, doing what he's done all week long in this class, and he has gotten out early from that pole position. He's right on the 50-foot altitude, staying just outside of the pylons, and he's rolling upwards of 220 some odd miles an hour as he qualified coming into this race, and that's about what it looks like he's doing right here. He's got it on rails.
Yeah, he's got it running.
Rolling around the course right here. Beautiful. Look at that beautiful New Mexico sky in the background, as this is the gold pairing of our biplanes, the final race of our 60th edition of the National Championship Air Races biplane class. There's Tommy Sewell out of Las Vegas, Nevada, race 2.5, an airplane he calls Shake and Bake, doing the same thing. And right behind him, the 4th place position of Andrew McVicker in race 1.7. Looks like McVicker's been able to get a little bit of speed, and he's catching Tommy back again.
Yellow jersey going up against the red, white, and blue of Tommy Sewell.
We'll keep an eye on that battle for 3rd as it develops there, but out front you can see on the bottom of your screen, our leader is just kind of pulling away from the field. Tom Martin out in lead in race 66, and we'll watch as he comes around the top here, comes right into your living room.
And halfway through his 4th lap of 6 laps, this is going by very quickly, and he is making it do that because he is flying very, very fast today.
Perfect conditions here in Roswell for our championship Sunday and our championship gold medal race here in the biplane class. He starts his 5th lap right there, Tommy, as he heads around. Here is Michael Langston in Misfit, the Black Pitts biplane. Beautiful shot of that against the New Mexico sky there. So he makes his way around the course. You can see on the bottom that our leader is just about to catch him. Now you can see it on both screens as they make their way around, passing on the outside, as you always have to do on closed course pylon racing. And our leader has made it around and now lapped Michael Langston.
He's on his next to last lap already. It's Tom Martin. And got a healthy lead. Going to be hard to take him down. Usually Tommy Sewell in these races has been part of the conversation. He gets up there close enough, but he has not been able to make up that much distance today.
There's our battle for 3rd. You see Tommy Sewell taking it a little bit higher than he has in the past, and Andrew McVicker is bouncing through the wake turbulence there, but there's our leader. Just went by the home pylon, around pylon number 1. We're on the white flag lap, Tommy, and this will be the final time around here in the gold medal pairing.
Sam Swift hanging in there in 3rd place as best he can. Tommy Sewell has been hanging in 2nd place, I should say, with Swift. That's plane number 3. Race number 3.
You can see on the bottom our 2nd place airplane, Sam Swift, is just passing Langston and lapping him. But our leader up top is headed around pylons 4, 5, and 6 for the final time, as he's apparently going to bring it home wire to wire here in the gold medal pairing as we watch him begin to roll to the right here, wings level as he rolls into the Valley of Speed, the home stretch. One last time, this is race 66. Tom Martin, Irwina, Pennsylvania, and your apparent gold medal winner right here, Tommy. Absolutely. Wow.
Good stuff.
Sam Swift comes across in unofficial second place. We watch Tommy Sewell here on the top portion of our screen in third as he makes his way around the southern edge of the course. But he's got right on his tail Andrew McVicker, who he passed early in the race, and McVicker is doing his best to catch him here on the final lap. Let's watch this, as this is the battle for third place unofficially as they make their way to the home pylon. Can McVicker do it? Let's see if he can catch him, and it's not going to be quite enough, but it's that close, ladies and gentlemen. Right there, unofficial third and fourth place, with Michael Langston finishing up the southern end of the course right now in the black Pitts biplane as he finishes up here in the gold medal race. Tommy, we've got champions in Roswell.
Yes, champions, biplane champions, both silver and gold. The most recent, Tom Martin, you just saw it right there. Race 66, second hand at Pitts S1C, and let's take a look back at that one, and it was all the way in control for Tom Martin.
It was. There he comes by on the very first lap. This is the oil warm-up lap, but he was out front. Tommy, he never looked back as he makes his way around the beautiful yellow biplane there, as it makes for some great camera shots against the New Mexico sky. This race played out all the way around with Martin just kind of pulling away from the field. But right here, Tommy Sewell was able to get by Andrew McVicker and then hold on to third position. McVicker did his best to make a race of it. There you see our leader lapping Michael Langston late in the race, as our leader was just absolutely on rails. Here's Tommy Sewell and Andrew McVicker as they come around the south end of the course late in the race. But there comes our leader one final time around pylons 5 and 6 and takes the checkered flag right here. Tommy Sewell coming across in third position. And Tommy, that wraps it up. We've got unofficial gold medal finishes right here.
Absolutely, the gold for biplane. Tom Martin, unofficially the man in second hand, race 66. Sam Swift hanging in there in second place throughout the entire race. Race number 3, last call. Tommy Sewell, race 25, shake and bake. Staying in third place, Andrew McVicker, race 17. Yellow jersey and misfit by Michael Langston, 5th place for race 8.
Well, Tommy, we've got 2 classes done. We've got apparent final winners with gold medals, and in this class here in biplane, and then we've got silver medals already determined unofficially in biplane and in Formula One.
Formula One, and gold in Formula One is coming up. That is on the way. Once again, congratulations, Tom Martin, a dominating performance this week in Roswell, New Mexico. And biplane is always super entertaining. And now we will turn to the oldest standing class here in the national championships when we return with the F1 gold.
On the back of that bull, 8 seconds is forever. At age 9, I became youth world champion. It all goes quiet. Then I nod. The next time I hear the crowd is when my boots touch the ground.
There is a place where there are no roads, no conveyances beyond 2 legs or 4. It's a vast swath of land set aside for adventure, for animals, for nature. We're visitors here in America's first designated wilderness, the Gila.
Took a little while for the weather to clear out. We had a bit of fog this morning. Unusual to have fog just about anywhere in New Mexico in the morning, but the big rains yesterday made that a thing early on. It delayed us for a little while. Waited for the ceiling to reach acceptable levels, legal levels, to do any flying at all, and then to be high enough, 3,000 feet, so we could do the pylon racing and the air show elements, both of which we have on the way. Plenty of them coming up through the remainder of our live coverage of Championship Sunday, Medal Day, the National Championship Air Races, Roswell International Air Center in New Mexico. Crowd on hand. And all the parkas from yesterday, all the rain gear put away. They're enjoying the sunshine on this day, and very, very moderate, beautiful temperatures of low humidity, low dew point. It's just a perfect day out there.
Well, it's in the 70s. The temperature's climbing. You can see some of our fans are even got their fans out or waving. But look at the great crowd in the box seats here in the front, Tommy. Beautiful weather. The clouds you mentioned are now all gone.
Yep.
We're dealing with the sun. It's a beautiful Chamber of Commerce day. We've had 2 silver races. We've awarded a gold medal unofficially already, and we're about to do it again here in Formula One. And then we've got T6 and Jet coming this afternoon, in addition to more air show activity this afternoon as well. So we are nowhere near done. It's just getting started.
All our content is yet to come. The majority of it is yet to come, and it's all great stuff. The air show quality here is always magnificent. This may be one of the best years yet, too.
Absolutely. We got a phenomenal lineup in the air show that we'll talk about a little bit later. We've got our Formula One gold pairing, our gold race, our medal race, Championship Day. But Tommy, let's look at where are we in Roswell?
Well, we are down in the southwest part of the United States, here in the southeast corner of the land of enchantment, the state of New Mexico, fabled Roswell, New Mexico, fabled for all sorts of fact and possible fiction as well. At any rate, either way, it's always a destination for people when they get into this part of the country. They will go out of their way to visit this unique part of the world, Roswell, New Mexico, and this brand new facility. They moved heaven and earth to make this happen in just 2 years, moving the whole thing. 60th year, we're going to have it right here, and so they did. They got it done. We're having the 60th National Championship Air Races here on this new facility. Let's take a look at the schedule for the next hour or so. 3:10 coming up next. Formula One Gold. We'll have another gold champion when we get through with that one. That's going to be a good race right there. T6 drag racing is on the schedule. That could be a couple of quarterfinals and a semi. I don't know exactly how the lineup's being worked out, but we'll keep you posted on that. Get ready for that. At any rate, we'll have T6 racing in earnest for the gold later on today at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. And before that happens, we will have the Jet Silver heat.
We will, and final at the end of the day, after some of the air show activity, we'll do Jet Gold as well this afternoon.
Yep.
And we've got a lot coming there, Tommy, and just want to tease one little thing that air race fans, I know if you're dialed in with us, you are part of our September family. And you saw the graphic a minute ago of all the existing courses with the F1 and biplane course and the sport course and the T6 course and our jet course, the biggest one on the outside. The folks in Roswell and the folks that have put this together have in development an even bigger jet course. They're calling it Jet Demo for now. The authorities, the FAA, and other folks have already approved the design. And there's a potential that they may add that in the future and have even faster jets that may allow additional types of jet to fly upwards of 600 miles an hour, Tommy.
So longer legs on that course.
So nothing official yet, official yet, but keep your eyes posted. Stay tuned to the airrace.org and all the official channels, and you'll get updated info. And here we see some of our biplane competitors that just finished, Tommy, in the gold race, making their way back to the pits.
Getting them collected. Tommy Sewell having a good campaign yet again, many years. He's been competing here, one of the always top tier performers in biplane.
Well, it was a very exciting race, Tommy, and we've actually wrapped up the biplane class now for 2025.
Happy to have them.
Silver and the gold race. They were not part of our races in 2023 at the last time we raced in Reno, and we're so excited to have them back, and it's been nothing but adrenaline and excitement every time they've been on the course.
Congratulations again to Jeffrey Lowe, our silver medalist, and Tom Martin, our gold medalist in biplane.
Check out this mobile camera rig here. Talk about ingenuity. Look at the platform built out of PVC pipe and all that good stuff. And the cameraman looking for some excitement from the crowd as he goes by. But it takes an army.
That's how they get those cheering shots there.
That's exactly right. It takes an army of folks to put together not just the air races, but just even the broadcast here, Tommy, to make this come off. And there's some of the amazing team that's helped making that happen.
All sorts of professionals and volunteers. It takes, as you say, an army of people and a million moving parts to make a complicated but very, very entertaining enterprise like this come off without a hitch.
So if you're just joining us, not only do we have that camera shot, you see the one that here at the top of the grandstands, but Tommy, we've got mobile cameras out in the pylons, out in the desert. We're going to bring you shots if you're just joining us for the remainder of the afternoon. We'll have shots from in the desert. You'll be able to hear these aircraft go over, see them up close. It's absolutely phenomenal.
There's another group out there, and we acknowledge them. I try to remember to acknowledge them every year. An army of photographers, still photographers, who show up with their magnificent now digital cameras and put together some of the most incredible photography you've seen in any sport, not just this category, across the world of sport.
Yeah, absolutely. That is so true, Tommy. And if you've been watching social media, if you just look at the hashtags around National Championship Air Races or Roswell or whatever, there's already some of that phenomenal content out there.
Oh, you can see it
Tommy.
out there. You've shown me some pictures today that are just eye-popping. Wave, everybody. Come on. We got to have a shot for the documentary about the first flights in Roswell, New Mexico. It is kind of a milestone, a landmark year.
So if it feels like, well, what's going on? What are we doing? You can see in the far left portion of that shot, way down on the end of the runway, our gold pairing of our Formula One class is just now beginning to get out towards the runway. So we're waiting for the biplane folks to get all recovered off the runways, and then once everything's safe, we begin to put airplanes out on the runway to get ready to depart here for Formula One. And it has been excitement one after the other. So we are about ready to get to the first preliminary pilots and planes and start engines and all that here momentarily, Tommy.
Yeah, looking forward to that. Maybe you're thinking about watching this, thinking about making Roswell a destination next year during this same week. It's always on the same weekend of the year, this weekend in September. Roswell's such an interesting place, so much history, a lot of it aviation history, a lot of it history in the newspapers, and some of it speculation, some of it actual fact. It's an incredible place to explore, and let's look a little deeper into the history and at present Roswell, New Mexico.
We are here at the International UFO Museum in Roswell, New Mexico. It kind of encapsulates the 1947 incident. So what allegedly happened was there was an impact site and then a crash site. It was on Mac Brazel's ranch field. There was a lot of debris out there. He did ask other ranchers as well as to what that metal was that he found, because he knew it wasn't man-made. It wasn't from like an airplane, it wasn't from a car. Nobody else knew what it was. So then he kind of went into Roswell to talk to the sheriff. He didn't know what that debris was, so he kind of talked to his sheriff friends, which in turn the military came to be.
We're known all over the world when you go somewhere. They know about Roswell and they know about unidentified flying objects, and that's been a very successful thing for us in New Mexico. Growing up here, you know, we talked about the Milky Way when I was young. Today at our UFO museum here in town, we get about 850 visitors a day come through here from all over the world. So it's a huge event here, you know, for our community. You just can't get that kind of tourism out of anything. It's one of the most visited museums in the state of New Mexico. In about 1947, we had it was just about the 4th of July. There was a space vehicle came through, and it was turning, and it crashed up about 20 miles from town. And the rancher came to town and told them that there was something had crashed out there, and they sent the Air Force out there to look and find out what it was. And it was identified as an extraterrestrial vehicle, they thought. And I can remember we used to sleep outside a lot at night, and you could, in the stars, you could see a lot of things, but when you saw something going by, you knew there was something different.
Whenever they took it to the Air Force Base that we have here in Roswell, it was way down south, they found bodies of aliens. 2 of them were deceased, 1 was alive, but it wasn't like entirely alive where it was super animated. They took them out to the old Air Force Base. They kind of had to bring in nurses to kind of see what was going on because they wanted to run tests on it, but didn't know exactly how to keep it alive for much longer. Nobody really knows what happened to the aliens at all. There are a lot of conspiracies that do say that they are still at Wright-Patterson in Ohio. Some believe that they are still in the Air Force Base, that they are underground, and some believe that it went to Fort Worth, Texas. If you're visiting for the Roswell Air Races, the International UFO Museum here in Roswell is the best place to come and visit.
My name is Josh Watson, and I race Freight Knot, which is race 31. We're here in San Jose, California. This is my shop where we work on airplanes and teach people how to fly. Oh, we're getting ready to build up another 0320 for one of our 172s. So just getting all the parts and pieces put together. Kind of similar to the way we do a race engine, except for these are all certified parts. Versus a race engine where everything is everything's custom. Every piece and part on it's custom and modified for the specific purpose. You know, this one's good. This engine here is good for 2,000 hours of operation, whereas a race engine is good for 5 hours. My wife and I both own the school. We came together and purchased it, and we've built it to what it is today. You know, we went from just a few students and a few airplanes, and now we have many of both. We're a good team because I have a background in the business side of things, in the mechanics and the maintenance side of things, and then she's a lot of experience in the flying and the instructing part. So we kind of took the whole and divided it in half, and we each have our responsibilities, and I like to think we do pretty well at it. Our customers seem to be pretty happy. Every day is something different, and that's probably the best thing about the job. I come in, and really my job is to fill the holes. I have an employee that works in every different facet, from running the day-to-day maintenance operations to changing the tires to answering the phones. Even the nuts have to be certified so that we get a very consistent product. Everything is exactly as it came from the factory, from Lycoming in this case. We use all factory numbers. As a result of all these procedures that we do, these engines are incredibly reliable. The more time you spend in an airplane, the more time you spend working on it or flying it, the more comfortable you get with it. Well, particularly with air racing, there's a significant amount of risk involved. And so the way to do something that involves risk without any way to mitigate that is reckless. And air racing is anything but reckless because of all the skill and the time to make sure that we're able to mitigate and manage all that risk. A lot of that is just from experience, spending time doing it. You know, you're inherently better at something if you do it every day. You look at our race course, and geometrically it's very similar. I mean, you'd be hard-pressed to notice the difference. It's the environment that we're operating in. You know, the elevation's a little bit lower. The ground is much flatter. As it turns out, the 2 runways that are there, along with Cessna Road, give us everything we need to operate safely. We're excited about where the hangar location is. We'll be close to spectators, and I think it's just going to be exciting to be part of a new event.
very interesting visit with Josh Watson. Josh Watson, who incidentally, in the Frayed Knot, is going to be occupying the pole position in our gold race. The gold medal for the Formula One class. Here, the first go-round in Roswell, New Mexico. It's going to be sort of a milestone he's going to be proud of if he can pull it off. And past performances, if that's any indication of future success, he's fully capable of doing that.
He should be, and here's the course we're going to fly. You see the Biplane and Formula One course is our up-close and personal smallest course, and it is right there to the west of the Roswell International Air Center. And as we take a further zoom in here, we'll take a look at the course itself. You see our start-finish line. We also know that as the home pylon. Aircraft will depart off of the runway from your left to your right on this graphic. They'll pass the home pylon and then begin their way around our track to the left. Counterclockwise, 3 pylons on the north, 3 on the south, 6 total. We're going to fly a distance of 3.19 miles. We're going to do it 8 times and a little over 25 miles. So in Formula One, this is our pairing, Tommy, but we also have that starter lap, the warm-up lap, before we start counting.
Absolutely, and that's the way it shakes out in order of their qualifying and or pairing speeds. And it's Josh Watson out front in race 31. Of course, Frayed Knot, we just met that team for you right there. Justin Phillipson, no strings attached, in second place, race 79. Eric Dienst in race 85. The plane is named Deja Vu. Chad Harris, race 00, and ought not the appropriate name for 00. Fifth competitor Drew Keenan, race 81 in Sleeper.
It's a very competitive class. Like you said, we expect if things shake out like they normally do, Frayed Knot has the pole and will likely stay out in front, but we'll see. This aircraft has been very competitive all week that you see on the screen there. That is race 79, Justin Phillipson, that Tommy just talked about. He's in the second position, so outside on the front row. And if you recall from our Formula One race earlier, the 5 aircraft are going to be all aligned on the runway. And unlike Biplane that we just saw in the gold, when the green flag drops and we go, these all depart at the same time. So they're spaced out on the runway in 2 rows of 2 and a single aircraft in the middle. So it should be 2, 1, 2. And then we have all of them going together. So we're going to look for the flags momentarily. And there they are, Tommy. We're underway. This is the gold medal race here in Formula One.
Again, as you mentioned, Rod, they're going to do one warm-up lap before we start counting laps, and there will be 8 laps total once we start the counter going. F1 gold.
Great shot there of Justin Phillipson on the left in race 79. Eric Dienst was beside him in race 85, the white shoestring aircraft. Both of these are shoestrings. We have 3 different types of airplanes. We have the shoestrings. We have some cassette racers that we saw earlier. We've got a couple in this class as well, and then the Gilbert DG2 in Frayed Knot. And you see Frayed Knot making his way through the pack there, and the way that we departed on the lineup on the runway was a little bit different than how they were paired on our pairing,
was a bit, yeah.
Tommy, but I think all of that had to do with just timing and speed and safety as well.
Sure.
Getting airborne. But we're airborne now. Don't forget, this is the starter lap or the oil warm-up lap as they make their way around. Here's what it's going to sound like on the southern end of our course as we'll pause and let you hear that go by on some of the laps as they make their way around. But right now in the lead with the inside track is Justin Phillipson in race 79. And he is out front right at the moment.
Pretty sporty qualifying time, 245 plus miles an hour.
Again, we have the split screen shot here so you can see the close-ups up top and down low, a little bit broader view. And if you watch the bottom portion of the screen right now, you see right passing home pylon on the backside of the course. You can see Josh Watson in race 31 in Frayed Knot is passing Eric Dienst in race 85. Now he's passed. So Frayed Knot, Josh Watson now in second place. You can see that. And just ahead of them, coming around pylon number 5 and head for 6 is Justin Phillipson in the lead at the moment. But Josh Watson is on his way, I believe.
Oh, yeah. He will be arriving near the front before too long if previous races are any indication at all.
There you see a great look at our leader right now, Justin Phillipson, no strings attached. He's no stranger to that. He's been out front in a bunch of the races this week as we get ready for this gold race. There you see on the bottom of the screen, you can see him far left and Frayed Knot right behind him. And then over to the right, you see Eric Deanston, race 85. There is Frayed Knot, race 31. Look at the wing shape on this as he rolls up in the left turn there, Tommy, versus the shape of the wing here on the shoestring.
Only one of all of our F1 racers here with that particular wing shape. What would you call that?
Kind of a scimitar shape. It's an all-composite airplane, but it's very fast. But look here, Tommy, we got a race for the lead right here. Here comes Frayed Knot with a potential pass. Now, he's got a pass on the outside here in closed course pylon racing. Look at that side by side, Tommy. That is what this is all about. Competitiveness. We've got the aircraft trying to get by, has to take the longer way around, and he's not able to do it here on the north end of the course. Let's see what happens. The bottom of the screen you can see as they roll out on the flat straight portion. There he goes, Tommy. He has been able to get by. Let's see if he can hold it as they roll into pylon number 4 there on the south end of the course. He appears to have made the pass. He's going to stay high as he goes by, and the aircraft or the pilots are talking to each other, letting each other know when they're clear. We'll be able to hear some of that occasionally as well. But our new leader now out front, the number 1 qualifier, Josh Watson, race 31 in Frayed Knot.
Frayed Knot, race 31, missed the 2A race there because of a little mechanical issue right before, just moments before the start. But, came back big time yesterday. He roared into life.
He certainly did. Yeah, the magneto failed. They were out on the runway ready to start. In fact, the motor wouldn't start is how they figured it out. And he had to pull off.
That's the time to figure it out.
Yeah, they had to pull off the course, and he did not race. And so yesterday he had to come back out of the silver pairing to win that, to get back into this gold pairing. And here he is today now taking the lead. But there is our number 2 competitor. No strings attached. Justin Phillipson in race 79 doing a great job.
Kept it out there out front as long as he could, but boy, I tell you what, there's a lot of speed involved in that race 31.
Yeah, he's just kind of pulling away from the field now like we thought he might. That aircraft is certainly no stranger to being out front. The airplane itself won the national championship 3 times with Lowell Slater. And Josh Watson is our defending national champion in that airplane from 2023. And now it appears that he's out front, maybe headed for a repeat.
Yeah, back-to-back.
Here in 2025.
National championships, not in back-to-back years, but back-to-back race meets for sure.
Here we are in 2025, our 60th national championship air races, the gold medal championship race. And we are rolling around pylon number 6 here in lap number 5. Listening for that white flag call here shortly, and we get to another lap or 2. But we have some good competition going. We've got Justin Phillipson, race 79, has not given up. He is continuing to do his best to possibly look for maybe a mistake.
Right. You don't leave anything on the table in this race either. This is the gold race and the final race of the year.
Well, and we've seen that earlier today in one of the other pairings. We saw a little bit of wake turbulence cause an issue, and an airplane had to slow down and pull up and lost a lot of ground, quite frankly. So you never know. No. It's not over till it's over. But there's your leader, Josh Watson, Wilton, California. Frayed Knot holding it down out front. Apparently just on rails now as he's gliding around in just a little more than 50 feet above the deck as he zips around. You can see on the bottom of the screen, well, on both screens now, he's beginning to catch some of the back end of the pack. And like all passing on closed course pylon racing, Tommy, you got to do it on the outside. So he's going to have to work his way around. There he is, coming around a couple of our competitors farther back in the class. Drew Keenan in that shot as he was coming by. Also in that shot, Chet Harris, ought not. Race 00.
White flag.
Now successfully past them. He's completing lap 6. Right there as he passes the home pylon, we're in our final time around for Josh Watson here, Tommy.
Watson is in the business. He gets his hands dirty working on airplanes all the time and managing an operation, a substantial operation.
Yeah, what a great story, the story behind the story. But here he is focused, he is intent. It's all business right here in the gold medal race of the national championship here in Formula One. Ladies and gentlemen, he's coming around pylon number 5 right there for the last time. Around pylon number 6, let's watch here as he rolls the wings to the right, rolls out level, drops the nose, accelerates toward the home pylon. This is the Valley of Speed. Josh Watson coming across the home pylon right there, ladies and gentlemen. That is your unofficial gold medal winner with second place, Justin Phillipson, right here.
35, wind 010 at 6.
Some lap traffic.
Raced hard this week, that is for sure.
Yep, some lap traffic there right as he was crossing. There comes some more of our competitors making their way across.
There, yep.
Chet Harris and Drew Keenan. And so now that our leader has crossed, you can see him high and above entering the traffic pattern up high there. We had what a competitive race. Now we started Josh Watson back in the pack on the field as they started, and he had to work his way through some traffic, but in the first couple laps he was able to do that fairly quick. So here's the replay, Tommy, with Justin Phillipson starting out on the pole, but there comes Frade Knott and Josh Watson making his way around some of the lap traffic right here. Got to pass on the outside. He's doing a great job in that airplane. Look at that beautiful, you see the difference between the Gilbert DG2 and some of the shoestring racers is there. And look at this, right up close, our cameras out in the desert. These aircraft coming right to you. Wow. What a race. Well, it took just a couple turns for Watson to be able to get by Phillipson. A little close race, but the speed difference between the airplanes obviously provided a passing opportunity, and here he is. He finally gets by, he's out front, and he began to just run away with it from there.
Yeah, just bringing it home. Basically, the last 4 laps of the A1 there. Just don't make any mistakes. Keep it flat, level, and flying, and he did just that.
And here we are in the right near the close of the race. He's passing some lap traffic there as he makes his way around, pulls up tight. There's a great race back in the pack with Chet Harris, Knott, and Drew Keenan. But there's your leader coming around the pylon for the last time. He takes the checkered flag right here. Your unofficial gold medal winner, Josh Watson and Frade Knott.
Let's back-to-back wins in gold, Formula One for Josh Watson, race 31, and that is the 4th national championship for this airplane called Frade Knott. Justin Phillipson, race 79 in second place and no strings attached. Deja Vu, the plane of Eric Dienst, race 85, was 3rd place. Drew Keenan, race 81 in sleeper, and Chet Harris, Knott, 0-0 in 5th place. Unofficial gold, and that will be made official when the race committee has done with their work that they follow up every race with. We will have golds distributed in both biplane and F1 silvers as well during the course of our racing day today, and our racing day is far from over.
There's your unofficial gold medal winner right there, Frade Knott. Josh Watson rolling out on runway 35 here at the Roswell International Air Center. And I know he's got to have a smile from ear to ear inside that helmet. He's done a great job winning this, unofficially winning the gold here.
Well, you can see right there what's coming up next. That is the ever-popular T6 format, a historic part of American aviation history, and especially military aviation history. We'll have those planes up and flying and doing their thing. Before you know it, we're going to step aside for just a couple of minutes, and we will be right back.
I was born in these mountains. Got my first pair of skis when I was 3. I was never afraid to go fast. I got faster until nobody could catch me. 154.06 miles per hour. The fastest American ever.
straight down into the core of the Earth, 700 feet beneath the surface. Stalagmites and stalactites, million-year-old all-stars in a natural stadium, carved by water, populated by bats, and marveled by all. Carlsbad Caverns National Park.
T6 class. Some years ago, in order to enhance entertainment and competition, the T6 SNJ came up with a formula that they're going to show you now. It is a drag race. It's for one lap. 2 racers in the air.
Here's our first heat of the T6 drag racing. That 66 gunslinger, Vic McMahon. And in the yellow plane, it's race 19, Michael Sisk and Redneck Fury.
So, Tommy, this T6 drag racing is basically take off the runway. They're going to make one time around our shortest 3.19-mile course, and the first person to cross the home pylon finish line is the winner. So let's watch and see. It's head-to-head racing in this very even class. We're going to watch these 2 aircraft go and watch them listen. So watch as they start the turn right here, and we're going to see who comes across first.
The yellow plane again is Michael Sisk. That is race number 19. Appears to have the pole position, but man, this is just all out start to finish. Let's let him race.
Space on the pylon 4 turn going into pylon 5 and 6.
Now remember, when they come back through the checker pylon, that will be the end of the race. So if you're going to do it, you have to do it between now as you go to the Valley of Speed. If you have altitude and you're on the outside, you can use...
Tommy, we're going to get to listen in as they come around the southern end of the pylons. Listen in right here through radial engines.
66 has cut the distance, cut the deficit to number 19. Very, very close as they get close to the conclusion of this race. It's coming right up on us.
Well, Tommy, there they are, rolled out, headed straight for the home pylon as they come around pylon number 6 here on our up-close and personal course. It's going to be side by side. Tommy, this could be exciting. This is why we call it T6 drag racing. Look at this, 66, Vic McMahon, gunslinger. He's got some speed. Is he going to get him as we come to? Oh, my goodness, Tommy. Oh, wow. Look at the left gear on 66. It never fully retracted. Well, so even with a little bit of additional drag there, he pulled the lever up again. He had enough speed to overcome and pass Michael Sisk. That's what T6 drag racing is all about, right there. Well, Well, here's our next two competitors.
Our next two planes in the air. That is 18, Bama, Bell, Lee Oman, and I believe the red plane. Let's get a close-up here.
Number 5, Gordo Sanders in Big Red.
Gordo Sanders in Big Red, okay.
Yes, sir. So we're underway.
This is heat number 2.
Same thing. We're going to watch these two aircraft depart and begin. They got the gear up, retracted. They're climbing just a little bit to get to the minimum altitude. They're starting their first few turns here on the pylon. We're going to listen to these beautiful 9-cylinder Pratt & Whitney air-cooled radial engines and those Hamilton standard 9-foot-long props where the tips are going supersonic. Tommy, it's a sound of freedom. Let's listen in and watch them race.
I'm sure there's some arrangement here between us to split the winnings.
No, both these guys, I doubt it. They're growing fangs right now.
All right, going around pylon 4. Looks like Gordo's made up a little bit of distance. May have a little bit of a run on Lee Oman going into the final turn here into the Valley of Speed. Coming across, he's staying up high just in case he needs to make a pass. And also that way he can knock down when he gets to the Valley of Speed.
Wow, what a sound, Tommy. That's the sound of racing. And here we are, just like the last race. Gordo Sanders is making a run as we come around the final pylon number 6, headed for home. He's got a little speed on the outside. Who's going to win? Oh, my goodness, Tommy, look at this.
He's going to do it.
Side by side right there. It's going to be almost too close to call. Home pylon. Oh, gosh, I don't know. Our camera angle isn't exactly straight on. So I'm not sure who won that. That was
appeared from
incredibly
our
close.
angle, it was Big Red, number 5.
It looked like it, but Parallax might have got us. I don't know. We're going to have to wait and see. Wow, 2 super exciting drag races. That is exactly what T6 1v1, T6 drag is all about. Look at this camera angle here. Little bit different. You're right, Tommy. Gordo's out in front, almost a plane length as he comes by right here. So you get the call, Tommy.
You would think it's number 5.
You would think so.
I'll just say number 5.
Unofficially.
I could be proved wrong.
Unofficially.
It wouldn't be the first time.
And here come our competitors back. So 2 1v1 races, and that is just incredible competition and the things that our racers will do just to compete against each other.
That's a fun format, always a favorite out here. Redneck Fury, Michael Sisk just kind of got clipped at the end, we think, right there by Gordo Sanders out of Alabama with Big Red.
Yeah, Vic McMahon got beat Michael Sisk in that first race.
I'm sorry. Yeah, you got Michael Sisk in the first race. Yeah.
So what they did is they went up and hovered above, circled around above while our second pair raced. So we didn't have to wait for landing rollouts and that sort of thing. So we'll see all 4 of them roll back in. Here comes Vic McMahon in race 66, the gunslinger, the apparent unofficial winner of the first drag race between these two. He definitely had some speed on him. That one was a little easier to tell.
Yeah, he was more prominently ahead.
The one in question that I believe you got exactly right was our second pairing that we should be seeing rolling out on final here momentarily. All of these AT6 Texans, we're going to get to see them race the pylon racing gold medal here later today.
T6 coming up.
But this is one of our most unique and historic classes that we have. It's very even matched match racing in this class, where they're all production T6 Texans, if you will. We have the ability to have all the variants that are in there, the S&Js, the Navy variant, and then there's the Harvard Canadian license-built version of the T6 Texan. Don't have any Harvards present this year. We just have 2 S&Js, one of which is our pace plane that you'll see later, and then the rest of them are AT6 Texans built by the North American Aircraft Company, and we're waiting for our other 2 to come in. But coming up next, we're making our way into the air show.
That's right. We're going to have some civilian performers coming out for you there, and one event, one air show element, and then we will go right to the jet class silver race. So we have got racing, air show, racing, air show, racing.
Yeah, absolutely. And on the schedule, we're expecting to see the B-25 Yellow Rose from the Commemorative Air Force, along with the P-40 Warhawk that's from the P-40 group there in Dallas, Texas. A beautiful aircraft in the configuration of Tex Lee Hill, call sign Tex, and he was part of the all-volunteer group in China, in Burma, before America got into World War II.
All right, we will step aside, take a break, and we'll be back for Jet Silver from here in our remote broadcast position here, and let you enjoy some of the air show action as it unfolds.
On the American Express Gold Card with your driver's license, it will be back in your hands. Catherine's got a gray flop head on. Catherine, I'll give that to you. Roy, I might be a little busy. Roy, thank you for letting us do that.
Not a problem. Flight Roswell, your hometown fixed-base operator, is proud to serve as the premier gateway to aviation in southeastern New Mexico. As a full-service FBO, Flight Roswell welcomes all general aviation traffic and supports aircraft of every size, from single-engine props to the largest military jets in the sky. As part of the AvFlight network of 26 FBOs worldwide, AvFlight Roswell connects pilots and passengers to a trusted standard of service, safety, and hospitality wherever their travels may lead. Whether you're here for the excitement of the Roswell air races, flying for business, or simply enjoying the freedom of flight, AvFlight Roswell stands ready to serve you today and every day. While enjoying the National Championship air races, Heineken and Dos Equis, the official import beer sponsors, invite you to refresh yourselves responsibly at any of our booths throughout the event. Just had a bug on my script. Nothing like having a bug on your script. When we were, I don't know if you noticed us during the opening ceremonies, Danny, Greg, and I were standing and we're kind of going, what the heck? The biggest beetle I have ever seen in my life in the wild decided to come up, say hi, kind of checked out our feet and went, eh, and kept on walking down the tarmac here. Even the insects are friendly here in Roswell.
Was it Ringo Starr?
No, no, I called him Paul McCartney.
Okay, all right. Oh, you're such a jokester, eh?
ExxonMobil is proud to support the National Championship air races, first year in the land of enchantment. In New Mexico, our team's innovation and hard work drive our progress, delivering safe, reliable energy while decreasing emissions. On behalf of ExxonMobil, thanks for coming and have a great time. Since 1932, GECU has kept the credit union people helping people philosophy at the forefront of everything we do. Today, GECU proudly serves members across Texas and New Mexico, and we're excited to be expanding to new communities. GECU is proud to be a sponsor of this year's National Championship air races. For more information on becoming a member, visit gecu.com. And coming down the taxiway as we speak, here come your T6 SNJ Harvard. Hey, drag race group, give them a big wave, as I like to say. Wave your arms, wave your hat, wave grandma. Put me down. Yes, put grandma down if you brought her, please. There we go. Give them a wave and show them your appreciation, folks.
It is Vic McMahon and the Gunslinger, Michael Sisk in Redneck Fury, Lee Ullman in Batmobile, and Joey Gordo Sanders in Big Red, Big Red. Fun from the T6 SNJ Harvard class, something they invented several years ago.
So how can you tell he's got his Section 3 flag out? Listen to Section 3.
That's Leoman from Squim, Washington. Yeah, he's gonna be an orange head, that's for sure. Joey Sanders, Big Red, Gordo Sanders, keeping us cool. Owner of both of those Blue Airplane and Big Red. Back to you, Roy. Thank you.
Illusions Rentals complements this year's show with comprehensive decor design and specialty rental services that transform event spaces into memorable destinations. Our portfolio spans stylish furniture, custom fabrications, floral installations, and scenic elements, all curated to enhance the structures provided on site. Whether your vision is modern, classic, or entirely custom, our diverse catalog and in-house design teams ensure every detail aligns with your theme and audience, delivering exceptional service and flawless logistics to every environment. For more information, visit us at www.illusionsrentals.com.
She serves them whiskey and wine. Say this is Brandy. You're fine, girl. Brandy wears a braided chain made of finest silver from the north of Spain.
Hey folks, just want to remind you, especially those of you in the box seating in the front here, if you could please be seated during the races. That allows the folks behind you to see the races unobstructed as well. That goes for anywhere on the stands or in the box seating. Once again, during the race, if we ask you to please be seated during the race so those behind you can see the field as well. Thank you. Make sure you reserve your rental car today. Ride to the 2025 National Championship Air Races with Rent a Toyota. Hassle-free pickup, ready-to-go vehicles. Visit RoswellToyota.com.
I want to tell you, we just made an announcement. One of our great spectators found a credit card in the stands, brought it to us, and said, here, we want to turn that in. That's the integrity of our fans. The owner of the card is here with his driver's license. He's going to get the card, and you owe some of your co-fans a big thank you. Chris, yep, you thank them, yep. Big round of applause for that happy story. I love a happy ending. Roy, we almost had a credit card for tonight. Darn it. Formula One racers need your love. You're yelling, you're shouting, you're waving, you're screaming, you're whistling, you're jumping up and down. It's a party. It's a party that's going to go on. Thank you, Catherine. That worked out good. I love a happy story. Happy ending.
Hey, Danny, have you checked out the official program? Isn't it amazing?
Day and night, I have been going through that. It is great.
Oh, so much information in there, and especially page 86 and 87.
Now, there's two things that go into that. You may not know this, but I do. If you're in a cocktail lounge and you get 86, it's not good. All right, that's what I know about 86. What do you know about 86?
Maybe that's why they put my picture and your picture on page 86 and 87, so I don't know. But two of the handsome guys you'll see in that book.
On that page.
On those 2 pages are right there. Anyways, no, seriously, pick up your official program and all the swag too. There's hats, there's shirts, there's pins, yes, there is everything there. And as Danny liked to say, you could do your Christmas shopping early. You go in there, and the merch tents are all over the place. The main one is as you come in, or I guess now head out at the end of the day, by the main entrance. And what do you guys think of that main entrance? Did they do a great job with that arch with Roswell and the planes on it and everything? Doesn't that look cool? That looks cool. The other thing that's cool is the Roswell home pylon at night. They have floodlights on it, and it's all lit up. And I know you guys don't get to see it, but those of us who are here working late at night, it is just the coolest thing to see. Love it here. Love the local businesses as well. They've gotten together, a whole bunch have gotten together to help support this this event. Businesses like Featherstone Development Corporation, Bullock's Jewelry, we're going to talk about them in a minute too. Sycamore Storage Solutions, Century Physical Therapy Specialists, J&G Electric, Sage Legal Planning, L&P Insurance, TCS Community Solar, Ron and Cynthia Miller, and the UFO Museum. You have to make it sound mysterious when I say that. These are our Roswell. Jewelry since 1926, by the way. They have put together a beautiful, beautiful ring. It's the official ring of the 2025 air races. And it is the traditional air race pylon with the planes going around it. And of course, that is the very first RAH air race here in Roswell. On the other side, on the side of the ring, is the Battle-Born emblem, Nevada state motto. And on the other side is the Zia sun symbol, of course the sacred emblem of the Zia people, and the state symbol of New Mexico. This ring is incredible. Make sure you go see the folks at Bullock's Jewelry, and you can purchase yours, and when they get all the purchases together, they will manufacture the rings. It is an incredible, incredible keepsake, so make sure you check that out. And check out the pit pass too. Let's see, pit pass today, $39 for adults, $26 for kids. And that gets you into the pit area where you get up close and personal with the pilots, with the aircraft. You can see the civilian performing aircraft that are here as well, and much more. Some great displays and things to see in the pit area, but you gotta have a pit pass to get that. And today again, the pit pass is $39 for adults, $26. Is proud to serve as the exclusive provider of structures and rentals for this year's show. We specialize in high-quality structure rentals and comprehensive event solutions, delivering dependable support for everything from intimate corporate gatherings to large-scale sporting and entertainment events. Our inventory includes an expansive range of clear-span structures, premium tents, and customized furnishings, ensuring that every space meets your unique style and capacity needs. For more information, go to www.nationaltents.com. Giving back is who we are. At Pioneer Bank, our team of volunteers put in thousands of hours every year to support schools, charities, and local events. As sponsors of the National Championship Air Races, we believe strong communities are built by those who care. Pioneer Bank, community banking in action.
And if I could interrupt, Roy Hathaway, loan to your left, our 1961 Dodge Power Wagon, modified for firework, and it's Biplane Silver winner Jeff Lowe, his crew and his family. So show him the love, scream and shout. His airplane, of course, around the checker pylon, Miss Diane. So Jeff Lowe and crew, congratulations. Silver race winner. Back to you, Roy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, what up?
If you're looking for your next ride, come to Richland Motors, your hometown dealership for GMC, Chevrolet, Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, and Ram. From tough trucks to family SUVs and everything in between, we've got the perfect vehicle waiting for you. And here's the best part. At Richland Motors, every vehicle comes with powertrain for life. That means peace of mind, mile after mile. So why wait? Stop in today or visit us online at rlchevrolet.com. Richland Motors, where the deals are real and the powertrain lasts for life. And of course, they got that 2026 Roswell metallic alien green Corvette out there as well. It is one amazing vehicle. Oh my gosh. Let's see if I can find the stats on it again before I wrote them down. Now I gotta find them. Oh, here it is. Got a double overhead V8 engine. It's a hybrid. The engine runs the back tires. The motors run the front tires. 1,250 horsepower. In a car you could buy. Like I said earlier, don't do this on the interstate or any public road. 0 to 63 seconds, quarter mile, just under 9 seconds. Starts at, well, according to the internet, $207,395. Petty cash for Danny Clisham.
I can't tell you, but it sure
Well, Danny, it's hot. Hot. How hot? It's hot enough for an A&W Root Beer. The Great American Classic welcomes you and your family to the National Championship Air Races right here in Roswell.
And as we await our Airshow Acts, our Warbird Acts, I'd like to remind you we still have a T6 gold race yet to go. And one of our great fans said, are we going to fly the jets? Yes, we're going to fly the jets after this next civilian Warbird Act, be the silver race, and then we're going to close out the afternoon. The last race of the afternoon, scheduled at 4:10 or so, will be the jet gold. So the jets are going to fly twice. T6s are going to fly the gold between those two runs.
Sunbelt Rentals is proud to power the future of aviation as an official sponsor of the National Championship Air Races. As North America's premier equipment rental provider, they bring serious capability to every job site with an unmatched range of tools, machinery, and heavy equipment across more than 1,000 locations, including right here in New Mexico. From coast to coast, and now here at the Roswell Air Races, Sunbelt is more than just rentals. They're a mission partner support of the National Championship Air Races have been nothing short of exceptional, helping us elevate operations and bring the event to life in bold new ways. When you need the right equipment, the right support, and the right team, Sunbelt delivers every time. The Valley Bank of Commerce and Capital Asset Resources are proud sponsors of the 2025 National Championship Air Races. Valley Bank is especially honored to have been recognized as the 2024 Extraordinary Bank of the Year, a testament to their commitment to excellence, service, and community. Together with Capital Asset Resources, they celebrate the passion, innovation, and competitive spirit that defines the National Championship Air Races. Valley Bank of Commerce and Capital Asset Resources wish everyone an unforgettable experience. Roswell skies have always sparked wonder, but when it's the National Championship Air Races landing here, it wasn't just a win for aviation, it was a lift for local jobs, youth programs, and small business. Xcel Energy is proud to help power that momentum, energizing the communities and experience that spark of innovation and fuel long-term growth. We're honored to power the journey as New Mexico takes flight. Ladies and gentlemen, the Curtiss P-40. And the B-25J Mitchell, called the Yellow Rose. All right. All right, folks, unfortunately, just been informed that the B-25 is experiencing a mechanical difficulty, but they told us they will, because you're such a great crowd, taxi the aircraft by us right in front here. So unfortunately, we're not going to be able to see the aircraft fly, but you'll get a great look at this beautiful, beautiful machine as it taxis by. Yellow Rose was completely restored to its wartime capability and is operated by the Commemorative Air Force Central Texas Wing, hence the name Yellow Rose. After being donated in 1981 and a 4-year restoration, aircraft was lovingly restored to World War II conditions. Thousands of man-hours were donated over the course of 4 years. over the course of 4 years by members and volunteers in order to bring the Rose back into full operation readiness. It was delivered to the Army Air Corps in April of 1944, signed to Shepherd Air Force Base in Texas, and spent the 70s in Alabama as a pesticide spare. Here she comes taxiing by the Yellow Rose. And if you look to your left, the Curtiss P-40 is making its way around. Listen to this. This is a 1943 Curtiss P-40N built in Buffalo, New York, painted to represent a David Lee Tex Hill's American Volunteer Group aircraft. Tex Hill was an ace in the P-40N, the P-51 Mustang. This P-40 belongs to the P-40 sponsor group of the Commemorative Air Force. It is flown by Parker Rathbun from Midland, Texas. Parker is a contract corporate pilot for business jets. He also flies for the group Tora, which many of us have seen. And this P-40 is actually one of the most active P-40s on the air show circuit. Now, I got to mention about Parker, the pilot of that aircraft. He's a pretty old guy. He's 22. Now, you got to remember, in World War II, a 20-year-old pilot was considered old, because a lot of them are a lot younger than that. In fact, my old next-door neighbor flew Lancasters in World War II, got shot down 3 times, has DFC. And he was actually underage. He snuck in with the Royal Canadian Air Force. If his crew would have known how young he was, he probably would not have been able to fly. And you notice the colors again and the rondelles of the Chinese Air Force, of course, the American Volunteer Group. The Flying Tigers were a group of mercenaries that flew in the Chinese theater of war early in World War II. And you'll also notice that the cowl of the aircraft has that famous shark mouth on it. And that's really what set the AVG aircraft apart, although there were some P-51 Mustangs that had shark mouths. Some de Havilland Mosquitoes, and I mentioned the Lancaster just a few moments ago. A Lancaster, that was called a Ropey, had shark's mouth painted on all 4 cowls of the aircraft, all 4 engines. Okay, where'd he go? Oh, coming in on the left, photo pass. What do you think of that beautiful P-40, folks? Yeah, I think we'll just let the airplane provide the music. Here he comes again. As he brings the aircraft around again, the aircraft first flight was the 14th of October of 1938. Of course, developed from the P-36 Hawk. Oh, here he comes. Aircraft is powered by an Allison V1710 engine, V12 of course, liquid cooled, 1,240 horsepower. Now you think about that and the Corvette that's in behind us. Pretty close in power, but this sounds wonderful. As he pulls it around the Hoover hangar, I believe that was our final pass of this beautiful aircraft. I'll keep an eye on it. He might bring it one more time. You never know. Sometimes they get a little extra time and they're having fun up there. Wouldn't you want to stay up there if you're flying a beautiful airplane like this?
Roy, other people's airplanes, other people's gas. That's utopia, that's heaven in the sky.
No kidding, and he's going to burn some more gas.
New Mexico is where it all started. Climbing with my dad. And by 16, I was climbing on the World Cup circuit. Scaling limestone walls and desert caves.
We're going to be watching for our vintage fire truck, the 61 Dodge wagon, converted for firefighting use and used by a small town in California. That is our parade car. And as they come in from left to right, it is gold time. The gold winners and crew riding in the back of that old, gorgeous ST. By the way, Roy,
straight down into the core of the earth, 700 feet beneath the surface. Stalagmites and stalactites, million-year-old all-stars in a natural stadium, carved by water, populated by bats, and marveled by all. Carlsbad Caverns National Park.
Pushing on into the afternoon here on Medal Day, Championship Sunday at the National Championship Air Races from Roswell, New Mexico. We got some jet racing coming up here. You can see them starting to roll out there. We're going to have the Jet Silver match coming up a few minutes from now, and that is going to be a great, great competition there. We've had some good jet, and from the day one when we arrived out here, it was some fantastic jet racing, and we've seen dominating performances. We have seen duels. to the very last second. Who knows what's coming up? Rob Lowe in jet silver.
We've seen some of the most competitive pylon racing of the entire week in the jet class, Tommy, and our B class, our silver pairings now here on Championship Medal Day are headed out. You begin to see them taxi out as they make their way out. That's race 55, Nathan Harnagel, the Spirit of Freedom, L29. We'll talk about all the jets that are here, but every jet that's here racing this year is either an L29 Delphine or an L39 Albatross, both made by the Czechoslovakian Aerovoda company, aerospace company. And the L29 is the older brother, if you will. The L39 was designed to replace it. They were both initially Warsaw Pact or Soviet bloc primary jet trainers. And you can see they have a normal configuration for 2 pilots, an instructor and a student. There's an L39 right there, and Scott Farnsworth in race 26. We'll talk about how the lineup shakes out and who's going to be where, but they're taxiing out kind of in reverse order right at the moment. Okay. They'll line up on the runway at a 45-degree angle, and then you'll see our pace plane come out here in a minute. That's going to be a yellow aircraft, and it'll have 2 pilots in it. All of our racers only have a single pilot in it. There's our pace plane going right there, race 54. Piloted by Mr. Phil Fogg, former jet champion. And in the back has been Mike Steiger, who's a former jet champion as well, as a safety observer.
A couple of great competitors here.
And here's the jet course that we talked about earlier, the largest course that we have. It's 10.3 miles. The jets are going to experience about 5 times the force of gravity as they go around the turns on this largest course. You can see it extends well into the Brown Brothers Ranch to the west of the Roswell International Air Center there. Just west of runway 1735, which our competitors are taxiing out to now, getting ready to depart. And as they get set to race around this course, we have a total of 10 pylons on this 10.3 mile course, and we'll get a closer look at that here as we zoom in. There is our start-finish home pylon, the same one you've seen in all of our courses, but our larger jet course. Again, the first pylon to your right of the start-finish home pylon is also not just pylon number 1, that is our guide pylon. So our aircraft, once they come down the chute, if you will, from your left to your right on this graphic, they'll hit the guide pylon, and then they'll begin to make that left turn and fly around the course. Now, Tommy, our aircraft are going to depart. They'll climb to altitude. Our pace plane will kind of be the lead, if you will. All the aircraft will form up line abreast in their positioning order that we'll show you here in just a minute. And then they will come down that chute, basically from the south to the north, entering the Valley of Speed, which is aligned with our final course there along the runway. And you'll hear the pace plane. We'll be able to hear him on the radio here. He'll tell them, gentlemen or ladies, you have a race. He'll pull up. He and the safety observer orbit overhead to provide a safety observer function. The aircraft can then accelerate. They can get out in front of each other, but they have to stay in their lane until they get to that guide pylon that we just talked about. That's the point, that if they're in front, they can then cut in and get in close to the pylons, and obviously racing will be on. We're going to do 6 laps, a little over 61 miles, just under 62 miles total during our laps here, Tommy.
Very loud. The sound and the fury is one of the main attractions at this one-of-a-kind sporting event. The crowds love this year after year, and it's only been here since the 2000s. In fact, I think 2000 was the year that the Jets became one of our classes for racing here.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll talk about that demo and how we got here, Tommy. But here's our pairing for this silver medal race.
Yeah, Mark Davis and Checkmate is going to be our top qualifier according to pairing speeds there. That is the L39C, Mark from Houston, Texas. Scott Farnsworth from Florida, Jupiter, Florida, and Perseverance, one of 2 jets he is racing here. It's black and silver in L39. That is going to be race number 26, race 61. Tammy Camilleri from Australia. This is an international race, to be sure, and Miss Independence, an L29, and that is called Miss Independence. Kevin Rowland Gray Wolf, another L29 from Tulsa, Oklahoma. Bob McCormick from Sacramento, California, one of the stalwarts, mainstays of jet racing here for the last decade at the national championships in another L29 known as Freya. He's racing 2 jets here as well. He will appear in the gold race as well. That's white and red in color. We're taking a look at some of the planes right now there. That is Nathan Harnagel. Oh, excuse me. We just heard that we can scratch Number 3, Tammy Camilleri and Miss Independence is not going to fly on this day. Obviously some issue with the airplane, so a better judgment tells them not to fly. So we will have 5 rather than 6 planes in our competition today as they begin to move out of the lineup there.
And you can see here, Tommy, just like we talked about, our pace plane just departed. So in reverse order here, that is your number 1 qualifier, Mark Davis, that you just talked about in Checkmate, race number 90. Beautiful red and white L-39 here, beautiful airplane. There comes Scott Farnsworth in race 26, Perseverance. This is a spectacular paint scheme, at least has got my attention for sure.
Oh, yeah,
I really
very,
like
very.
it. It's, black and silver, but it's got kind of this purple pink accent in it. It's just a spectacular looking airplane and really fits the shape of this Reno-Tahoe L-39, just beautiful.
Scott and Tammy Camilleri, who just scratched, had a great battle in the first Jet B race of this meet here. Here's Kevin Roll in the Gray Wolf. Kevin from Tulsa, Oklahoma. This is an L-29.
Jet pace coming right.
Gray with the red star on the tail.
And our last competitor in now 5th place, Nathan Harnagel, Spirit of Freedom. Excuse me, that's Bob McCormick. I got one ahead. My apologies, ladies and gentlemen. The red and white Freya. And I got all excited. We'll see Bob again, like you said. He has another jet here. And there we go. There's Nathan Harnagel, race 55. My apologies to the fans at home. If Spirit of Freedom, beautiful L-29 right there.
Nathan from Friendswood, Texas. Star State. 2 Texans in this race.
Tommy, you talked about how did we get the jet class. Over the years, we've added a lot of different classes here at the National Championship air races. We added T6s in 1968, the sport class in 1998. The jet class did a demo in 2000, and they were added as an official class in 2002, and then we added STOL drag in 2021, following a demo in 2019. In that early demonstration that happened in the year 2000, my good friend Robert Hoot Gibson, the former space shuttle astronaut, was one of the pilots involved in that exhibition and demo, and he told me that they were flying MiGs actually in that initial demo, but they discovered as they tested them on the course that swept wings were just a little bit too challenging for some of the races, and so some of the rules that have developed here, as we watch Tammy Camilleri explain to the crew, she's had some sort of an issue here with the airplane. Nothing in terms of an emergency to get her out, but something that prevents her from taking off and flying. So the rules that govern our jet class as they get Tammy all situated there are they're limited to production aircraft. Jets. They have no swept wings, no afterburners. If the aircraft has ejection seats, they've got to be disarmed while they're here in Roswell during the races. Most of the crews, I understand, have taken the ejection rocket system out of their back seat. Some of them have taken the entire back seat out. One competitor we'll see in the gold class, Scott Gusekoff in Tumbling Goose, even took his front seat out, put a lighter weight aluminum seat in, trying to find every ounce to get a little bit faster as we go. But that's they're going to burn up to 200 gallons of jet fuel during the race, and it's going to be quite the competitive deal once we get going here in just a little bit. So our racers are airborne, Tommy. They're gathering up. One of the nice things about Roswell is you can see the aircraft pretty much the whole time. Now the jets are a little faster, so they're going to get out a little bit farther, but I know our long lens camera is going to pick them up as soon as they can, and when we see them. When you first see them, we will likely have a shot where they'll be coming kind of straight at us, and that will be them coming into the chute that we described earlier, and then they'll make their way down. And we're going to kind of lay out here and there. You'll hear the radio chatter that was just in the background right there. That is our pace plane and our safety observer talking to the racers, getting them lined up, line abreast. So we'll have the pace plane. As we look, as they come towards us on the chute, the pace plane will be on our right. The 5 lanes of racers coming will be spread out.
Cleared onto the course.
And you just heard it right there. They're cleared onto the course by race control. So we're going to watch to the left here of this camera shot, hopefully pick them up here soon as they head downhill, and we'll be able to get them in. And Tommy, we're going to be underway. We're going to award a silver medal here in just a minute.
This is what they've been working for all year, and especially hard this week in order to get among those top, well, it was going to be 6, but now 5 who are left in there. Really very sorry that we're not getting to see Tammy Camilleri race here. She's done well here. She has won her first 2 races, as a matter of fact.
She has.
After she arrived on the property on Wednesday.
Yeah, we'll figure it out. She is the only female competitor it's pylon racing.
Yeah.
We had one female competitor in STOL. She was our lone female in jet racing, but also in all of pylon racing. Here you see our 6 aircraft. The one on the right side of your screen is beginning to catch up there. They're still forming up. They're kind of moving from our right to our left, and they're in, if you're familiar with an air traffic airport pattern, kind of in a left base,
okay,
if you will. They're going to continue that gentle left turn as our pace plane continues to get them lined up, but once they make the turn out south of the race course, out south of Roswell International Air Center, then they will be lined up with the pace plane on the aircraft on the pilot's left, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 that we just saw depart will be spaced out off of his right wing, line abreast. You'll hear calls like he'll use their number. For example, like 26 move up, 16 move back. They're just trying to line them up. You'll hear calls where he will give them airspeeds. He'll give them indicated airspeeds, and once they hit the chute and point the nose downhill, you'll hear him accelerate, and he'll call out speed so that they can all reference and stay. But there they are, directly south of the field, still in that left base, if you will, and you can see they're beginning to get perfectly lined up, and they'll continue this gentle left turn, starting right there on cue, Tommy, with the pace plane.
You've been through. You must have done this yourself, Rob.
No, just watched it.
Yeah.
It's too many misspent years sitting off the end of a runway watching airplanes in my life. It's allowed me to be the #1 fan of airplanes, and here we are getting to see the National Championship Air Races, the 60th edition, our first flag in Roswell, and we're about to give out a silver jet medal, Tommy.
Yeah, just waiting for our planes to complete their assigned route and get in the proper positions for a perfect start, for a perfect race. As you say, 6 laps. 10-mile course, the 6 laps will melt away very, very quickly once they get going. Speeds 400 miles and more in this group right here, and even faster in the gold group.
Absolutely. And you think about the age of these aircraft, those L-29s that we talked about being a little bit older, first designed back in the late 50s, early 60s, and then eventually replaced by the L-39 that was eventually produced later and as a subsequent replacement for that, but developed in the 60s and produced all the way up till 1974 for the L-29. Those are pretty old airplanes that our crews do a great job of keeping them in top shape. Both types are fairly widely available on the open market and very popular in the U.S. To own a jet is also fly it on an air show, but more importantly, they make great racers for us here in Roswell.
Yeah, just perfect. Provide plenty of thrills and chills, and a great amount of speed as they're 50 feet off the deck, just roaring across the desert floor here.
So we'll get another look for you here, back up chute here momentarily, ladies and gentlemen. That view that you see is looking straight west towards our home pylon.
Looking good, Jeff. We're at a 6,200 knots. Hold what you got. Beautiful line.
So there you hear our pace plane telling you they're at 200 knots. They will accelerate through 220, 230, 240, upwards of 250 indicated as they put the nose downhill. So we'll hopefully pick them up on the camera shot here momentarily, and you'll be able to see that. You'll also see the pace plane turn their smoke on when we get ready to release them for a race.
And the pace plane remains in the air, right, during the course of the race.
They do. Once you hear them tell the racers you have a race, you'll see the pace plane pull up, and what they do is they orbit overhead in a holding pattern, providing a safety observer role. They are an extra set of eyes, and if anybody should have a problem, they can drop down, get up beside them, give their airplane a look over up close if needed. But we should be able to get a good camera shot of them.
6 and 55, the others look great.
You hear him talking to race 55.
Still doing a little housekeeping up there, yeah.
Looking good, Jeff. We're through 240 knots now. Hold what you got.
Here you hear the speeds coming up. Hopefully they'll be in camera shot here momentarily.
I heard someone in the crowd say, I see him. We'll see him soon enough.
There they are, Tommy.
Go get them, boys.
Yeah.
They got a race. There's the pace plane pulling up. Tommy, we are underway. Now, don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, they have to stay in their 5 lanes until they get to pylon number 1 or our guide pylon. That's the point that if you're out in front, you can cut over and be in front of your competitor. So you see your pole position on the far right of your screen. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 all lined up, and watch this and listen as they go by. Out front, Mark Davis, race 90. Checkmate, the red and white aircraft out front. You see the other ones beginning to sort out as they come behind, right, falling into position number 2. That's Scott Farnsworth. Both of these are L-39 aircraft. Scott Farnsworth has been very competitive all week. You see him appears to be gaining a little bit on Davis, but Davis has been out front all week as well, Tommy. So this may be quite a battle here for the lead.
It'll truly be a duel. There's Davis. Another shot, another angle there for you.
Again, we have the split screen set up for you, ladies and gentlemen, so you can see our racers kind of spreading out on the bottom half of the screen. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 right there on the bottom, but there's your leader. Coming around the south, and we've got that. Look at how close it is on second. There's third. They are really beginning to pack up here at the front as they begin to jockey for position. We are in lap number 1 of 6. Total of 61 miles, Tommy, we're going to do in a matter of just very quick time.
Very few minutes going around the south leg here.
Fastest motorsport on the planet, and here you're seeing why. These are the fastest of the fastest here in Reno. But look at Farnsworth. He's beginning to get right in behind Mark Davis. Now, like all close course pylon racing, he's got to pass on the outside, so he's going to have to jockey, make sure that he's still got that overtake speed, but he's got to take the long way around. You can see on the bottom as they pass the home pylon, completing that lap right there, starting lap number 2. And there is Farnsworth trying to find a way to gain, make up some ground on Davis. And there you see a little bit of parallax there. It made it look like Farnsworth was a little closer inside than he really is. But there's a great shot. You see where he is. He's trying to, you see him go high, then he goes low. And they are coming around pylon number 3 right there. They're going to roll out level down the back course as they head to the farthest portion of our course, where they'll pick up pylons 5 and 6 around the backside, and then 7, 8, 9, and 10 around the far south portion of our course. You'll see them come by the camera here in the southwest corner of the race course. Let's listen in right here.
That was race 26. In pursuit of race 90, Mark Davis.
The battle is definitely setting up here in the front, Tommy. Davis is doing everything he can to be smooth. Like they say, smooth is fast, fast is smooth. He's just trying to hit his mark, stay outside of those pylons. We do have a judge at every pylon, like we talked about, looking up through those barrels, looking to see. But boy, it's getting a little bit tighter. Farnsworth trying to stay down on that 50-foot minimum altitude. This is the Valley of Speed as they roll out, headed for the home pylon. We brought it with us from Reno, and you see why. There it is. We're approaching 410, 415 miles an hour in this pairing right here. Farnsworth trying to take the shortest route around the corner, see if he can gain any ground on Mark Davis.
He cannot pass on the inside, but he can certainly gain ground on the inside.
Right. He's just trying to find any way to get there. Now, Mark Davis is floating through those first few pylons a little higher than we've seen him. So I don't know if that was a little bit of speed that took him up there, or if he just thought it'd be a little smoother. But a lot of strategy at play here amongst our pilots. You can see there as they go down, headed for the southwest corner, farthest point away as they are out over the Brown Brothers Ranch here in Roswell, New Mexico. So grateful for that partnership of the Brown Brothers letting us fly over. We've got the best race course anywhere in the world, and Farnsworth is beginning to inch into that lead, Tommy.
Looks like ever so slowly, but time runs out very quickly as we are almost halfway through this race. We have gone nearly 30 miles in what, about 4 minutes?
It didn't look that fast or that far, but we're certainly doing it. There you see a great shot on the bottom. Look at Farnsworth being able to make his way here around pylon number 8 and 9, and then they'll eventually pass 10 as they roll out into the Valley of Speed, headed for the home pylon. Watch and listen right here as we head for home, and let's see if Farnsworth can catch him. Wow. He's doing everything he can, but Mark Davis is doing a good job staying out in front there, Tommy.
Mark Farnsworth, he is not backing off, though. He's going to remain a stalking horse through the rest of this race, that's for sure.
Yeah, I can see, it looks like Scott Farnsworth is kind of settled into, I'm going to stay at this altitude and I'm just going to be smooth and just see if I can chip into that lead, and I'll worry about getting around you high once I get there.
Yeah.
A little bit different strategy from Mark Davis out front. You'll see in the turns, the tight turns, he floats up a little bit altitude-wise. Now, we're not talking very many feet, 20, 30 feet maybe, but there you can begin to see a little bit where Davis is floating a little higher. You can see a very good depiction of that on the bottom of the screen. as they make their way around. But he rolls, he converts that altitude back into airspeed, puts the nose down, and away he goes. You see them making their way to our southernmost pylons as they begin the left turn right there as they come around pylon number 7. Pylon number 8 right there as they are on the furthest southernmost portion of this largest race course we have. Pylon 9, and then when they complete pylon 10 here in a second, that's where they're pulling the 5 Gs, 5 times the force of gravity, as they roll out into the Valley of Speed right here and make their way back to the home pylon. Tommy, we're completing lap number 4 right here.
Going by very, very quickly. Kevin Roll, Bob McCormick, Nathan Harnagel, races 16, 6, and 5, holding their positions, their starting positions as it stands right now. None of them have been able to gain on the next one up the ladder.
This is the silver medal race. We will award a silver medal to the winner of this race. And right now, it looks like Mark Davis is able to kind of hold off Scott Farnsworth, but we're not done yet. We've got a couple more laps to go.
Oh, yeah. They're not going to leave anything on the table in this one. If you've got a trick up your sleeve, it's going to come out pretty soon.
Now, just looking at the spacing there, it looks like Davis has begun to pull away just a little bit. I don't know if he downshifted and found another gear or what he did, but he
turned off his air conditioner maybe. Or
yeah, that was it. We did hear that earlier in the week. One of the competitors told us that it was hot, and they finally decided to turn off the air conditioner, and they picked up a few knots and just in how the engine performed. So maybe that's what Davis did. Said, okay, I'm done with this. I'm out of here.
A lot of horsepower in action here, that is for sure. Mark Davis has got the most at hand, it would appear, so far. As we get very, very near the end of this race, we're more than halfway through with lap number 5.
Let's watch and listen here as they come around the southernmost portion.
White flag, white flag.
And there you heard it on the radio as our leader, Mark Davis, race 90, comes by the start home pylon right there. We begin our 6th and final lap. He's been able to hold off Farnsworth, but if anything's going to happen, Farnsworth's got to do it right here this last time around. You see the altitude difference again, the two strategies at play between Davis and Farnsworth. Farnsworth has again chipped into that lead a little bit, Tommy, I think, as they're headed.
He's cinched it up a little bit. Davis went high for a while, and you expect to, so he can drop down and gain a little speed and finish this thing off.
We'll see, is there enough time left? Is there enough distance left here in the final lap for Farnsworth to make a move? I know he's probably bending that throttle level forward. He's probably kicking the firewall, trying to get leaning forward, trying to make that jet go as fast as he can. Look at that, right on the 50-foot altitude as they make their way down. Final time around pylon 7, 8, 9, and 10. Here on our largest 10.3-mile course.
Scott Farnsworth still hanging in there, maybe closing just a bit right now, but he is running out of time and running out of time quickly.
Here they come, Tommy, one last time. We're headed for the Valley of Speed. Watch those wings roll to the right. As they roll out, they are now in the Valley of Speed one last time. Here comes Mark Davis. Can he do it? Can he hold off Farnsworth? Can Farnsworth pull a rabbit out of the hat?
Checkered flag.
Here we go. Checkered flag coming by the home. There is your unofficial silver winner, Mark Davis. Race 90. Checkmate, followed by Scott Farnsworth. Race 26, Perseverance in second place. Let's watch here as the rest of our competitors come across. Tommy, we're expecting Kevin Roll in a gray wolf L29. Here he comes right there. That's Bob McCormick in the red and white L29. Freya.
So he has overtaken perhaps Kevin Roll. I think he has.
Let's watch right here and see as they roll around those final turns and come in to the final thing. There is Kevin Roll
Kevin
right there.
Is third.
He
Kevin
is finishing in third place. Here he is pulling up off the course, and here comes the last competitor, Spirit of Freedom, Nathan Harnagel, around the south end for the last time. In this view right here, we should see McCormick come across the finish line, and followed by Nathan Harnagel. Let's jump into the replay here, Tommy.
We'll take it off. 5 planes instead of 6. Tammy Camilleri having to drop out right before the race began. So it was Mark Davis taking his pole position and holding on to it.
He certainly did. Scott Farnsworth in Perseverance, race 26, the black and silver and pink jet right there, was making every effort he could the entire race. Starting in second, he did his best to catch him, but Mark Davis, wire to wire, stayed out front and just was able to bring it home. It was this was the closest competition on the course right here as they rolled around, but these two battled it out, but Davis was able to hold him off.
Scott Farnsworth, who has won a race during this meet so far, and a super competitive guy, that's his reputation. You know he wasn't going to give up. He was going to hang on as long as he could, and he put the pressure on. There's no doubt about that. Mark Davis surely didn't feel safe throughout this entire race.
Now, he and Bob McCormick in this race each brought 2 jets, and we'll see each of them back again in the gold pairing in a different jet. So same pilot, but different airplane. But this was the silver pairing right here, and Mark Davis is out front, the red and white, beautiful L39 right there as he makes his way to the final pylon, takes the checkered flag. There's your first and second place finishers on the screen, and here's the final lineup, Tommy.
Unofficially, it's going to be Mark Davis with the silver medal. Race 90 in checkmate. Scott Farnsworth and Perseverance could not run him down. He's in second place, race 26. Race 16, Kevin Roll in third place with the Gray Wolf. Freya, Bob McCormick's second jet here. That's race number 6 in fourth place. And Nathan Harnagel from Houston, Texas, Spirit of Freedom, race 55.
Wow, Tommy, we just handed out a silver medal in jet unofficially.
Wow. That's, yeah.
It's so phenomenal being here at Roswell in our 60th edition of the National Championship Air Races, fastest motorsport on the planet, and we just proved why that has that title.
Gold is on the way, Airshow action is on the way, and T6 competition, the T6 Gold. We've got all that coming our way on this special day, Championship Sunday. That is Medal Day as we settle all scores here at the National Championship Air Races, Roswell, New Mexico.
On the back of that bull, 8 seconds is forever. At age 9, I became Youth World Champion. It all goes quiet. Then I nod. The next time I hear the crowd is when my boots touch the ground.
There is a place where there are no roads, no conveyances beyond 2 legs or 4. It's a vast swath of land set aside for adventure, for animals, for nature. We're visitors here in America's first designated wilderness, the Gila.
Congratulations to Josh Watson and the Dan Gilbert designed aircraft, the DG-2. In racing, starting with the Sanders family, the late Frank Sanders, he had a big Hawker Sea Fury, they called it Dreadnought, and he had a bunch of friends that were in the unlimited class racing the same type of aircraft. So they called their airplane the Argonaut, as in N-A-U-G-H-T. So over the years in the different classes, as a tribute to those great pilots, there are a lot of aircraft with that name. Now, Afraid Not The winner in Dan Gilbert's DG2, FRAED-NOUGHT. So 2 connotations, one for tradition, and one is I'm not afraid of you at all. Dan Gilbert, by the way, that airplane that he designed won its gold medal on Sunday at Reno some years ago, and Dan Gilbert had passed away from an illness the day before on Saturday. He missed seeing his airplane in the goal. All right, now, Roy Heffley, it's back to you.
GECU Federal Credit Union is here. Stop by the GECU booth for fun activities, financial information, and awesome giveaways while supplies last. Learn more about GECU and how a credit union membership can help you achieve your financial dreams at GECU.com. GECU is proud to be a sponsor of the National Championship Air Races.
To experience serves as a living tribute to the brave warriors who have flown and fought with the F-4U Corsair. Ladies and gentlemen, we now present the Corsair, known as the Korean War Hero.
We are poor little lambs who have lost our way.
Folks, what TV show was that from? You got it. The Chance Vaught F-4U Corsair was one of the finest fighters ever built. Today's F4U Corsair earned its nickname the Korean War Hero for its remarkable performance as a ground attack bomber in Korea. This aircraft served time on the USS Boxer and the USS Valley Forge aircraft carriers, making her one of the few surviving Korean War Corsairs flying today. Diving in from the right, please welcome Jim Tobel and his beautiful Corsair. With the longest running production cycle of any piston engine fighter, the Corsair is a legend of U.S. naval aviation. Production reached over 12,000, including those built by Goodyear and the Marine Corps attack variant. The Corsair is capable of speeds over 470 miles per hour. That speeds come from a 18-cylinder Pratt & Whitney R2800 engine, developing an awesome 2,600 horsepower. The Korean War Hero is a single-seat carrier-borne fighter bomber that has a range of over 500 miles and an altitude capability of 41,000 feet. Despite the advent of the jet, the Corsair remained the major naval fighter well into the 1950s. Armament for the Corsair is impressive. 6 50-caliber machine guns and up to 4,000 pounds of external stores. The combination of an awesome arsenal, speed, power, and maneuverability made the Chatspot design a favorite among the warriors who flew and maintained the aircraft. And folks, as you see the camera cart going by, make a lot of noise and wave. The Korean War Hero is the pinnacle of the Corsair design that its predecessors flew in World War II. It was that war where the Corsair made its first major mark. It racked up an impressive score of aerial victories against Japan's best fighters. Notice the inverted gull wing design of the Korean War Hero. This was mandated by the huge propeller needed to drive the aircraft. With a diameter of over 13 feet with a standard design, the propeller would have struck the deck of the carrier. The wings were gulled down at the fuselage to allow for heavy, sturdy gear to take the punishment of carrier operations. The landing gear is unique as well. In order to have a wing with high-speed capability, the wing was designed so the landing gear actually folds 90 degrees as it is tucked away. For more information on the aircraft and Jim, visit KoreanWarHero.com. Online, you'll find war pictures, even a few aerial pictures taken during actual combat missions. You'll also find a lot of detailed information on the Chancevot Corsair and its designs, as well as the history of the remarkable aircraft. It's all there waiting for you at KoreanWarHero.com. In closing, I'd like to invite you to visit our Facebook page and share your videos and images from today's event. Let's not keep this beautiful flying memorial a secret. Help us spread the word by posting your pictures and telling your friends about this awesome piece of American history. Let's hear it for Jim Tobel and the Korean War Hero Corsair. ExxonMobil is proud to support the National Championship Air Race's first year in the land of enchantment. In New Mexico, our team's innovation and hard work drive our progress, delivering safe, reliable energy while decreasing emissions. On behalf of ExxonMobil, thanks for coming and have a great time. Danny, you had a sing-along going earlier today, I understand. And I think it's my turn to do a sing-along. This song is very, very complicated, so I hope you folks figure it out. All right, Maestro, hit it. Yes, you can clap with it. Dance even.
Where's Pee Wee Herman when you need him? Get ready, get ready.
Okay, you ready?
I love a song with only one word.
Told you it's difficult.
Oh, you're not done, folks.
Ready? Here we go. All right, here we go. Wait for it. What is it? You guys are awesome. You know what goes good with tequila? Heineken and Dos Equis.
Oh, I love those segues.
Sponsors invite you to refresh yourself responsibly at any of our booths throughout the event.
Well, Brady Anott is back with me. He's from Wakarusa, Indiana. He was here for the T6 drag race, and I can hear a rumble. Sounds like thunder, which we had last night, by the way. So welcome back. We got the gold race for the T6 SNJ Harvard class coming up. Brady, welcome back. It's all yours.
Thank you. Well, while they go down and complete their pre-takeoff checks, Let me introduce you to the pilots. In the pace plane is Ben York from Mesa, Arizona. He's a captain at a major U.S.-based airline. He's also a designated pilot examiner. In his backseat is Bill Muzala from Tucson, Arizona. He's been a firefighter pilot and also been crewing on racing aircraft for over 56 years. That's a lot of years, Danny. He also won the last 3 classic races at Reno and owns a very well-known Warbird restoration shop. Starting on the pole position in race 43 is Chris Lefave in Midnight Mist III. Chris has been racing since 2014, and he is from Caldwell, Idaho. He would like to thank his sponsor, Bank of Greenville, and David Dozier, the Grand Hoobah, for their support. The airplane he's racing today, he's won gold 6 times in the past and is owned by racer Joel Stinnett, based out of Tulsa, Oklahoma. Starting second in race 50 is Vitaly Pechersky in Abracadabra. Vitaly is from Kiev, Ukraine. He started Reno as crew on one of the other T6s and started flying in 2017. He's sponsored by Cardin Aircraft Services, Blue Jet, Parts for Planes, WTM, and Bar Welcome. Starting third in race 66 is Vic McMahon in Gunslinger. Vic is also a major airline captain, lives in Blaine, Washington. He started racing in 2008, and his airplane and himself have won 3rd place in gold as a best finish. He's sponsored by Andy Schumann and Tulsa Aircraft Engines. Thank you, Rex Vaughn. Starting fourth is race 5, Gordo Sanders in Big Red. Gordo is based out of Jasper, Alabama. He's been racing for 21 years, a retired FedEx pilot, retired as a lieutenant colonel out of the Air Guard, and is also a designated pilot examiner, and he's sponsored by his wife, Debbie. Thank you. Starting in 5th is race 90, Greg McNeely. Greg has been racing for 10 years, and he's also a 2nd generation T6 racing pilot. His father, Gene McNeely, is a very well-known T6 pilot. He lives in Port Orange, Florida, and he would like to thank his sponsors, Concord Batteries, Honda Generators, and Tempest Spark Plugs for your support. Starting in 6th is race 18, Lee Oman and Bama Bell. Bama Bell is also owned by Gordo Sanders. Lee has been racing for 35 years in 11 different T6s. He does air shows in a wing walking act. You gotta be pretty special to do that. He also teaches it, and he's sponsored by Gordo's wife, Debbie, and her business, Young Jewelers. Thank you for your support. And starting last in race 19 is Michael Sisk in Redneck Fury. Michael is from Alpine, Wyoming. He's an orthopedic surgeon by trade. His first race was in 2023 at the Final Flag at Reno. And he'll be starting last and hoping to win first in the gold race. As I get ready to take off down there, let me tell you a little bit about the rules of the T6 class. The rules for this class are very strict, as it were. You can smooth your wings with Bondo to make it a little more smooth over the wings. You can have a shorter prop on to turn more RPM, which results in more power output. The big battery that's normally on the firewall can be moved to the aft of the airplane in order to change the center of gravity, which in turn will make the airplane go faster. The rear instrument panel can be cut down as well as the rear seat taken out. The ailerons can be rigged to have a little flare in them up, which also results in more speed. They can put little tail wheels on, flush the canopy plexiglass, shrink the cowling, put different tires on, seal up the gear wells, put on as much as we call speed tape on to reduce drag, cut off the exhaust, and very important, they cannot run any funny fuel. It needs to be stock Hunter low lead avgas. The engine can be poured and polished with stock cylinders and pistons. It has to have a 10-to-1 ratio supercharger blower, and they can turn any RPM they want. They're starting to line up down at the end. As they take off, I'll introduce you all to the pilots. Now, something unique about the T6 is you'll hear them on the takeoff. There's going to be really loud noise as they pass right in front of you. Those are actually mini sonic booms coming off of the propeller because the tip is traveling faster than speed of sound.
Back and ready to go with this much beloved airplane, the T6 trainer from the World War II era. Really, really appreciated by pilots for many, many generations in American military history. This is the gold match. This is T6 Gold, 6 laps, 32 miles total. We have 7 planes qualified. Rob, I can't wait to see this one get underway. It's always fun, T6.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be so much fun here, Tommy. This is one of the most competitive classes we have. You can see our planes begin to pull out onto the runway and park there, and they will depart here momentarily in qualifying order. And I notice that as we lay down speeds all week long, all 7 of these aircraft have brought their best speed from the P3 race in the gold pairing earlier in the week. So they've all gotten a little bit faster each time. In the pairings here in the order you heard the house announcer spell out for you here just a minute ago, all come from their races previous earlier this week. And there goes our pace plane, pace 21, race 21, on their way as they go. And now aircraft are going to depart and they will get airborne here momentarily, and they will circle around much like we saw in the jet class, sure, Tommy, where they'll line up, they'll get line abreast, they'll come down the chute. We're going to fly a different course this time. We'll talk about that here in a minute, but let's watch them depart. We heard them described a minute ago, but here is Chris Lefebvre, your pole sitter in race 43, Midnight Mist 3.
From Caldwell, Idaho, racing in this class here at the National Championships for many, many years. And from Kyiv in the Ukraine, Vitaly Pechersky having a great trip to the National Championships this year, this time around, his 60th anniversary here. He's gotten himself into the second qualifying position.
There's Vic McMahon in Gunslinger, race 66. We saw him earlier in the T6 drag competition, but love to watch the gear cycle on a T6 on the Texan. Here is one folds up a little head of the other, just the way that the hydraulics work. This is our only SNJ here, Tommy, the Navy version.
Yeah, the Gordo Sanders plane there, Big Red. It is from Jasper, Alabama. It's race number 5, SNJ 4.
Now, you heard the house announcer talk to you a little bit about the rules and what modifications they can and can't make. And here's a unique aircraft. We're going to get that view right there in the cockpit from Greg McNeely and race 90, undecided.
If you don't think that's Greg, look at the back of his helmet. That's got his name on there, unless somebody pinched it. Lee Oman in that blue, beautiful blue T50. I've never T6. I'm sorry, I'm running out of numbers here, but I'll hit it sooner or later. That's a beautiful blue one right there. Lee from Sequin, Washington, at race 18.
And bringing up position number 7, Michael Sisk in Redneck Fury, the beautiful yellow T6, race 19. And our field is airborne, Tommy. They're going to circle around, catch up to the pace plane, and make their way back in. Now, you heard most of the rules from our house announcer just a minute ago, so just want to add a couple things to it. This is our most unique and historic class. It's true match racing between stock aircraft on a closed course pylon. And that makes it very unique. These advanced trainers were built during the World War II era. We'll talk more about that in a minute. But here's our course. We're going to fly our medium length course, which we've not seen yet today on any other event. And it's 4.5 miles long. It's going to be a total of 5 laps, so a little over 27 miles total. You can see, like the other courses, it lies to the west of the Roswell International Air Center and extends over into our great partners, the Brown Brothers Ranch. As we go there, well, we'll zoom in here in just a second and take a closer look at the course itself. We have a total of 8 pylons on this course. Same home pylons, start finish. We're going to come down the chute from your left to your right on this graphic. Head down the final aligned course there, pylon or the guide pylon number 1. We've got 1, 2, and 3 there on the top northernmost portion of the course, and then you see 4, 5, 6, and 7, and 8. Actually, there's a pylon number 4 over on the far west side that our graphic doesn't have on it, but there are 8 of them, and we're going to go around all 8. We're going to do it 5 times, Tommy. Total of 27 miles at over 230 to 240 miles an hour.
Yeah, you just got to love what you said before. This is very much all what they, in other motor racing venues, they would call it a spec race. The specifications are so that the power plants are basically ideal, and they ran down all the small things you can do to differentiate yourself from all the other planes, and they're not huge things. So where you get a pretty good test of pilot skill here.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the other things that the house announcer didn't say is that these aircraft were manufactured with a kind of a sandy grip strip near the top of the wing on the inside near the fuselage, so you don't fall off the wing when you're getting in it.
Very important.
That walk strip can be sanded off in the rules here, so that's one other thing that you can do. But they're all going to turn that 9-cylinder air-cooled radial engine, a Pratt & Whitney. Stock approximately 600 horsepower. You heard him talk about shorter props and other things that are allowed. In race configuration, we're going to make about 800 to 850 horsepower, and like he said, no funny fuels, just pure avgas on there. Most of our competitors here this week are all still operating the standard and Hamilton standard, 9-foot long metal prop that the aircraft had when it came out. And like you heard the announcer say right at the end there, the tips at high power, the tips of that 9-foot long prop do go supersonic. So one of the things to listen for, and we'll lay out occasionally and let you hear this, is the aircraft will rumble, the radial engine will rumble, but the crackling sound that you hear is the tips of those propellers, and it's one of the most beloved sounds in the world. And that's because these aircraft were built in the World War II area. They were an advanced trainer, so you would fly some simpler trainers before you got here, like the PT-19, the BT-13. Eventually you get to this T-6. It was a complex airplane. It's heavy. It made amazing pilots. It's known as the pilot maker. They built about 15,000 of them, and there's about 150 of them left flying, Tommy, in the world today.
Until they pass around to the backstretch and pass.
Okay, we just heard from our advisor that we're not doing 5 laps, we're doing 6 laps.
6 laps, okay.
6 lap here, so there's going to be a difference from the earlier races.
And that is, not what came out on the initial sheet, so our apologies for anybody that we had bad info there. But that's even better for us, Tommy, because we get to see him go around one more time.
Yeah, that's a win-win.
It is, absolutely. So 8 pylons on the course, 6 times around, 32 miles total. And where you can see now with our long camera shot here, we're looking directly south of the Roswell International Air Center. They're eventually going to turn and line up with the runway they just took off from, which is runway 35 here at the Roswell International Air Center. There again, like we saw in the jets, they're kind of in a left base, if you will, for those of you that fly and are familiar with traffic patterns. So they're operating basically west to east, 90 degrees to what will be that final approach course as they turn back in. And you can see right on cue, they're beginning that slight left turn with our pace airplane, which will be on our right as we look up the chute. And once they get, there it is, you heard the pace plane tell them 45-degree turn right there. So he's bringing them in and trying to keep them all lined up, and they're going to be turned back in.
T6 pace is headed down.
That headed down means they are coming from the high altitude. They are beginning to put the nose down. They're beginning to accelerate. We will hear the pace plane align each other, and again, like jet, they're going to have to stay in their lanes once they're told they have a race. They can accelerate out in front of each other.
T6 pace is pushing it up.
Pushing it up there on the throttles, and it looks a little bit like, well, where are they going? That's just part of them lining up here as they're getting into position. You see our pace plane turning the smoke on. Our final 2 competitors are catching up and moving into position.
43, move up a little bit. 66, move up a little bit. 5, bring it up a little 5.
A little more housekeeping, just to get everybody lined up as
there you go.
orderly possible, as orderly as possible.
And those numbers are the race numbers, the tail numbers you see on there. But you will hear the pace plane tell him they have a race. He'll pull up.
Nicely done.
He'll be a safety observer up above, and then our 7 aircraft will stay in their lanes until the guide pylon, and we will be on our way, Tommy, on our medium-length 4.5-mile course for a total of 32 miles and 6 laps.
Gentlemen, you are released to the course.
And there it is, Tommy. You see the pace plane pulling up with the smoke. Our 7 racers are on the course. They're coming down the chute, and we are underway here in the Gold Race 2025, the 60th edition of the National Championship Air Races. Let's listen to them go by.
Very nice. Chris Lefebvre, the red white 43 there in the pole position. Vitaly Pechersky, his nearest pursuer there, just to his right there in the white and yellow airplane.
And Tommy, we got the split screen again, so you get great situational awareness. You can see positions 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 on the lower screen. And our leader, Chris Lefebvre, up top in race 43. They're beginning to stretch out just a little bit, but as they settle into the course on this first time around, you'll begin to see some of the speed difference begin to take place. And again, to do any passing, as in all closed course pylon racing, you've got to pass on the outside.
First 3 positions, actually first 4 positions, holding steady from the starting position. Chris Lefebvre maintaining his lead, but not able to run away from Vitaly Pechersky.
And Pechersky staying there right with him, and you can see on the bottom screen a little bit of a gap back to Vic McMahon. But there they roll back into the Valley of Speed for the first time, headed northbound, back to the home pylon.
Race completed. Lap number 2 for our field here, our field of 7. And out front there, red-tipped wings, that is Chris Lefebvre. Down from Caldwell, Idaho here, and Vitaly Pechersky from Kiev in Ukraine.
There you see a great shot of positions 1, 2, and 3 on the lower portion of your screen. You see Vic McMahon trying to get low, trying to build speed. Our minimum altitude on this course, has all of them, is 50 feet. Now, Tommy, when they come around the southernmost portion of the course here and they come by our pylon cam out in the desert, we're going to take a look at second place there. There is Vitaly Pechersky in race 50. But when they make that turn here, we're going to get an up-close and personal view, and we're going to let our fans listen in to these wonderful radial engines coming over the top here momentarily.
Chris Lefebvre, your leaders. A lot of experience flying T6 at the National Championship Air Races here. For good reason, he is out front.
Well, there is Chris Lefebvre as he completes lap number 2. We begin lap number 3 when he passes the home pylon right there, Tommy.
He has opened up a little bit more ground, not a lot, but some over Vitaly Pechersky. Vic McMahon's kind of hanging there right where he was.
You look at the qualifying speeds that they brought into that placed them in places 1 through 7 as they started the qualifying positions. That is shaking out here in the gold race as well, and everybody seems to be fairly well matched. Back in what looks to be position place 4, looks like we might have a little bit of a race developing back there, so keep your eye on that lower screen for that. We'll watch Chris Lefebvre up top in race 43, your race leader.
18, 19's on your right.
So that's actually 6th and 7th. You just heard the radio call where Michael Sisk, 19, is on the right of 18. So that's the call that happens on the radio between pilots as they pass each other.
Race 5, got you.
Looks like there's another good battle on the backstretch back there. Our lead, second and third.
Looking good.
Chris Lefebvre maintaining his spot there. Not yielding any, that's for sure. Maybe advancing just a little bit.
You can see some of that close racing back in the pack on the bottom half of the screen there, Tommy, as we watch these aircraft.
Fourth and fifth. Excuse me, looks like 5th and 6th should be the race you're talking about right there, and that should be probably Oman and Sisk. Race 18 and 19.
Just love to listen to those engines, and I know our fans at home, our purists at home, are enjoying the opportunity to just hear those airplanes. Gordo Sanders has got Greg McNeely all over the back of him, it looks like, there, Tommy, for fourth.
30.
So hopefully if we get our connection back, we'll be able to give the fans a little bit of a look at that in-cockpit shot from Greg McNeely in race 90. Fans, as you might imagine, it's just dependent on line of sight there, and we'll do our best to get it back. But right now, we got our eyes on our leader up top, Chris Lefebvre, race 43. And in the bottom, you see positions 1, 2, and 3 as they come around the south end. There's a race.
There's that.
In the back, that's
6
Michael
and 7.
Sisk.
That's Lee Oman being chased by Michael Sisk, for sure.
Michael Sisk in the yellow airplane, Lee Oman in the blue Bama Bell. A little bit of a race there. That is for the 6th position competition right there.
Back up front, Chris Lefebvre. Looking very, very strong at this point in the race. Well over halfway. In fact, he's in the next to last lap as we start right now into lap number 5.
So we got 2 battles back in the pack. Here's the position for 4th position. You've got Gordo Sanders in the red aircraft, Greg McNeely in race 90, doing his best to get around him. He's right behind him. As Gordo looks in the rearview mirror, he's got it all full of black and white check cowl as McNeely is right on his bumper, as you say, and he's got to go around the outside. This is going to be a very competitive battle for 4th right here. So we got battles for 4th. We got battles for 6th and 7th in the back as well.
The action is at the back.
Lots of excitement, though, Tommy. This class always delivers. But our leader, Chris Lefebvre, out front, just kind of picking them up, putting them down, being smooth. Started on the pole and looks to be going to hang out there as he makes his way all the way around, completing this lap here momentarily.
Flying the perfect race, not making a whole lot of variance in altitude. Middle of the road stuff, going fast. That's what it takes sometimes.
Listen to these guys come over our pylon cam here.
White flag, white flag.
And there you heard the call from race control. Race 43, Chris Lefebvre, as he comes by the home pylon right there. He is now beginning the final lap, the 6th lap of our 32-mile long medium length course here in Roswell, the National Championship Air Races. What a great look. He's done a phenomenal job. Just a spectacular day for us here in Roswell. This is the gold race.
Neely and Sanders still battling it out for 4th and 5th place, I should say.
That's it. Looks like McNeely's been able to get to him. He just doesn't have the oomph to get around him on the outside. This is their last time around to be able to try to make something happen right here.
19.
Chris Lefebvre just going by the numbers, point A to point B, till you get past that finish pylon there. And looking like, for all the world, he's got this one in the bag.
And we still have those 2 battles happening in the back. You see our leader coming past the battle for 6th there on the bottom screen there. Chris Lefebvre on the last lap, coming around to lap that traffic, but he's out in front, and here he comes to the checkered flag.
Checkered flag.
Right here. This is Chris Lefebvre, race 43, ladies and gentlemen, your unofficial gold medal winner here at the 60th edition of the National Championship Air Races in the T6 class, as the rest of our competitors come across the finish line.
Pretty much like it's going to be Pachersky all the way in 2nd place. Can never fall above or below that spot right there. And Vic McMahon, 66 and Gunslinger, we have him unofficially at 3rd. And here's this battle back at the back there to see who wants to not finish in the cellar.
Yeah, that's the battle for 6th place. We also had a battle coming for 4th place between 4th and 5th. Here is the 4th and 5th place battle. It's Gordo Sanders holding off Greg McNeely. Greg's making a run on him, coming to the flag right here. Tommy, can he do it? Can he get that speed? Let's see.
He's got it. I don't
oh
think he's
boy,
got it.
I'll tell you what, that was awful darn close. But I think Gordo Sanders held him off for 4th and 5th position. But we still got one more battle coming. They're going down the back part of the stretch right here. They're going to come around one more time. This is Lee Oman in the blue Bama Bell and Redneck Fury in the yellow T6, race 19. Let's watch here, see if 19 has anything for him. Sisk is doing everything he can to catch Lee Oman. They've been battling the entire race. Let's see, Tommy, as we come around the final portion here, if they can get to a place where he can get around him.
And started in 6th and 7th, same place right now. Michael would love to not be the 7th guy.
Well, let's watch him come around the corner right here and just listen to them come across the finish. Sisk is going to do everything he can. It's firewall forward right here. Let's listen in and watch.
Bama Bell, Redneck Fury, better answer now. It's looking close. Michael's trying to make it. Does he have enough time?
Yeah, looks like Lee Oman got it done there. Hanging in there for 6th place. Yeah,
he did, didn't he?
Great race. Great race all the way to the end. We've had so many great races at the back of our packs during the last 4 days, and that happens a lot, and you have to enjoy it. You really do.
Well, Tommy, let's take a look at this replay. We ended up finishing unofficially in our starting order, but here it was at the start. Positions 1, 2, and 3, right line abreast as they came across, and there they are. Chris Lefebvre, Vitaly Pechersky, and Vic McMahon. It was really tight up front, but Chris Lefebvre was able to hold on and make it go from pole to pole, wire to wire out front. But it was a little bit tight right behind him. Vitaly Pechersky held on to 2nd. Vic McMahon settled into 3rd. They did everything they could, and they held off those positions. And that was how the majority of our 6 laps occurred up front. But back in the pack, this was the battle for 6th. You've got Lee Oman in the blue airplane, Michael Sisk in the yellow airplane. They battled it out the entire time, as did Greg McNeely and Gordo Sanders in the battle for 4th position. Those two were throwing haymakers the entire time, back and forth. Look how close it got right here, coming down the backstretch, neck and neck as they came around the corner, while our leader here, Chris Lefebvre, stays out front, comfortably out front. This battle happens in the back right here. Greg McNeely, along with Gordo Sanders in the red airplane, as they come around for the final time. We had battles for 4th, we had battles for 6th, but there's your checkered flag and your unofficial winner, Chris Lefebvre. Look how close this gets with Greg McNeely right here. Almost catches him, almost an airplane length, and right here, same thing with Michael Sisk, making a run on Oman. This one gets close, but Oman's able to hold him off, and they finish unofficially in this order, Tommy, which matches how they started.
2 planes that just barely ran out of time there at the very end. But Chris Lefebvre is going to take home the gold medal from the National Championship Air Races in T6. Race 43, midnight, missed 3. Pretty much an institution around here. This team has been racing for such a long time with such great results. Vitaly Pechersky from Kiev in Ukraine, abracadabra. Race 50 in 2nd place, gunslinger. Followed by Vic McMahon, 66, race 66 in 3rd. Gordo Sanders hanging in there for 5th place with Big Red. Greg McNeely almost ran him down, though, 90 in undecided. 6th place, Lee Oman, holding off Michael Sisk there. So Bama Bell gets ahead of Redneck Fury. I've always wanted to say that. Yeah. Our names are wonderful. Our names are half of the show here, it seems sometimes. T6 Gold is in the books unofficially for now, but will be verified in the moments to follow here. And we have got more racing on the way. We got Jet Gold coming up and a lot of good air show stuff, so stick around.
I was born in these mountains. Got my first pair of skis when I was 3. I was never afraid to go fast. I got faster until nobody could catch me. 154.06 miles per hour. The fastest American ever.
straight down into the core of the Earth. 700 feet beneath the surface, stalagmites and stalactites, million-year-old all-stars in a natural stadium, carved by water, populated by bats, and marveled by all. Carlsbad Caverns National Park.
provides fuel, charter, air freight, flight instruction and maintenance, and aircraft sales. Dive Diving in on the 45, the Airshow smoke trailing behind the aircraft. Let me tell you a little more about him. Since his first solo flight 50 years ago, Jim has amassed more than 20,000 hours of accident-free flight in more than 166 different models of general aviation aircraft. Now that's what you call a big barnstormer's loop. '25 marks Jim's 33rd year of performing aerobatics, and during that time, he has entertained millions of spectators throughout North America. Jim flew a Kristen Eagle and an extra 300L for many years. Now he enjoys performing in a P-51D Mustang, a Hobbit Mark IV, a 450 Stearman, and of course the ever-popular aerobatic Bonanza. Jim is happiest when he's flying and is a true advocate for general aviation. Jim believes that general aviation is one of the greatest freedoms that we enjoy in America, and that controlling an aircraft through an aerobatic sequence with precision and energy management, as he's doing here today, is the pinnacle of his aviation career. Jim is heavily involved in the airshow industry and served for 6 years on the board of directors of the International Council of Airshow, serving 2 years as its chairman. He currently serves on the ACE Committee chairman and as a aerobatic competency examiner. He also mentors new aerobatic pilots. 5, 6, 7, 8-point hesitation roll. Aviation and take a look at the beautiful Bonanza, as well as the P-51 Mustang that Jim flies in air shows on display at Mustang Aviation. Make sure you stop by and visit Jim and his amazing staff at Mustang Aviation, again in beautiful Pierre, South Dakota.
Last ticket out of there, I caught your wings on fire when I smoked my Bronco.
Ooh, what was that? What the heck? Oh, that's what they were talking about. It's the Smoke and Thunder jet car. Bill Brock at the controls of this machine. It is crazy. Bill and Jim were talking smack at the briefing this morning. And I guess the race day before yesterday, well, you know, who won? The airplane. Oh, my. Look at this thing. It has a Westinghouse J3448 engine that's originally used in North American Buckeye T-2A aircraft. 12,000 horsepower, and the police are chasing him. Wait a minute. Oh, there comes Jim. All right, let's go live to the cockpit. Hey, Jim, for one thing, Bill's down there with the Jet and Thunder, and a police car is chasing him. What's going on here?
I don't know, I think you needed protection.
Oh, protection from this Bonanza that's diving down now.
Yeah, that's protection.
Hey, Bill, are you with us? What's with the police car chasing you? I think he wants to pull you over is what it is.
Hey, Bill, tell him if he beats you, he can help you.
Look at those flames coming out of the back of that machine.
Dash cam on.
Oh, he's getting dash cam. Sure. All right, here comes Jim again. Airshow smoke comes on. If you can smoke, I can smoke. Chassis of that jet car is made from 4130 chromoly construction, 240-inch wheelbase. The body's made of aluminum and magnesium. It's only 2,300 pounds dry weight. And it goes from 0 to 400 miles per hour in 9 seconds. All right. I think they're getting ready for a race. What do you think, folks? What's it going to be? Is it going to be Jim Pites in the Bonanza?
3 people say it's you, Jim.
How many say the jet car is going to win?
You've got it.
Okay, no pressure, Bill. Everybody's cheering for you, except for the 3 for Jim.
How many are cheering for the police?
How many are cheering for the police? Silence. All right, here he comes. He's just above the runway. Bill Brock throttles up that jet engine. Get ready to go in 3, 2, 1, launch! Guys, that was beautiful. I'm going to go to the crowd on that one. That looked like a dead heat from here. Stand by. Oh, here come the police. Was it the jet car? Was it the Bonanza? I'm going to call that 50-50. All right, guys, we're calling it an almost draw. I'm leaving it at that. Have fun. Oh my goodness. I just love working with both those guys. They are amazing people, good people, so much fun to work with. And let's hear it for Bill Brock as Smoke and Thunder. And for Jim Pites in the Bonanza. All right, we got Bob Carlton coming up with his incredible sailplane. It is not just any sailplane. And then we got some incredible warbirds taking you to the sky. And of course, the jet class gold race to end off the day. So make sure you get ready for that. Lots of air show and of course, air racing action coming up here as we keep an eye out for the 1961 Dodge Power Wagon. GECU is proud to support Wings for Life in their mission of empowering and strengthening the Chavez County, New Mexico community through their social programs. GECU is dedicated to the credit union's people helping people philosophy by elevating communities throughout Texas and New Mexico. Learn more about our community impact at gecu.com. Attention race fans, Crumlin Auto Group is proud to be a part of the 2025 National Championship Air Races. Feel the speed and adrenaline in the air and find your perfect ride on the ground at kagnm.com. There he is, gentleman Jim Pites, taxiing by right in front of show center here. Give him a wave. Oh, a little mosquito control. And watch out, Jim. The police are waiting for you down here. I think Bill is accusing you of cheating or something. I don't know. Local businesses in Roswell are proud to support the National Championship Air Race's prestigious event. Join them in celebrating the milestone and experience the thrill of air racing. The event promises to be a fantastic opportunity for the community to come together, enjoy the festivities, and witness some of the best pilots in the nation compete for the championship titles. Be sure to stop by their businesses and learn about the work they do to make Roswell a wonderful place to live, work, and play for families. Here comes the fire truck. On board is your silver winners, Andy Mack, and the crew of number 82, Cheap Thrills. That's the crew, and that's F1 Silver, F1 Silver crew and fiance. Congratulations. And the crew and from number 52, Feisty. And the reason why he's got Feisty on board there, their crew helped Andy and company so much to get the airplane ready and to get it flying. And here they are in the F1 Silver winners. Show them some love, everybody. Beautiful job. You know, I was talking about some of the local businesses that have gotten together to help support this great event. Featherstone Development Corporation, Bollock's Jewelry, who have the beautiful, beautiful ring. Sycamore Storage Solutions, Century Physical Therapy Specialist, J&G Electric, Sage Legal Planning, L&P Insurance, TCS Community Solar, Ron and Cynthia Miller, the UFO Museum. These are our Roswell business champions, local businesses working together. Leprino, founded in 1950, is the world's largest producer of mozzarella cheese and a leading manufacturer of dairy ingredients. Based in Denver with locations worldwide, Leprino and the Leprino Company Foundation are proud to be part of the Roswell community. As the company celebrates its 75th anniversary, it is honored to join the excitement of the Reno Air Race tradition. They are the sponsors of the STEM Discovery Zone, where Leprino has a cheese-making demonstration. I'd love to see that. Ladies and gentlemen, 20 years before the Wright brothers invented the airplane, intrepid aviators such as Otto Lilienthal and Octave Chanute were successfully piloting soaring airplanes. Emulating the bird's ability to use rising air currents, they began man's adventure in flight. With no other launch method available, they launched their frail craft from ridges and hills. The need to launch from elevated terrain or to be towed aloft has long been the nemesis of sailplane flying, but no longer. Bob Carlton has mounted not one but two jet engines to his Foxjet sailplane that allows him to not only launch his aircraft, but also do amazing high-speed, low-level aerobatics. Folks, remember Bob is a retired rocket scientist. For his first act, he will climb to over 2,000 feet and then reduce the jet engine to idle for a classic, silent sailplane aerobatics demonstration. Listen for the roar of the twin jets, followed only by the rush of the wind over his wings as he begins his aerial ballet. Bob Carlton from Moriarty, New Mexico. He's here along with his wife, Lori. He's been flying for over 40 years as the winner of the Art Scholl Showmanship Award by the International Council of Air Shows, the Chairman's Award winner presented by the Soaring Society of America, and the Bill Barber Award for Showmanship winner presented by World Air Show News. Let's give it up for Bill Brock and Smokin' Thunder. Bob will now reposition the Foxjet for a demonstration of low-level aerobatics. Listen for the jet engines to spool up as he approaches show center at over 175 miles per hour. The Foxjet is the only sailplane in the world capable of such a high-speed, low-level aerobatic performance. Ladies and gentlemen, Bob Carlton and the Foxjet twin-jet engine sailplane. This is Bob's 30th year as a professional airshow performer. The Fox Jet is Bob's 10th jet sailplane. He also flies hang gliders, powered planes, helicopter, and is a licensed skydiver. He's flown a hang glider over 100 miles, sailplane over 200 miles, and Bob dropped in a hang glider from a balloon at 13,000 feet. Bob would like to thank his sponsors, PBS Czech Republic, makers of the TJ100 jet engines that power Bob's Fox Jet. PBS has been making military-grade hardware for decades, including the APUs on many military fighters. The TJ100 is fully computer-controlled and operated. It weighs only 40 pounds and puts out an incredible 250 pounds of thrust. The engines are fully capable of powering many small aircraft, and thank you to PBS for such a superb engine. Custom components manufactured by MM Fabrication. Parachute furnished by Paraphernalia Incorporated and Softy Parachutes. Avionics by LX Nav in Slovenia. And the first cut of music, Tamara's Love, theme by Tammy Jones.
Hello, this is Lena with the Jet Class Racing Jets Incorporated, the governing body for National Championship Air Races Jet Class. Going by, our number 6 racer in goal heat is the winner of the silver heat, and that is number 90, Mr. Mark Davis. In 5th, we have number 84, Scott Gusikoff. We call him Cheese in Tumbling Goose. Number 4 is our number 8 aircraft, and that is David Sterling in race 8. Our number 3 aircraft is Jerry John Curry in Ivan, race 11. And number 38, you saw this gentleman come to second in the silver in his number 26 aircraft. He is flying his number 38 L-39 Super, that is Scott Farnsworth. And flying number 1, is Mr. Bob McCormick. You saw him flying number 6 in our silver Mr. Phil Fogg, a former gold champion of National Championship air races, with a gentleman in the back seat named Michael Steiger, who you have well, you know him pretty well because he has raced your airplane, Ed. So Ed Knoll, tell me a little bit about Michael Steiger and your aircraft that did not make it to this race, but might just be back in 2026.
Well, thank you. Yes, Mike Steiger, he flew for the Air Force, and then he's been an airline pilot, and he's a 747 captain, but Delta doesn't fly the 747 anymore, but he told me he was just...
We're ready to do it. Let's do it. The grand finale of our racing schedule for today and for this magical week in September. The 2025 National Championship Air Races. This is Jet Gold. The gold medal to be awarded to one of these 5 planes who have qualified for this ultimate race of the week. Yeah, I just can't wait to get them going. We had a great Jet B, Rob, earlier today, or Jet Silver, I should say, as it is today. And we are looking forward to some good competition, or who knows, maybe a dominating performance. It could be anything. Either way, it's going to be entertaining. It's going to be fast, loud, and wonderful.
That it is, Tommy, and boy, we are excited and can't wait to get this on. This will be our last race of the day. We've awarded unofficial medals in all the other classes, as you said, and we're taxiing out now here. You'll get to see this great in-cockpit view from Jive Kirby in race 11, his airplane called Ivan. And you heard some of the lineup from the house announcer there as they were taxiing by and making their way out. But we'll go through that again. We'll look at the course here shortly. But this is the fastest of the fastest of the fastest on our big fastest course.
Yes.
So we've saved the best for last. We truly are the fastest motorsport on the planet.
That's no idle boast right there by a long shot. These jets will approach 500 miles an hour today, and maybe exceed that number, Rob.
Yeah, for sure. This is going to be the best of the best as well in the gold pairing here. And they are going to go fast, Tommy. And the folks at Roswell and the National Championship Air Races have a little bit of a treat. They've developed a even bigger jet course for possibly allow some other types of jets in the future. Nothing official yet, but they do have it laid out. So look for that in future years. Stay tuned as that comes about. But you see our competitors beginning to taxi out here in reverse order, if you will, from their starting position. So that first aircraft there is making his way onto the course, and they will park here on the runway and kind of turn 45 degrees in and line up all together as they get marked all set up there. And I believe that aircraft, Tommy, we're going to have to look is Mark Davis in Checkmate.
Oh, Mark Davis has bumped up from.
I think they've added a competitor, so I believe we're going to have 6 jets in this class. Let's double check here as we look at how that went. Now, Mark Davis did unofficially finish as the silver medal winner earlier today in the silver class.
Yeah, it's going to be 6 aircraft. It looks
well,
like.
Let's look here and see. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yeah.
Didn't even have to take my shoes off to do that.
That's
Did you notice
great.
that?
Fantastic.
That's good. It's a rarity.
Continually improving, Rob.
It's a rarity for my fans and the family. They'll tell you that was odd, but we did it with the shoes on. And here we go. Our pace plane that you just saw go by with Phil Fogg at the controls and Mike Steiger, both previous gold jet winners in there. And Mike Steiger, at the time he went by the crowd, had that great green alien mask on, which was great. Just shows you how much fun we have in the September family here at the National Championship Air Races.
Yeah, it's all about, it's a joy. It's a week of joy, and what a great bucket list place this is. And this is the ultimate race of that week here. So we are very privileged to bring you this final go around our biggest track of the week, 10+ miles.
And as we look here, this is our pole position, number 1 position pole sitter, Bob McCormick. This is Athena, his L29, the black one, in race number 1.
Convincing win in the 4A race for that one, the most recent race in this class here. Coming in the second seed position, 452 miles an hour. That's Scott Farnsworth, no compromise, the L39. Both he and Bob McCormick both racing 2 jets in this competition this week.
And there is our third position, Jive Kirby, his Jerry Kirby with call sign Jive. His aircraft race 11. Ivan, you'll get to see some in-cockpit footage, hopefully, out of this aircraft as well on the course, which really kind of brings it home. And Tommy, here brings up our fourth position right here.
Yeah, the red and white plane, the L-39C. Race 8, David Sterling. Is race 8 is the name of the plane, so it's the name and the number.
Next up, race 84, Scott Gusikoff, Tumbling Goose. Now you want to see a crazy helmet. When you watch him go by, he's got a purple mohawk on the outside of his jet helmet. And Tumbling Goose on both on the bottom and the top of that jet, all has to do with his name and purple and all that stuff. And here's our sixth competitor, Tom.
He's drawing in based on his great performance in the silver class. He got a shot at, I guess, 2 medals today. Mark Davis, things could go his way. Race 90, the checkmate.
Well, that's our field, Tommy. We got 6 jets plus a pace plane. And we will be off and running here momentarily. And like we talked about earlier in the silver race, these jets fly our largest and fastest course here at Roswell. And they are made up of 2 types of aircraft here this year, both from the Reno-Tahoe Aero Corporation. There are L-39s we saw depart and L-29s as well. And like we've seen before, they depart and they will be gathering up. We'll listen in to the pace plane, Mike Steiger and Phil Fogg as they do that, gathering up. But here's the lineup we just saw depart, Tommy.
Bob McCormick put on quite a show in that 4A race, the most recent jet race. It was dominating performance, but every day is different. That's something we find out and have to re-find out each and every year. One day it could be a total feast, and it could be a struggle the next day. So I'm not going to be surprised by anything that goes on during the course of this final big race, our big finale here.
Well, Tommy, let's take a look at our course. This is, like I said, our largest jet course, and it extends over into the Brown Brothers Ranch to the west of the Roswell International Air Center. 10.3 miles on this jet course, and we're going to do 6 laps for just under 62 miles. As we zoom in to get a closer look at that, our start finish or home pylon is there, and then first pylon to the right is our number 1 pylon, but it's also our guide pylon. So as aircraft line up and get line abreast and they come down through the chute, which will be from our left to our right on this view of this graphic right here, they'll be headed northbound right up runway 35 that they just departed from. And they will be released to the race. The pace plane will pull up out of the way, and then they have to stay in their lanes all the way to that guide pylon, Tommy. And they can advance, they can get out in front of each other if their aircraft will. And the guide pylon, they can then cut over if they're clear, and the race will be on for 6 laps around that wonderful 10-pylon course.
And they will have to go a pretty good ways out there. You know, these jets travel fast, and but they have to take the time to get them all line abreast, as you say, Rob. And they used to have to fly behind a mountain behind us at the old place, and they went out of sight for, you know, you could go do some errands.
We never really knew when they were coming at Reno. They had to circle behind Peavine Mountain. One of the beautiful things and one of the benefits that I've heard a lot of the fans talk about this week is in Roswell, with the terrain, you can see the airplanes no matter where they are. Yeah. So as long as they don't get too far that we lose them in the camera shot here, we can see the aircraft wherever they are. And here you can see them beginning to form up. They're starting that left turn from headed south to now head east, which in effect will be a left base. As they make their way back around, you can hear the pace plane beginning to talk to them. And got a little bit of parallax because they're kind of going away from us at a funny angle. Not quite sure if everybody's lining up, but just as you watch them continue to turn, they are lining up line abreast, and they will eventually come straight at our camera from south to north when they get in the lane. 6 of them, plus a pace plane, and like before, we'll see the pace plane likely turn on the smoke. We'll listen in and hear them adjusting the racers as they make those turns, and then they'll release them for the race. We'll listen in and hear that as well. For those of you that might be just joining us, you're in the jet class, one of the restrictions is we're limited to production aircraft, no swept wing aircraft, no afterburners. The ejection seats, if they have them, are disabled during racing down low. And that basically is these types of airplanes don't have 0-0 or ejection seats that would work effectively on the ground.
Yeah,
so they are disabled, and all for safety reasons. And then that makes everything kind of equal. They're going to burn up to 200 gallons of jet fuel just during this race alone. And we have a total of 11 jets this year, 9 different pilots. We talked about 2 of them that have 2 airplanes. They're both in this race. Scott Farnsworth and Bob McCormick each have 2 jets, and so they raced in the silver class earlier, and now they're in different jets, their other ones, and here in the gold class. So we're watching them begin to line up. They are moving from right to left on our screen as we look south through our long lens camera, and they are headed east, south of the airfield, and they'll start a gentle left-hand turn here shortly and make their way back to us, and we will be underway. Tommy, it's about to get really exciting as we hand out our final gold medal here in 2025.
Congratulations again to our silver winner, Mark Davis, and checkmate, and his reward is to get to race one more time, and I'm sure that's a meaningful reward.
Yeah, absolutely. So he got to bump up, and here you can see the aircraft glinting in the sun as it make the turn here.
One of the most challenging days weather-wise yesterday, and one of the most beautiful days you have ever seen on this day. It's like a painting.
Incorporate brings you Gold Jet Racing. Today we have a flight of 6 of our fastest jets that bring us down to the Gold Jet course. 500-mile-an-hour speed is what we're looking for today. 50 degrees of turn left, jump. Power's coming up.
So you hear the pace plane, Phil Fogg and Mike Steiger talking to the airplanes. Power's coming up. They're turning onto the final course now, coming right at us.
Let's work it out on the line. 9-0, doing extremely well.
As our camera swings back to pick up the racers as they come down the chute here. There we go. We got them.
Right. Dead center.
We should normally see the pace plane turn on the smoke if they've got it all set up here in a minute, and we'll listen in as they make adjustments and send them on their way.
Those 6 tiny specks will get real big, real fast here in just a moment once they get up to speed, and they go full bore this whole race. That's incredible.
This is the fastest of the fastest.
Keep coming up on the line. Come on, 9-0, looking good.
So everybody's looking good. You heard the pace plane tell them speeds are coming up. They're pushing the nose over. They're headed downhill, if you will.
Gentlemen.
Far left of the group is position 6, Mark Davis. Far right is your pace plane.
That's the line. Keep it up forward. Looking good. Hold the line.
In to join the
250 knots accelerating.
See the smoke coming out of those engines, Tommy? The throttles are coming up.
Hold the line, gentlemen. $270 knots. Hold the line.
Let's continue to listen into the pace plane here.
Hold the line, gents. Hold the line. Go, Jet Racers, you have a race.
Well, there we are, Tommy. We've got a race. There goes our pace plane pulling up overhead to provide the safety observer function. We're diving down to that 50-foot minimum altitude. Bob McCormick in the black L-29 on the far right of your screen is in the pole position and looks to be pulling out ahead just a little bit as we come by the home pylon. Look at that great shot.
How about that?
At a jive, Kirby. Look at the shadow on the ground, 50 feet above the New Mexico desert, 500 miles an hour. This is the fastest motorsport on the planet.
That's Athena, the L-29, race number 1. Bob McCormick out in front, where he was for the majority of the last time we raced this class of jets. That was yesterday, or day before yesterday. Giving chase, Scott Farnsworth, qualifying in the 2nd position.
You can see on the split screen view, our racers are beginning to string out just a little bit behind the leaders. And on the top, you see Bob McCormick in the black L-29, followed by Farnsworth in that red L-39.
Jive Kirby is in 3rd place. That's the plane we saw the shot out of from inside the cockpit.
3rd and 4th when you look down there on the bottom. I'm sorry, 4th and 5th, getting a little close down there. We'll keep an eye on that back in the pack if that gets close. But right now we're keeping an eye on our leader up top. Let's listen to him as he comes by our pylon. A little bit of in-cockpit view there from Jive Kirby, but back to our leader as he comes around the home pylon for the first time, completing lap number 1 as we begin lap number 2. Look at this as Kirby comes by the home pylon. Race 11, rolling around the desert 500 miles an hour.
They are moving out as well. It did not take long to put that first lap in the books. Working on number 2 right now. This race is going to go by very, very quickly, and Bob McCormick is seeing to that right now.
And seeing position number 2 pull up really high on the back portion of the course, trying to convert some of that speed up to altitude, maybe to get some additional speed on the dive back into the southwesternmost portion. As they make their way at the farthest point over in the Brown Brothers Ranch and begin to turn back towards the Roswell International Air Center, you see Bob McCormick here in Athena, the black L-29, just really picking them up and putting them down and pulling away out here up front, Tommy.
He's got that L-29 tuned up and going here today. Going to be a hard one to take down.
Well, there he is in the Valley of Speed, the fastest portion of our race course here in Roswell, the fastest motorsport on the planet. We're seeing why right here. Bob McCormick completing lap number 2. There's Scott Farnsworth in second. And here's third. You get a good look at the home pylon right here out the side of Jerry Kirby's cockpit. Look at that. There he goes on the bottom portion of the screen, and back to our leader there on top. We watch our aircraft. I started to say fighters because they're moving so fast. I'm feeling like my old air traffic control days and watching the fighters move. But these were military trainers, both from the Reno-Tahoe Corporation. But they are moving like fighters right now, Tommy. 500 miles an hour over the New Mexico desert.
That is just awesome. That is a high rate of speed, so close to the ground. And oh man, what a sound that just takes your breath away.
It doesn't get any better than that. And look at how fast the ground is sliding by when we get the ground into shot. They are absolutely moving as they move through the southernmost portion of our 10 pylons here. Coming around pylon 8, 9, and 10, a good look at Farnsworth as he rolls out into the Valley of Speed in second place. You can see there is our leader, Bob McCormick in Athena, out front, completing lap number 3 as he begins working on lap number 4. Here again, another great shot of Jive Kirby and his L-39 as he comes by the home pylon right at 50 feet, 500 miles an hour. Look at that. Wow. He is rocking and rolling.
That is awesome. What a view.
We can see on the wider portion of our split screen on the bottom, the aircraft are beginning to spread out a little bit. You see on the screen there on the left is McCormick in first, and on the right is Farnsworth in second. That distance is spreading out just a little bit, Tommy.
Yeah, it has. It's steadily spreading out through the course of this race here. Much same character as the race before when these two matched up.
But we're on lap 4 of 6 as our competitors make their way around this 10.3-mile course. Nothing but rave reviews from all of the pilots in all the pylon classes, but especially the jet class has been particularly enamored with this wonderful course that's been set out and built here in Roswell for our 60th edition of the National Championship Air Races. And there we are back into the Valley of Speed, the fastest portion of this course. Bob McCormick coming by the home pylon to complete lap number 4 right here.
Well, Athena is getting it done with most dispatch right now of any of our 6 planes. View outside of Jerry Kirby's jet right there. Once more as he goes past the start-finish pylon.
There on the great split screen shot on the bottom, you see some of our other competitors farther in the back coming past the home pylon. While we watch the leaders out there in the back, and up top you get the up-close and personal view. Let's listen in as we watch Bob McCormick sail by our pylon cam in the desert.
We
Got to love that sound, Tom.
Oh, you can feel it in your chest. There's no doubt about it. It is earth moving.
There is no motorsport on the planet that does this. It goes this fast, Tommy.
No,
this is
not
it.
even
This
close.
is the pentultimate, to use your word.
Yeah.
What an experience. We are so excited to be in Roswell. It's been such a great year. Right here, coming to the white flag, this time by, there is Bob McCormick, and we are starting our final lap. One more time around, 9 more pylons to go, Tommy.
Scott Farnsworth. Well, no, that's some of the other traffic there. I believe that was David Sterling. He had just passed there when he went by in the white and red plane.
You can see McCormick out there out front in the lower shot. Great view out of the cockpit there for a second from Jive Kirby, and there's your leader up top as he makes his way through the farthest west portion of our course out over the Brown Brothers Ranch. You get to hear that 500 miles per hour zip by our pylon cam out there in the mesa. And here he is coming around the southern end. Pylon 7, 8, 9, and 2. And there's our second place competitor, Scott Farnsworth, no compromise.
Back to Bob McCormick. He's got one more turn to make.
There you can see right there. There is Bob McCormick. He's rolled into the Valley of Speed for the final time, Tommy. Here we are. We're about to award the gold medal of the fastest class. This is Bob McCormick, race number 1. Athena, your unofficial gold medal winner.
The fastest airplane in our national championship for 2025.
There comes Jerry Jive Kirby coming around the pylons for the last time as he enters the Valley of Speed, headed towards home. Scott Farnsworth pulling up there in the top spot. We watch the bottom as we see Kirby come by here momentarily as he goes by the home pylon and zips by, and we're getting the checkered flag wave. There goes Jerry Jive Kirby in third, waiting for David Sterling, Scott Gusikoff, and Mark Davis to make their way around here. Field has spread out. We expect that to be the finishing order as they do, but let's look at the replay. From the start, Tommy, Bob McCormick on the pole position, out in front in Athena, and he just started running away from him.
Never challenged, not for even for a minute there, and steadily expanded his lead throughout the course of the 6 laps, and the 6 laps did not take long to complete.
It didn't. He was able to accelerate coming down the chute and get out in front, and he stayed there. There's Scott Farnsworth in second. Flew a great race.
Oh, sure.
Just wasn't able to make up the difference between he and Athena. But here you see Bob McCormick and Athena out front and just leading it from wire to wire. And here he is rolling into the Valley of Speed. It's so awesome we brought that with us from Reno.
Yeah.
And here it's even better because it's aligned with our final course. It's the fastest portion of the course right in front of you here online and on camera, but also for our fans in person in Roswell. There it is as they come by around, and there was the checkered flag. Your unofficial gold winner, Bob McCormick from Sacramento, California, race number 1.
And the first win for that airplane named Athena there. We have not seen that one win here at the national championships, but that might be the start of a dynasty. You just never know. Scott Farnsworth had a great meet here. Raced 2 planes through several events here, and no compromise, winds up in second place here. Race 38, race 11, Jerry Jive Kirby. Thank you so much, Jerry, for allowing us to put the camera in there with you. In Ivan, he finishes up in that spot. David Sterling, 4th place, race 8. Scott Gusikoff, 84, Tumbling Goose in 5th place. Mark Davis moving up in class for one last go-around this time in checkmate race number 90. The Jet gold medal, though, and congratulations go to Bob McCormick and Athena.
Well, Tommy, we've unofficially awarded all the medals here at the 60th running of the National Championship Air Races. Our first flag here in Roswell. We're so excited to be here.
Yeah, I'm glad I could say I was on hand in one way or another for this historic, really landmark moment. It's a real turning point and a new direction, a new place, a great home for the National Championship Air Races here at the Roswell International Air Center.
And Tommy, take a look at that view out of the corner right as you were finishing up there, view out of the cockpit from Jive. And Ivan is the airplane he calls, race 11. And great shots. Again, thank you to him. There comes our leader, gear down, the beautiful black L-29. Delphine, as he rolls in here on the runway in Roswell.
Bob McCormick, a longtime veteran of jet racing here, the national championships over here from Sacramento, California. And oh man, he has done it again.
Unofficially our gold medal winner right here. Race officials will obviously go through and make sure nobody cut a pylon and there were no other infractions and all those things that make it official. But watch this as he aerodynamically brakes this L-29. He's done that when he lands before. Great way to see the aerodynamics at work in these wonderful jets that date all the way back into the 60s and before, Tommy, as these initial primary jet trainers in the Soviet bloc built in Czechoslovakia. Here's the L-39 that replaced it eventually in its military trainer role. You see Scott Farnsworth doing the same thing, holding the nose off, letting that all that wing area slow the jet down, and here we're going to get a good shot out of Jive Kirby's airplane as he crosses the threshold here on runway 17 in Roswell, the International Air Center, and main gear touching down right about there. See his head bobble as that did, and there you get to see it from the outside. Nose gear holding it off, flaps down. Jive, a former fighter pilot in the United States Air Force, a veteran. Thank you for your service, Jive. Thank you for letting us put a camera in your jet. Great job today, and as he lowers the nose and rolls out on the runway here.
All of our teams and planes in the jet class just give us such a great show each and every year, and I know it takes a lot of effort, a lot of resources in order to bring a team here to race jets.
And there's old David Sterling, race number 8, as he touches down in his L-39. Great race for him today. Congratulations on a great finish here in the gold race. Scott Gusikoff, all the way from Milan, Michigan. I get to see Scott around the country in the air show. He flies a MiG-17.
Oh, right, you were telling me about that.
A lot of the air shows, and but boy, he's an all-out jet racer here in a beautiful yellow and black tumbling goose. Excited to have that. You can see his purple mohawk on his airplane, on his helmet there as he's slowing the jet down on runway 17. Makes his way back. Great race for him. And then behind him, we should see Mark Davis right on cue.
Yeah, got himself a twofer today. He's the only jet team to get to do 2 races on this day, and that's we appreciate the extra effort, and congratulations on him for that silver medal earlier today.
Absolutely. Great to see. Good shot right under the center of the airplane. You see the speed brake sticking down in addition to the flaps on the trailing edge of the wing. Helps slow the airplane down. A lot of times folks don't get to see that. And Mark's got him deployed there just to help slow the jet down as he came across the threshold. Great look at his airplane, and then there's our pace plane.
We appreciate Phil Fogg.
And Mike Steiger.
And Mike Steiger in the back. We think in that, alien
That's who alleged to be there.
Yeah,
well, there's
right.
your unofficial gold winner. Bob McCormick and Athena in his L-29.
Got to be a great feeling.
Looks like they're going to taxi them up towards the grandstands here as the gold winner. And we have intend to present the medals to the pilots here in the closing ceremonies on site.
Yep.
In front of the crowd.
We're going to have that for you. We'll cover that for you. Medal awards.
So he's taxiing up there. I think the plan was originally to tow up all the other winners while this race occurred. So we'll see if they're up there somewhere close, or maybe they're coming up shortly after, because it looks like that taxiway is pretty clear right now. But they're going to put him right there. You can see the ground official marshaling him in with the batons there. Great. Look at that zoomed in shot
of Bob right there. I
he
love
got
that.
a couple bugs on the windscreen during that race.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. A little bit of a hatch going on out there.
Yeah. But canopy comes open. He gets a little breath of fresh air. And going through all the final shutdown checks, and crew is helping out, jumping in there. Going to begin to shut down everything and button the airplane up to close some of the bottles that are in. A lot of these aircraft utilize either nitrogen or sometimes oxygen, but often nitrogen bottles to help operate those landing gear systems and some of the other systems that operate in the airplane. They aren't just pure hydraulic like you have in your car, where you have an oil or a fluid.
Closed system thing.
They actually use a gas that is in a tank, and so those bottles then get closed once you land. And that's the kind of thing you're seeing there. The other thing to look for, Tommy, you see that red and white pole sticking up right in front of the windscreen at the bottom of the front windshield?
Yeah.
That is a Soviet bloc gear indicator. All the MiGs have that, a lot of the other deals. So when the gear goes down, it's mechanical.
That little thing comes up.
It levers and it pushes that up, and it's a visual indicator to the pilot that the nose gear is down. So they built these airplanes in the Soviet bloc to be very rugged, operate off of very rough airfields, and a lot of the indicators weren't dependent upon electronics. They used manual indicators from the 50s on, so that there was no chance that it would fail and the airplane wouldn't be operable. You could still tell your gear were down when that little red and white pole, that little bar comes up. And
It'd be nice to have a redundant system for that, to get that message, because you want to be sure.
Some of the MiGs have similar indicators out on the wing, so in the cockpit you can look at the nose and then look to each wing, and you know your main gear is down as well. So little behind-the-scenes trivia from the
stuff I didn't know.
The goofy brain of Rob Lowe.
Well, we appreciate it. That's not goofy at all. That is valuable information. The fans love that, and the fans love this event.
Well, it's so great to see the competitiveness and all of our September family that has just rallied behind every portion of the move to Roswell. The courses were unmatched, and we've got just phenomenal racing that has happened here in 2025. And now we've got all of our silver and all of our gold races complete, and we're about to present the awards here shortly.
That's right. The trophy awards are coming up. We're going to take a quick break, step away for a few moments, and we will have that for you.
And the big T6, Chris LaFave. In front of us, Midnight Mist. The Formula One, Josh Watson. In the DG2, Afraid Not. In the Jet, Bob McCormick. Athena. And the STOL, number 44. Yeehaw, number 8, Steve Hendry. And Tony, when you're ready, it's all yours.
Where's section 3?
Okay, Jet Race 1 Athena. This won the Jet Gold, and it's a long time coming. I've won the bronze, I've won the silver, coming third in the gold, but I've never won the gold. So this is it. The race went exactly as we planned. We had the pole position. I outran the number 2 for, I couldn't see where he was, but he didn't pass me, so that's a good thing. Went around the laps, and I wasn't even at full power because why use up the engine if I don't have to. And we got a white flag, which means the last lap. Then we got a checkered flag, and we didn't cut a pylon, we didn't go too low or too high. So here we are. We landed, and they brought us here, which means we won the gold. And it feels great. I couldn't have done it without my crew, my crew chief, my wife, and everybody else who. Okay, it's my wife Johanna.
Nice to meet you.
This is
or whoever.
Nathan Byer and Michael Zern. And we have others, Terry Ray, who's not here right now. He's right there. But we came here to win, and we won. This jet was very fast, and it did what I asked of her, and she's in good shape. We didn't even have to turn her up. She's just naturally fast.
One for the history books, the first one in Roswell.
Celebrating our medal winners there, just in the scenes, the sights, the sounds. Great speech there from Bob McCormick. Fresh out of his plane, winning his gold medal there, but just a great fitting in to these national championship air races. It's all about the winners. I just want to congratulate all of them. Our biplane silver winner, Jeff Lowe. Our biplane gold winner, Tom Martin. Tom Martin in second hand. Andy Mack in Cheap Thrills was our Formula One silver, and of course Josh Watson, very fast plane freight knot, was our Formula One gold winner. Chris Lefebvre won T6 in Midnight Miss 3. Mark Davis in Checkmate, our jet silver, and of course Bob McCormick in Athena was our winner with the jet gold. We just saw him there. Fred Teller handing out some hardware there.
He is.
And that's our STOL winner.
That's Steve Henry.
Steve Henry in Yeehaw, race number 44.
Yeah, that airplane was going so fast. That airplane was engine running almost every time it was on camera. For those that hadn't noticed, the 5-bladed prop there. Beautiful airplane, and what a great, hard-in trophy for him. Well deserved.
Absolutely.
He really knocked it out of the park all week long.
You could tell he enjoyed it too. He likes winning. I think everyone likes winning, and everyone loves just participating in an event like this, because it's a real expression of your passion, and something that excites so many people around the world. See the best in the business going at it. Pylon racing, the great Airshow performers who are also the best in the business. You work with so many of them, Rob, and you know the quality that was on display here.
Absolutely. Well, Tommy, it's been an honor to sit beside you and watch all the magic that's happened here with the folks producing the broadcast, and to sit beside you here. Absolutely my honor. The 60th iteration. Thank you very much.
Well, Rob, thank you for your passion and your encyclopedic knowledge of everything involved in this scene right before us right here. The National Championship Air Races from the International Air Center.